No. No. 1 mile times 1 mile is 1 mile because 1 times 1
So
is 1.
1 mile by 1 mile is 2 million square meters. Yes.
Oh, bye.
What?
Oh, hello. See, this is why it's understanding this very simple equation is important. Some people get very confused with this.
Okay, so
So listen to the
I
equation.
can go in meters.
Listen,
1 mile
listen.
times 1 mile is like doing 1609 meters times 1609 meters. So if you do
That's
1609 times 1609, what's the result of that?
That's
Please tell me.
awesome. You
Please
do
tell me.
understand. You do understand this basic equation, though, right? And why it's important to square the
1609
mile.
times 1609. Let's see what that gives. Oh, 2,588,000. Same fucking number. Yo! How's that? So 1 mile times 1 mile is basically 1609 meters times 1609 meters, not 1 times 1. I don't see how you don't understand that. It's just actually very basic math here.
Your equation was 1 times 1, dude.
My equation is 1609 times 1609 because 1 mile doesn't mean 1 meter. It means 1 mile.
So if you convert it to miles,
How many meters is a mile? 1609 meters. So 1609 meters times 1609 meters is the same as 1 mile times 1 mile. And both have the same result.
how many miles then if we convert the answer to miles?
Huh?
Let's convert the answer to miles. What's the answer then?
They will still say 2 million square miles. You don't know how to calculate. You don't know how to calculate a surface area? Oh my god! How do you calculate a surface area if you can't do 1 mile times 1 mile?
This is what we're talking about. Sorry, no, this is what we're talking about. Surface area. We're not interested in surface area. We're talking about from point A to point B over the distance of
What you're saying is 8 inch per mile squared. So a mile squared is 2 million square miles. Yes, it's 1 mile times 1 mile. That's what a mile squared is. It's a square mile. It's the same thing.
Do you think we're trying to figure out surface area?
You don't understand what a square mile is?
Do you understand? Do you think we're trying to figure out surface area from this?
So a mile squared equals 1 mile?
Do you think we're trying to figure out surface area from this?
Well, you're trying to figure out the curvature, which applies to 8 inches per square mile.
No, per mile squared.
Same thing.
No, not the same thing.
Absolutely the same thing.
Absolutely not.
Okay, is 1609 meters a mile?
Excuse me, stop doing the wrong equation.
No, it's 1609 meters 1 mile.
Listen to the basic equation. After 1 mile...
Okay, what's the distance of a mile? Is a distance of a mile 1? Or is the distance of a mile something else meters?
We're not interested. We're not going to be using meters and miles. We're going to be using feet and miles. Why won't you use the proper equation? 8 inches per mile squared. So after 1 mile between point A and point B, how much will point B have descended from point A using that equation? 8 inches per mile squared. You square the mile travelled.
Yes, you square the mile. The mile doesn't represent 1. It represents 1609 meters.
So how much would have, using this basic equation and the answers in the
Do you know how distances work? Do you know how to calculate centimeters, decimeters, meters, kilometers, and miles? Yes? You don't seem to, because I just told you that 1 mile times 1 mile is 1 square mile. And you don't believe that. But 1 mile times 1 mile is 1 mile squared, which equals to a square mile. That's what we call it, a square mile. Why do we call the surface area a square mile?
Excuse me, I'm not interested in surface area. This isn't that equation that you keep bringing up. I'm not interested in that. This equation isn't for surface area. It's for a line between point A and point B over the distance of an arc. It's the distance travelled between point A and point B. 1 mile, or 2 miles, or 3 miles, or 4 miles. Not surface area. distance travelled.
1 mile times 1 mile between point A and point B, you have 2,589 meters. Actually, miles, 259,000 miles between point A and point B. You would be off Earth. You would be out of the fucking solar system.
Excuse me. Answer this question.
You would be further than the sun.
Excuse me. Answer this question. Using the equation 8 inches per mile squared, if the distance travelled is 1 mile, how much will point B have descended from point A along the distance of that 1 mile arc?
Is it 1 mile or 1 mile squared?
No, it's using the equation.
You don't seem to understand that this curvature applies on a surface area, by the way, and therefore it doesn't only act on surface between A and B. It acts on the whole surface area, which is in square miles. That's why we use 1 mile squared.
It's not a surface area for like the 4th or 5th time now.
Okay.
I'm asking you, with the equation 8 inches per mile squared, if the distance between point A and point B is 1 mile, how much will point B have descended from point A?
I would assume 0.
0. It's 8 inches. Eight inches per.
Not between A and B, but on a surface area. We're talking about a sphere here, not a 2D object. We're not on a circle. We're on a sphere.
Dude, we're trying to
sphere. Think about this. On a sphere, you have to square the mile to cover the surface area of the sphere to have a curvature. You can't have curvature between 2 points. You have curvature on a surface area. You don't understand that, right? And again, I would.
You're gonna have to fucking stop talking, dude. So if I've got a ball and I've got a pen and I draw a line on it, point A to point B will be the end of each of those lines. If point A is on the top of the ball and you draw a line down along that curved surface,
you're forgetting to square the mile.
You're a fucking idiot, dude.
Look, I'm arguing that square mile and a mile squared results to the same thing. I'm asking you to show me one study that says otherwise.
I'm trying to tell you what the equation actually is.
One single link that says otherwise, please. One.
It will be the basic understanding of mathematical equations.
Okay, so you shouldn't have a problem finding this basic thing and linking it to me to prove me wrong.
Yeah, if you let him finish, then he would actually
do it. Because I already looked up for the difference between mile squared and square mile, and there is no difference. So go ahead, look it up, and I'll wait for an actual refutation on this.
Okay. If you actually need one.
Well, I do, because I'm saying that square mile and mile squared is the same thing, and you're saying, no, it's not. So please prove your position, because I'm already defending my position very clearly on why these things are the same thing and mean the same thing and how. But you're not giving anything on how they're not.
It's because I've asked you, when using the proper equation, to solve the equation. You failed to give the correct answer. The answer... Excuse me.
What number does 1 mile represent?
Excuse me. What number does 1 mile represent? What the fuck are you talking about?
1 means 1, right? But 1 mile means more than 1. A mile is not...
Excuse me. What happens when it means 10? And you square 10? What's the difference then?
You'll have 100. 10 times 10 seems to be 100, right?
Well done. So along a straight line, right?
Okay, yeah. 10 times 10 equals 100. A mile is 1609 meters. So if you do 1609 meters times 1609 meters, even if this is not a surface area, you're just doing 1609 times 1609.
Yep,
and you have a distance from point A to B that equals to 2,988.11 meters. That's it.
You'd have to use a different equation to solve for that now.
You would have 2 million meters if you...
You're even talking.
1,609 meters times 1,609 is 2,589,98. You add meters to that. That's the amount of meters between your point A and point B. 2,589,988. The maths can't lie. 1609 times 1609 will give you that. A mile is 1609 meters. So if you want the distance in meters between point A and point B, you take the meters of the mile. So you take the 1609 meters of mile 1 and you multiply it by the 1609 meters of mile 2, and you have 2,589,988 meters. This is denying this is denying 1 + 1 = 2.
I don't even
Yeah,
know
but you don't set 1 + 1, you set times. Therefore, it is still 1 mile. Are we done now?
Okay, if you don't believe me, look up how many meters is 1 mile, and then do the math. 1,609 times 1,609, and tell me the result.
Dude, we could do it in feet with 5,200. It's 27 million something.
No, it's just 2 million.
No.
1609 times 1609, 2,589,000.
I'm talking about feet, not.
Okay, you're going in feet. Okay,
yards.
that's probably two. Okay, in feet, I don't know how much it is in feet, but 27 million feet, maybe.
5,209.
5,209 feet. 1 mile in feet.
27 million something.
27 million. That's more accurate to me. Much more accurate. If you're talking feet, yeah, 27 miles. So you're basically using miles and feet. Okay. 1 mile in 1 feet.
Was that not given away within the equation?
1 mile in feet is 5,280 feet. Yes. And if you do 5,280 times 5,280 in feet, you will have, I'm assuming, yes, so something around 25,000. Yeah. 27 million, I mean. 280 times 5,280. Yeah, 27,878,400 feet. Literally. That is adding up. And by the way, if you look up 27,878,400 feet in meters, I get same number of meters. Wow. What a surprise, my friend. Same amount. Oh.
So using the equation 8 inches per mile squared.
Congratulations. You just proved me right again.
So using the equation 8 inches per mile squared.
So yes, mile squared, you would have an absurd distance between A and B. But if you're using the surface area, mile squared, as it says, then yes, your curvature makes more sense.
Just 1 mile. So the distance between point A and point B is 1 mile. After 1 mile, how much will point B have descended from point A on that curved arc?
Won't be 8 meters because 1 mile times 1 mile is not 1 mile. 1 millimeters times 1 millimeters is 1 millimeter. Yeah, because that's the smallest. And in fact, you would say 1 millimeter times 1 millimeter if you have like 1,000. Whatever. You just don't get it. These are basic maths.
Yeah, I guess so. We don't get it.
These are basic math, Jedi. You just don't get it, dude. You just don't get it, man. It's basic.
Yeah, I'm actually impressed that you don't understand what a square mile is.
I'm not interested in a square mile.
Yeah, but you're interested in a mile squared, which there is absolutely no difference.
No,
yes, it is.
Okay, show me one article, one source claiming that they're different. One.
Already
just
did.
One.
Scroll up.
Just one.
Because we're interested.
I'm waiting for this source. I haven't seen it yet.
Because within the equation, it's the difference.
Okay, yeah, but I see multiple sources saying that they're the same thing, but I haven't seen one source saying that they're not the same thing. So please provide your source.
Do you know what an Earth curve calculator is? We've given you loads. What the fuck, man?
give me one source that says that square mile and mile squared is not.
You know what? Let me throw you a bone because this isn't my perfect wheelhouse. I'm just gonna throw him a bone. All right. I'm gonna hint at it. I might be wrong. Is a square a mile a patch of square versus a mile squared? Would be that's that exponential factor where you're now getting that drop, that curve. Am I right or am I off there? Don't laugh at me, Jedi. I'm being serious.
I'm not laughing at you. It's just, I mean, how simple do we have to be? Is this different from that? We're interested in this and not that.
And can you please DM me so I can answer your question? Because these guys clearly won't let me answer your question.
Well, I'm not prohibiting you, so
That's the thing there. I'm trying to answer the question and you won't let me. So, yeah. The person that asked the question, no problem. If you DM me, I'm going to answer your question. So, who was that, by the way?
I'm interested in distance travelled between.
Who was the person that asked me the question? I'm actually interested in
1 mile. So if the distance travelled is 1 mile.
Who was the person that asked me that question? Please.
It's probably me. I think we might have DMs already open. You can send me whatever you want.
Oh, it was Creation Bear. Actually, interesting.
Yeah.
Okay. I mean, if I can reply now with my voice, I probably won't need to DM you. Do I need to DM you?
No, you can say.
No? Okay. So can you repeat the question so I can have a good refresher to reply?
Well, I was just trying to help you. I don't think you have the answer. I think the boys here.
Oh, okay. No. You were asking me about like square miles and
I was asking
the surface area and like as a distance in. Okay, if you take 1 mile, okay, and you're making a distance from point A to point B here, not taking a surface area. You take 1 mile and you multiply by 1 mile. You're still multiplying what you would say 1609 meters. This is what a mile represents. So when you're going to do this distance, even from point A to point B, you're going to take 1 mile times 1 mile. To calculate this, you're going to transfer that into meters. So you're going to have 1609 times 1609. In which case, you will have 2,500,000 fucking meters.
Why are you transferring it into meters?
So I have a square mile.
And look, I can convert these 2 million meters into miles if you want.
I couldn't give a shit if you did it in feet.
Yeah, and you'll have a square mile.
I mean, you could do it in squirrels, bro. I mean, like, why are you transferring it to another?
Yeah, in the equation,
because that's how you calculate distances. I don't know. Like you earlier when I asked, you know how to calculate distance,
or is it miles squared?
You said when I said, "Do you know how to calculate distances?" You said, "Yes, I do." Except that now you're asking me, why am I transferring it into a smaller distance scale to calculate the 1 times 1 thing without having to go 1 times 1 equals 1? Because my 1 mile here represents more than just 1 meter. It's 1609 meters. So 1609 meters will not result to 1 if I multiply it by 1609 meters. That is why you do this conversion. You must do this conversion to avoid the 1 plus 1 problem and to have an accurate result. This is how you calculate distances. How do you calculate 1 meter times 1 meter? Huh? How do you do that? You transfer that into centimeters. 100 times 100. You have it right there.
We transfer it into miles, obviously.
You don't jump into other digits just to make your... No.
Okay. What is a mile? Can you please define a mile for me? What is a mile?
A mile
is a mile.
Okay. What is the distance of a mile?
A mile.
Okay.
Mile.
How many meters is a mile?
How many paces is it?
All right, let's say the distance traveled is a meter.
Okay, is 100 centimeters and 1 meter the same thing?
No, how many feet are in a meter?
How many feet are in a meter? Okay, 1 meter in feet. 1 meter in feet. There's not 1 mile, 1 meter.
Yeah.
How many stones?
There's 3 feet per meter. 3.2 feet in 1 meter.
Times that together.
So if you want to do 1 meter times 1 meter, you can do 3.2 times 3.2. You'll have the result of 1 meter, which is 3 feet times 3 feet.
Dude, what are you saying, dude? You're so...
You don't know how to convert meters into feet and use
I could just ask you. We can convert it to anything. Like, how many stones throws is a mile?
But no matter what I convert it to, I will have the same distances. If I reconvert my 3 feet back to 1 meters, it's going to be 1 meter. So
still 1 mile.
Yeah, it's still a mile, but it's still 1609 meters, right?
Yeah, you're correct.
So the distance of a mile times the distance of a mile does not equal 1 mile. It equals the distance of a mile times the distance of a mile.
Which is 1 mile.
How do you not understand that?
2 seconds. Right, let's do this. What's 1 times 1?
And meters.
2 seconds. What's 1 times 1?
1 times 1 is 1.
Good. So what's 1 mile times 1 mile?
2,588,000 meters.
No. 1 mile times 1 mile is 1 mile. So what?
Explain to me how the distance of 1 mile adds up to 1 mile. If you
2 seconds. What's 1 foot times 1 foot?
1 foot times 1 foot. I need the distance of 1 foot.
So
and something else. You see, if you wanted to calculate
what's 1 centimeter times
1 foot times 1 foot, you need a reference point smaller than a foot, so an inch. Okay.
What's 1 centimeter times 1 centimeter?
There's 0.8 inches in a foot.
What's 1 centimeter times 1 centimeter?
1 centimeter is half a meter, a hundredth of a meter, right? A hundredth of a meter. So a meter has 100 centimeters. Can we agree on that? Can we agree that a meter has 100 centimeters? So it doesn't matter if I say 100 centimeters or a meter. I have the same distance. So if I take 100 centimeters times 100 centimeters, I should have a consistent distance of 10,000 centimeters.
I'm just saying
right? Right?
I'm just saying
10,000 centimeters, right?
I'm just saying 1.
And it's the same thing as I would have done it with meters.
I don't know if you figured that out yet, but I'm just saying 1. 1 meter, 1 mile.
1 meter does not amount to 1 as a quantity. So it does not.
1 times 1 is 1, isn't it?
Okay, 1 times 1 is 1. So 1 kilometers times 1 kilometers is 1 kilometer? Really? So you really don't know how to calculate distances.
What's 2 meters times 2 meters?
10 meters times 10 meters.
2 meters times 2 meters.
That would be.
What's 2 times 2?
4 meters? It's 3 meters times 10 meters. 30 meters? Yes. But when you're using 1 meter times 1 meter, you have to downgrade to centimeters to calculate that. So you're telling me that a meter can't be converted to 100 centimeters? That's not the same distance, right? They're not the same distance? Okay, so I have 1 mile and 1,609 meters. These are not the same distances? Is that what you're saying?
I'm actually quite scared to ask. This might be quite complicated. But what's 1 times 2?
See, 1 times 2 is 2, but 1 meter times 2 is 2 meters.
Oh, shit.
And 2 meters is 2,000 centimeters. Same distance.
Oh my God.
It doesn't matter in what you convert it to.
So 1 mile times 1 mile is? I can't take it, man.
I can't either. I can't take it.
Basically, 1 mile times 1 mile is 1609 miles. Interesting.
1609
I
miles.
think, no. I think we forgot micrometers and nanometers we also forgot. Yeah, we have to go through that also.
Sorry, I got to get this right, just so I heard it correctly. 1 mile times 1 mile is 16.09 miles.
Yeah. Yep. Can you please tell me how that would be wrong?
Yeah, because 1 times 1 is 1.
Okay, but we're not talking about 1 times 1. We're talking about 1 mile times 1 mile. There's a difference.
Yeah.
See, mile is a different number than 1. 1 mile is not 1. 1 mile is 1 mile. There's a difference here.
Yeah,
That's
I
one-
mean, what is 1 meter to a mile then?
Okay, well, there are 1,609 meters in a mile. Would you agree with this?
What's 1 kilometer times 1 kilometer?
Yes, yeah.
So the distance of a mile is 1,609 meters. So if I were to do the same distance times the same distance, 1,609 meters times 1,609 meters, I would have 2,589,000 meters, which I can also convert into miles, which is 1,609 miles.
We are talking about 1 meter. Still.
That's all.
And you just added 3 zeros.
Honestly, I'm having to keep checking myself to make sure I'm hearing what I'm hearing.
I
And
know,
every
me
time I do, I just keep laughing more because I can't believe it. Oh dear.
I mean, I can't believe that you guys. I mean, either you're trolling or look, you're literally arguing against a calculator here.
Your brain.
No. It's not about calculator. It doesn't matter in what different measurement you're converted to. You set the
It
premise
does matter
for
because
the formula.
if I'm going in
you
meters,
said
miles,
listen,
decimeters, centimeters, nanometers, I'm having the same distance.
you set the precedent for the formula, which is 1 times 1. It doesn't matter if it's 1 mile, 1 meter, or whatever. You set the formula by saying 1 mile times 1 mile. Of course, if you put different measurements and try to make a fuss out of it, like right now we are going through it in a loop right now. It's like a limbo. It doesn't matter. Of course, you were right with your calculations, no doubt about that. But it doesn't matter the fact you said 1 mile times 1 mile, which is still 1 mile, man.
Yeah, put 1 times 1 into the calculator.
It'll say 2 million. I promise.
Seriously, dude, for me, right? Let's just
I don't
pretend
get
that
how
1.
you don't understand that a distance such
No,
as
just
1
put
mile does not
times
represent
the
1.
calculator. 1 mile times 1 mile. So put 1 times 1 into the
Okay.
calculator.
Can you tell me what 1,609 meters times 1,609 meters equals? 1,609 times 1,609. What does that equal? Please tell me.
How many miles is that times each other?
1,609 times 1,609. What's the result?
I'm
How
not
many
interested. It's just 1
I mean,
times 1.
1,609 meters times 1,609 meters is the same equation as 1 mile times 1 mile. Just saying.
No,
Yeah,
Try to
no
prove me wrong.
shit,
Wait,
Sherlock.
Please, I would like you to try and prove me wrong. 1,609 meters times 1,609 meters is the same equation as 1 mile times 1 mile.
What's
Being
the
the
answer?
same equation, can you tell me how come you would result
What's the answer in miles?
1,609 times 1,609 and you result to 1 with 1 mile versus 1 mile?
So what's the answer in miles?
Oh, the answer in miles is 1,609 miles.
Oh,
I mean, how do you know that? How do I know that? It's
1
simple.
mile times 1 mile.
Okay.
is 16.
Look. I'm going to do this very simply. Take a calculator and do it with me.
My man, please stop. It's not multiplying a mile by a mile. That's not doing what we're doing here.
1,609, 2,588,881. Okay, there we go. Now, if I take 2,588 in meters and transfer that in miles, so 2,588,881 meters is 1,608 miles. Wow.
Awesome. Right, now let's get to the crescendo of the point.
Wow. I just
What-
converted 2 million meters into
Good.
1,608 miles, which is accurate. I mean,
Now let's get to the second crescendo of the point.
so
What's the difference between that and 1 mile squared?
1 mile square is 1 mile times 1 mile, meaning 1608 meters times 1608 meters. Same thing. This is how distances work. I mean, they teach you this in fucking 3rd grade. How do you not know this? How do you not know how to do this? How to calculate distances when you have a 1x1 factor, but your 1 is not actually 1 because it's 1,000 because you're using a meter.
I mean, technically speaking, we are still in 1 grade because it's 1 times 1.
Simply put, if you have 100 centimeters, you
I
have
hate
a
to break
meter.
it to you, NPC, but everyone knows what a square mile is.
Okay, but do you know what?
You're the one who thinks you've pulled this out of an equation and now say, "Oh, miles squared, that's the same thing as a square mile." Shake yourself, NPC.
After that,
Yeah, you're running. You've reached that end.
Okay,
A square mile is a square mile. You didn't discover it this evening.
all right. I'm gonna try and make it simple again. So, is 100 centimeters the same as 1 meter? I'm asking you a simple question here. Is 100 centimeters the same as 1 meter?
Yeah.
Yeah. If I do 100 centimeters times 100 centimeters, what would be the result? 10,000 centimeters? 10,000 centimeters? Or is that right? 100 times 100, 10,000? Yeah?
Yeah.
Now, if I take 10,000 centimeters and turn that into meters, I should have 100 meters, right? So, basically, 1 meter times 1 meter, as defined by 100 centimeters times 100 centimeters, being both the same distances, equals to 100 meters in both cases. That's how, see, so unless you're going to tell me that 100 centimeters is not a meter, then 100 centimeters times 100 centimeters is not a meter, is not 100 meters. I mean, I don't know how you're going to rationalize that, but if I take 100 times 100, I have 100 meters.
In the miles squared thing, it's mile after mile after mile.
By the way, 100 centimeters times 100 centimeters is 100 centimeters squared, or a meter.
After 100 centimeters, after 100 centimeters into the distance.
Yeah, he doesn't get this.
Again, 100 centimeters times 100 centimeters is 10,000.
Fun with numbers with NPC.
It's not random numbers. Centimeter, it says it.
I said fun with numbers.
Okay, yeah, okay. Anyways, 100 centimeters times 100
What's this have to do with the price of rice, NPC?
Do you know what squared is? It's a number multiplied by itself. So 1609 meters multiplied by.
Okay. Do you know what a squared mile? You know what a mild squared and squared miles are now, right? You know the difference. You figured out once you have a mile one way and then a mile the other way. There's your square mile.
Yeah, except that when you're doing 1 mile times 1 mile, which is 1609 meters times 1609 meters, you're not doing 1609 times.
No, you're
doing 1609 times 1609. Literally.
You're going into the distance, sir, when you're determining whether or not the Earth is falling away from you.
I'm multiplying 1 meter by 1 meter. I am also at the same time doing the same multiplication as 100 centimeters times 100 centimeters. The result of that is 100 meters.
And this has to do what with the?
It's the same equation, except that now instead of 100 centimeters, we're using 1609 meters to define a mile. So a mile times a mile is 1609 meters times 1609 meters, not 1609 meters times 1. It's 1609 meters times 1609 meters, which accounts to 2,588,000 meters, which if you transfer back into miles is the same number, 1609 miles. Yes.
1.
It's just that simple. And I mean,
so what's this have to do
if you
with
can
anything?
find me one single source.
What does this have to do with anything?
One thing that contradicts this statement that I made. Go ahead. I'll wait. Find me one source contradicting saying that.
How is this relevant to anything?
It is relevant because you guys are saying that 1 mile times 1 mile is 1 mile, which is impossible.
I'll tell you what. I'll tell you how it's relevant because asking this question. After 1 mile, using the equation, 8 inches per mile squared, how much will point B have descended from point A along the distance of that arc being 1 mile?
Since it's 8 inches per square mile, none.
No, not per square mile, per mile squared.
Mile squared, square mile, same thing. Please find me a source that says otherwise. Find me one source that tells me that a mile squared and 1 mile squared is different. Please.
You are confused, sir.
I'm not confused. I'm asking you for a source that you're not even able to provide me.
I've asked you to use the correct
You're claiming to me that a square mile and a mile squared is not the same thing. And you're claiming to me that 1 mile times 1 mile equals 1 mile instead of 1609 miles. When the mathematicalist says you're wrong. Every source is saying you're wrong and that I'm right here. Every single source. You won't find a single source that is going to say that these square miles, these things are different.
You are truly confused.
They're not different. A square mile is 2 million.
A square mile is 1 mile by 1 mile.
Yes, 1 mile by 1 mile, which is 2,588,000 meters squared, right? On a surface area. But if you were to do this on a straight line, you would still have the same number.
Who cares? What does that have to? Yeah, square miles exist.
Who cares about mathematics that debunk my worldview?
If you want to apply this to anything, then line up a bunch of your friends a mile long and do it all together.
And I do hope that this is being posted live and like on YouTube, because just the fact that you guys can't understand how to calculate the distance of 1 mile times 1 mile is that's a nail in your coffin.
You've lost the plot, sir.
I'm asking you for a source that tells me that 1 mile times 1 mile equals 1 mile. Please show me one is 1. Do it on a calculator. Please do it to me.
Yeah,
show me.
Sure.
Show me these maths that are
no problem.
Nonsensical.
Into your calculator, type 1 times 1.
I'm not asking for 1 times 1. I'm asking for 1 mile times 1 mile. 1 mile times 1 mile is not 1 times 1. See, the word mile is important here. You can't just ignore the word mile. We're not multiplying quantities here. We're multiplying distances, and a distance is greater to 1. You know what I mean? So we're not calculating 1 bottle times 1 bottle here, right? We're not calculating that. We're calculating distances, 1 mile, which can be transposed into meters and feet.
Give me a ballpark on how long a marathon is, NPC.
I mean, it depends on the marathon.
The big marathons, the Olympic marathons.
I don't know I don't fucking look that up.
Is there a distance?
Yes, there's a distance, right?
Okay. Will they be running the marathon in square miles?
No.
Okay. There you go. Now you figured it out.
Now, okay, suppose I take a marathon that is 1609 meters. All right. And you would want to...
There are no marathons that are 1609 meters.
Okay, there are no marathons that are 1609 meters. That doesn't stop me from making one, right?
Won't be a marathon then.
Continue on with your delirium, sure.
I mean, so there's no landmass on Earth that can have 1609 meters? 1 mile? So there's no 1 mile...
You have lost the plot. Are you doing this on purpose? Do you think this is helping your cause, or what's going on?
Well, I'm trying to explain to you how 1 mile times 1 mile is equal 1 mile. I'm trying to explain that to you, but you don't understand.
Yes, people can run 50-meter dashes.
Yeah, 50 meters. How much? What's the same?
Are they running a square meter? Are they running 50 square meters? Or I'm trying to give you an idea of what a going the miles that stack upon each other as you move forward. We're not talking about square miles.
Okay.
It's miles squared.
Okay.
So how many miles away from you?
Okay. Miles squared.
Do you understand that? Are not square miles.
Let me put something into perspective. Okay. So first of all, what is 1
put
mile?
anything into perspective, sir.
Can you tell me what 1 mile is?
Yeah, it's 1 mile.
What distance does 1 mile represent?
1 mile.
Okay. Can you give me the distance of 1 mile in meters, please?
You've
been doing it for the last hour.
Yeah.
Yeah. I've been, but like you don't understand that 1 mile and 1609 meters is the same distance. Is it the same distance or not?
In this equation, we just use the agreed upon measurement of a mile. It fits this imperial equation, not a metric one, an imperial one. So using this imperial measurement, it's per mile squared because we're looking at distance traveled, not the square.
And I explained that you can do this with a point A to B and not square it, by the way. You can still do 1609 times 1609 and put that on a straight line.
See, the thing is, point B would have descended after 1 mile, 8 inches. It's kind of baked into the equation.
Here's a simple question that if you can't answer, I'm going to call you dishonest.
Listen, the squaring occurs because the Earth is supposed to be going away from you and down to complete the ball. That's why the squaring occurs, sir.
Okay, when you're measuring distances, let me ask you a simple question, very simple question. Is 1 mile and 1609 meters the same distance?
You asked this earlier when you asked for like a meter and centimeters.
I'm sorry, that wasn't an answer to my question.
Because you asked this earlier. Is 1
I don't care. You never answered it, so answer it.
I did answer it, and I'm going to repeat the question.
What's the answer then?
So obviously.
Okay, so 1 mile, 1609 meters is the same distance, right?
It's just 1 mile.
So if I take 1609 meters and multiply that by 1609 meters, how come I would only have 1 mile?
In this equation, we use 1 mile. So 1. So 1 mile. So for every mile.
You don't understand how that's wrong, right? Yeah, you don't see anything wrong with what you're doing?
It's just 1 mile.
So you know that you can calculate 1 mile times 1 mile by using it in meters, right?
Yeah, what's 1 times 1?
1 times 1 is 1, yes.
Thank you. Good. That's all we're interested in.
So what's 1609 times 1609? What's 1609 times 1609?
What's the square root of 1?
Tell me. What's 1609 times 1609?
What's the square root of 1? Within the equation that we're using, which will be in miles, if I want to figure out the square root of 1 mile, what's that? What's the square root of 1?
Oh, God. What's the square root of 1609? Anyways, let's just establish. We've established that 1609.
1 mile. So
can you stop cutting me, please? Can I speak?
No, just 1 mile. It's just 1. That's all we're going to put into the calculator is 1.
No, dude. It's not working what you're doing.
What's 1 squared?
1 squared is 1.
Good. Awesome. So we're going to put that into the calculator. So 8 inches per mile squared.
Again, you're ignoring important factors. So can you stop manipulating the narrative here? Oh my God.
I'm using the equation. Listen to the equation. It's 8 inches per mile squared. So if the distance is 1 mile and I square that mile, right, it's 1, isn't it? So 1. So after 1 mile between point A and B, if I have 8 inches per mile squared, what would it be? After 1 mile, it's 8 inches per mile.
You
1 mile.
And really, you guys say that I'm the stupid.
You don't understand math.
Oh my God.
You don't understand math.
He won't even acknowledge it's over sailing.
I mean, you guys can't even acknowledge that 100 centimeters is a meter, and that 1609 meters is a mile.
Short circuiting.
Okay,
I did twice, and 1 mile is.
Let's establish something like Can I speak for once? I listen to you guys when you speak, right?
Using the
So I should be allowed to speak to and be listened to. But
No, you don't listen. You wait to talk.
So it's 8 inches. Using that equation, it's 8 inches, right?
Okay, 1
After
plus
1
1
mile.
equals 1, so 1 mile times 1 mile must equals
No,
1,
8
even though
inches, right?
1609 meters times 1609 meters
So-
does not equal 1 mile.
No, after 1 mile, 8 inches, right?
Do you understand what 1 mile represents?
Yeah, so after 1 mile, which is
Okay,
what
when you're multiplying quantities, when you're multiplying quantities, 1 plus 1 equals 1 times 1 equals 1. Yes. But when you're multiplying distances, 1 times 1, you have to fucking change the fucking distance.
No, we're
We're
not.
gonna have to
We've already
add
done that
ones.
with the equation. Excuse me. We've already done that with the equation. The equation is 8
Explain
inches
to
per
me.
mile squared.
Okay, I have a good question for you so that you can finally realize how wrong you're being here.
I'm using the equation.
If 1609 meters is the same
Not
thing.
in meters, it's in miles.
I don't care that you don't. Okay, you don't want it in meters because I'm debunking you, right?
No, I don't. I want it in the equation.
If 1609 meters is okay. See, you don't even.
in the equation. If you talk to me one more time,
okay.
If
If 1601 meters
that's not
is
the equation.
the same distance
It's not the
as
equation.
1 mile,
That's not what we're going to put into the equation.
if we square
That's not what we're going
1609
to put into the
meters,
equation.
1 mile, we would
It's just
have
1 mile.
2,589,000.
No, it's just 1.
I'd love to know what he thinks he's debunking. Could you fill us in on that, NPC? What is it you're debunking exactly?
We square 1 mile, 1609 meters.
You said you were debunking something. What was it?
I'm typing it because you guys won't let me speak it. So
Using the equation 8 inches per mile squared, how much will point B have descended from point A over the distance of the Earth?
yeah, I typed it. So tell me, what do you not understand in what I just typed? What do you fail to understand?
No, I just want you to solve the equation and give me the correct
What you
answer.
just typed does not include the 8 inches.
But
per mile.
you see, your
The 8
equation
is nowhere to be
is
found.
off.
There's no 8. There's
because
no 8.
you're doing 1 times 1 instead of 1609 times 1609.
No, we're just going to put 1 mile into the calculator. That's why it's squared. You square the mile. You don't square the meters. You don't square the feet. You square the mile.
How do you calculate distances then if this doesn't work?
At the moment, we're just going to be squaring the mile.
How do you calculate what 1 kilometer times 1 mile is?
Because we're just going to solve.
What's 1 kilometer times 1 mile?
Squared.
What's 1 kilometer times 1 mile?
We're not going to be doing 1 kilometer times
1
1 mile.
kilometer times 1 mile. It's very valid. What's 1 meter times 1 mile?
Why are you using different systems now? Why are you doing that?
I mean, because these systems are the same system. Actually, they're
short circuiting. I remember Johnny 5 doing this.
If you want to calculate 1 meter times 1 meter, you have to transpose it into centimeters. So you have 100 centimeters times 100 centimeters, which gives you 10,000 centimeters, which you can then transpose back 2 meters, which gives you 100 meters.
So one times 1 meter is 100 meters.
Shut the fuck up.
Could you fucking shut him up, please? He's doing my head in. We're talking about the equation 8 inches per mile squared, and he's very confused.
I left here 2 hours ago with this jackass on mute because he is a retard jackass. I come back in there 2 hours later. You still fucking talking to him.
I mean, I'm glad we did though, because I almost burst a spleen about 5 minutes ago. He said 1 times 1 is 2 million.
What the fuck?
What is it again? 1 mile.
What that? 1 mile times 1 kilometer. I'll tell you what, I should mute you, Jetty.
Probably. I'm very, very tired at this point. Yeah, you're probably right.
Son of a bitch. And I felt so symbolic yesterday.
Symbolic. My word.
Yeah, you don't get it.
No, I don't.
Ominous.
Hey, everybody.
Hey,
How you doing?
your sister.
You're a savage. That's a savage answer.
You're a savage.
It's a savage answer, bro.
It is.
I mean, at least we can agree on one thing.
That your mama's so fat she has her own refractive index?
Nah, she's not fat, but she's definitely not a good person. So I'll just say that. Okay, I shouldn't say that about my own mom. Even if it is true.
Yeah, we can agree on that.
Yeah.
Yeah,
Yeah.
she's so fat when she looks at her belly button, she can't see the horizon. So
Speaking horizons. I don't know.
Yo, mama's so fat. The city of LA uses her to clean up the smog because she attracts gas.
In which you couldn't have gas without a container, so that is something that's.
She's so massive that
She is
the
the container.
gravity. Oh Lord.
Your mama's so fat, ships disappear bottom up below her horizon.
shit.
Ooh. I like that. Oh dear me.
I mean, it's mama joke time.
Hello, everyone.
Hi.
All right, guys, quick, ramp up the mama jokes. Just kidding. Hey, Stacy.
Does anyone want to hear a cool DM I got on Discord the other day about some guy who's worked in surveying his whole life? Okay, I'm gonna read it anyway because I asked him what sort of equipment did he use and what did he survey, because he was just like, "Hey, Stacy, cool videos. Thanks for your effort." And so he replied, "I specialize in gyroscopic surveys, directional surveys, underground relative level surveys from water tables up and below, and plane surveys across distances of generally 5 kilometers from one relative level point to next relative level point B. Would generally be that distance. These distances surveyed should have curvature. It's easy to prove there is none through trigonometry, simple mathematics. Yet people have no clue what it really means." And he just went on to say he's happy to meet up with me and discuss it one day. That's cool.
I bet he's happy to meet up with you.
I was going to say, I'm sure he is.
Yeah, that was perfect the last time, dude. Whoever did that was right.
Anyway, is it a bit quiet in here now?
Well, it was. I quieted the group.
We've been having fun with our previous idiot.
Hey, Stacy. So what is if I tap 1 mile and I times it times another mile? How many miles do we have total?
No, you did it wrong. You did it wrong. If you times 1 mile times 1 kilometer, what does that equal?
Okay.
Yes, when Mr. Mile and Mrs. Kilometer had a child.
Yes, exactly. Your mama's so fat the transcontinental triangulation and the American arc of the parallel. Oh shit, I didn't finish it. I'll get to it later this week. I think I might just keep it at that. Oh shit! I forgot to finish it. Oh shit!
Well, when I was little, my brother would do the "Your Mama" jokes, and I wanted to be impressionable and fit in with his friends. And so one day I said one, and my brother's friend had a mother who was actually quite large, and I said it, and then the whole family just like sort of stopped and dropped their food when they were eating, and I thought, oh no, I went too far. I haven't went to "Your Mama" jokes since then.
I mean, that was the jam. When I was in like 5th or 6th grade, there was a show called, I'm pretty sure it was called Yo Mama on MTV. That shit was hilarious. We would go to school and do the same stuff. Yo Mama's so fat. We would just like come up with stupid jokes. So it's actually really funny because it's easy to compare like a super fat person to like maybe like the globe or whatever. No offense if anyone out there is like,
well, hell, if you live in the States, it's real easy to make comparisons. Shit.
Yeah, well, yeah, there's that too.
Just go to Mississippi.
Okay, I have a Your Mama joke. Your mom is so flat that she walked off the edge of the earth.
So flat. That didn't make it.
Boo. A for effort, though. A for effort. But flatter in the chest is train wreck.
That was a disaster, Stacy.
Okay, I'll have to work on my comedy skills.
I think maybe like, your mom is so fat. Nah.
No, I think that QE has to stop picking on precious people like Stacy and Betty.
Shut the hell up.
Don't make me do it. Don't make me do it, Kim.
I wasn't picking on. I wasn't. That's perfect. Now I wasn't picking on Stacy at all.
It was just a bad joke.
Yeah. Good people make bad jokes all the time.
Fair enough. Fair enough.
Shut up. Go ahead. Do it. Well, where is it?
What are you talking about?
I'm still waiting for shut up, bitch.
Oh, I thought you were asking her to do like a super chat or something. I'm out of the loop.
Okay, I'll do it again. I know this is contrived now, but we'll do it. Shut up. Flat.
Shut up, bitch.
We love you, Kim. Oh, your mama's so fat. Her cell phone doesn't need cell towers. She connects to the satellites.
Nah, too much.
Your mama's so fat wherever she goes, she's the core of the earth.
No.
Talk about the tough crowd. I'm trying to put this damn Hot Wheels thing together.
Sorry. That's because we've been used to Comedy Gold for the previous 9 hours.
I know. My stomach was hurting. I almost lost the spleen there. I was literally on the carpet, like on the ground, like rolling around, laughing and stuff, dude. So Jedi, and props to you, man. Your chill mode is so awesome. You were just keeping it so relaxed and calm. It's like, just what's 1 times 1 then? Oh. Yeah, but 1609. Okay, well, what's 1 meter times 1 meter?
No, it wasn't it. It's what was 1 mile times 1 kilometer.
All right, I got it.
No, it was 1 mile times 1 mile. But he converted it into everything.
He was just doing gymnastics.
He's doing it in the chat now as well. Where he posted there, so 100 times 100. All right, so what's 1 times 1? I don't understand why he's got to keep converting these things to numbers that are obviously going to be different to the one that we're trying to calculate from, using the equation fucking given. Why is he doing it?
My son is 5 years old today. Yay!
Hey, happy birthday, your son.
That's awesome.
Happy birthday.
Oh, yo. This guy's so funny. But Jenna, he understood when you said, what's like 3 times 7? He was like, well, you have 21. Okay, well then what's 1 times 1? He's like, well, first you convert it to 1609. Dude. That's why I was like, well, all right, well, if it's 1609 meters, then how many like stones throws is it? How many crows fly? Like, how many? I don't know.
How many times have I got to paint it red?
How much does a kilometer weigh?
Oh, dear me. That's hilarious. Oh, it's going to stick with me for some time, that one.
Yeah. Like, sheesh.
I got a profound question for him. NPC. What's the speed of dark?
Oh, dear
First
me.
place. Obviously, first place.
You're an imbecile.
The speed of dark is the other 7 minutes out of the 8 minutes.
Somebody's losing it.
Yeah, that's me. That's me. I've been losing it for the last half an hour. I'm
All
sorry.
right, I'm going to go away for an hour. I'm going to take
Okay,
this
cool.
fucking retard off mute.
Hey.
When I come back, he better be gone.
Wait, is the answer, what is Usain Bolt?
I'm just about to post a quick video from last night. I had a laser and my friend gave me some cat eye reflectors. So I thought, well, let's see what the laser does when it lasers into some cat eye reflectors. So check the live stream if you want to see some blue laser footage. It sort of resembled lightning. It may have just been the fact that it was dark and a very powerful light going quite upwards and sort of changing positions depending on the angle. But completely not
This is
lightning at the same
actually
time.
pretty cool.
No swearing.
What is a cat eye reflector?
Oh, dear. In
It's
America,
the
do you
sort
have
of
those
ones you have
safety lights
on the
on the road?
roads. Yeah.
You know,
It
the
gets
safety
its
lights
name because it's
on the
meant to
road.
be how cats see or something like that.
Yeah, I can't remember if he was English or whatever.
Is that thing on the ground in the chat?
It's like that. My one is a bit different. I can quickly get a picture of it for everyone. Give me a moment.
I can see why it was called that. But I've never heard that term before.
Sorry, I'm just reading what NPCs wrote again. This is fucking crazy. 100 centimeters times 100 centimeters is 10,000 centimeters, which is 100 meters. 100 centimeters is also the same distance as 1 meter.
I mean, we basically have 1.5 hours of this.
I mean, are you
better make a short clip.
Are you saying and laughing at 100 centimeters being 1 meter? Are you telling me that 100 centimeters does not equal 1 meter?
No, I'm not saying that at all, and this will be the fourth time that I.
Okay. So if I take 100 centimeters,
I just
How
want
about
you
you
to.
shut up?
I just want you to tell me what 1 times 1 is again.
actually, it actually makes me laugh that you guys can't conceive this.
What's 1 times 1?
1 times 1 is 1, and it's not the same as 1 meter times 1 meter.
Okay. What's 1 squared?
See, 1 times 1.
What's 1 squared?
You don't see meter in 1 times 1, right? There's no word meter, right? 1 meter times 1 meter is not the same calculation as 1 times 1. Meter implies a distance, which means that your 1 meter is greater than the quantity of 1. So, such as 1 meter is equal to 100 centimeters. If we can agree on that, good, we're getting somewhere. So, if I put 100 centimeters, which is 1 meter, times 100 centimeters, which is another meter, I have 10,000 centimeters, which is 100 meters. Now, explain to me how this works, how I would have 100 meters from 100 centimeters times 100 centimeters.
Wait, can I ask you a question?
But I'm not going to have the same result if I do 1 meter times 1 meter when both are the same equation.
Let me ask you a question. What is 1 light year times 1 light year?
Well,
I guess we
first of all,
don't
you need the
exist then.
distance. Okay, what's the distance in
what's
meters of a light year?
Astronomical unit.
Distance in meters of a light year.
Yeah, that's a lot of meters, by the way.
That's 1 astronomical unit.
Okay, so 100 centimeters and 1 meter is not the same thing?
No, but how many light years total? If we have 1 light year.
If you have 1 light year times 1 light year, you have the distance of 1 light year times the distance of 1 light year. You understand that the distance of 1 light year is greater to the number 1? You don't have 1 centimeter off of 1 light year times 1 light year.
I know, but I'm just asking how many light years.
The distance of 1 light year added times the same distance won't result in the same distance. It will add the distance times the same distance. Like 100 centimeters times 100 centimeters. This isn't hard to get. 100 centimeters times 100 centimeters. 10,000 centimeters. What is 10,000 centimeters in distance? It's the same distance as 100 meters. All right. Now, if 100 centimeters is 1 meter, 100 centimeters times 100 centimeters equaling 100 meters means 1 meter times 1 meter equals 100 meters. It's that simple.
Okay. So what if you have 1 meter times 1 meter? What's that?
1 meter times 1 meter is 100 centimeters times 100 centimeters. And I could say 10 decimeters times 10 decimeters, which will be the same result, 100 meters in all cases.
What's 1
Okay, so what's 1 centimeter times 1 centimeter?
So
what's 1 centimeter times 1 centimeter?
1 centimeter times 1 centimeter. Okay, a centimeter is what? 10 millimeters. So 10 millimeters times 10 millimeters. 100 centimeters.
What's one?
That's hard to get.
What's 1 millimeter times 1 millimeter?
I mean, what's the smaller range of what's the smaller metric to a millimeter?
What's
micrometer? Would be a micrometer. So how many micrometers are in a millimeter?
Okay, so what's 1 times 1?
How many micrometers? Okay, if you wanna calculate a distance of 1 distance times 1 distance, okay? See, 1 distance times 1 distance is not the same thing as 1 times 1. 1 distance is multiplied by 1 distance. Okay, the distance we're talking about, 1 distance here, can be broken down in several metrics: meters, centimeters, decimeters. The reason why we do this is when we encounter something like 1 meter times 1 meter, we then convert the meters into centimeters. So how much centimeters is in 1 meter, my friend?
No, we don't. When we go to use the calculator, use the
dude, this is taught in 3rd fucking grade elementary school.
That's
what I'm saying here. It's taught in 3rd grade elementary school. If I have 1 meter and I have to convert 1 meter to centimeters, how many centimeters will I have?
You convert.
When we go to use the calculator, what number do we put in? When we use the
okay, look, you guys think that 1 meter times 1 meter is the same equation as 1 times 1. It's not the same equation.
Yeah. So 1 times 1 is what?
Yes. We're talking about quantities. 1 times 1 is 1. We're talking about distances. Hey,
So
do you know what a distance is? You do know what a distance is?
Yes.
So if I walk 100 miles and do 300 miles on top of that, how many miles did I walk?
It's a light year.
That would be 400 miles, right?
Dude, if I've travelled 1 mile, I've travelled. Right, so when we use the equation 8 inches per mile squared, what number do we put into the calculator? If the distance is 1 mile. What do we put into the calculator? 8 inches per mile squared and the distance is 1 mile. What do we do? That's the equation used. We don't have to convert for anything. What do we put into the calculator? Eight inches per mile squared. So we square the mile. So the distance is 1 mile. 1 times 1 is 1. 8 inches.
Man, either this is all because I can't conceive that someone cannot understand basic mathematics like this.
So if it's 8 inches per mile
Are
squared,
you kidding me? The only reason why you want to go to conversion is because you can't deal with the fact that 1 mile times 1 mile. Come on, buddy.
Okay.
You're the one coping.
No, I'm not coping.
You
I'm
wanna
asking.
go
I'm
to
asking you to
conversion instead of dealing with what's
Yeah,
put
bro,
before
you need to
you.
cope. Big.
Because let me go ahead and
You don't
break this
understand the
down.
point of these
Shut up.
conversions, right?
Shut up. Shut up.
No.
You
I'm
don't
not going
wanna
to shut up if you're not
up.
going to be rational here. You're not. You're like
You really
No,
should
denying
you're
shut up.
not being
reality here.
rational, and I want you to shut the fuck up. You're not dealing with the fact that what we have recorded is orders of magnitude past your curvature for your globe Earth. So why don't
We're
you
not
go
even
ahead
talking
and
about. We're
cope and
talking
deal
about
with that
distances and
instead of
how to
conversion?
calculate them. And in school, they would teach you that yes, you have to convert 1 meter to 100 centimeters if you want to calculate 1 meter times 1 meter. Yes, you have to do that.
1 times 1 is.
That's just absolute
What
bunk.
part do you not get in 1 and 1m is not the same number, okay? 1m, 1x, 1a, 1b, 1m is not the same number. All those are different numbers. 1a, 1b, 1x, 1m, different numbers.
Okay. So
1 times x is not the same number. So you have 1 times meter, which is 100 centimeters, times 1 times another 100 centimeters, which is 10,000 centimeters.
Hey, what's 1,000 millimeter?
A meter means 100 centimeters. So you have 1 times 1 meter.
Can you meters times
Oh, millimeters is a meter? 1,000.
All right. So 1,000 times 1,000.
1,000 times 1,000. Yeah.
Yeah, what's
Guess
1,000?
what? If you do 1,000 millimeters times 1,000 millimeters,
Yeah, what is
it's the
that
same
equal?
equation as doing 100
What is that
centimeters
equal?
times 100 centimeters.
What-
So,
no,
see,
no. What's that equal? What is that
Yeah.
equal? How many millimeters is 1,000 millimeters times 1,000 millimeters? How many millimeters is that? Simple question.
1,000 meters times 1,000 millimeters is 1,000,000 millimeters. 1,000,000 millimeters is 100 meters.
No, it's not.
It is.
No, it's not. It's 1,000 meters.
What?
1,000 meters.
It's still 1 square meter.
Okay, it's 1,000 meters. All right, you're right. It's 1,000 meters.
Yeah. So does 1,000 meters the same as 100 meters? 1,000 meters is not the same as 100 meters, right?
All right, there's an inconsistency there.
Right. So basically, I got
100 millimeters equals 1,000. Okay, 1,000,000 millimeters. Okay.
by
Wait,
breaking
no,
down
I
the
was
meter,
off.
I got two different
It's
answers, right?
100,000. I know I was off. It's 100,000.
What the fuck are you talking about? 1,000 times 1,000 is 1,000,000, dude.
Yeah.
Stupid.
So basically, you got two different answers for the same fucking length, right?
No, we're just
Okay.
we'll just put that into the calculator.
What's 1
Okay,
times 1?
if I have 100,000 centimeters, I have 1,000 meters.
No, we're just going to put 1 into the calculator every time.
And if I go back to okay, I don't have decimeters.
That's all we're going to do. We're just going to put 1 into the calculator. Not we're going to put 100. We're not going to put 1,000. We're just going to put 1. That's all we're going to do. I don't understand why this is so hard. When we come to use the calculator, we're just going to put in 1 because it's in the equation.
I don't want him measuring my house for carpet, I'll tell you that.
Bro, yeah, right. That's a good point.
Hey, if 1 meter times 1 meter is the same as 100 centimeters times 100 centimeters, then what's 0.001 kilometers times 0.001 kilometers? What does that equal? You fucking retard.
Oh, shit. I mean, imagine I'm trying to sell you the bill, right? He's like, well, so your floor was approximately 50 feet, and due to the math, looks like that is 1609 inches.
Oh, and 8 minutes for the light to get from the sun.
That'll be $2 million.
Yeah, we're just going to put 1 into the calculator.
No, but if you give me singles, then you need to convert that single. You can't give me $1.
I want it in pennies, motherfucker.
You gotta convert it. So if I have $1 bill and I have put together another dollar bill.
No, don't go into basic addition with him, man. I don't know where we'll end up.
Oh, that's actually
multiplication.
Man, this guy is just a fucking retard, guys. I'm sorry.
He didn't take the bait on the light year.
Damn, it's a party in here, though.
All day, man.
Yeah, it started at like noon when I came in.
Yeah.
I'm not even gonna lie. I'm surprised QE let it go on as long as he has.
I think he came back and he's like, "Oh shit,
you guys, we can't calculate distances for shit."
What's 1 year? Yeah.
So NPC, did you figure out what's 0.001 kilometers times 0.001 kilometers?
In peace like that, sorry, and especially that now you're back into the ad-homs and calling people retards. not sure I'm going to entertain what you have to say. So go ahead, be retards all you want.
No, he's called us retards. What's going on?
I mean, you guys started it. I don't mind retaliating with the same words. I mean, if you guys can call me a retard, I'm allowed to call you a retard back, right?
Yeah, but we can take it. That's fine. But you've demonstrated
Yeah, but
yourself.
one of us is right and one of us is wrong, and I wonder who
one of us
that
is
is.
right, one of us is wrong. Yeah, okay, sure. Either way, it doesn't make either of us retarded to be wrong or right. That doesn't make someone retarded, first of all.
Yeah, it does. One of us
No,
is right.
it doesn't. So, I mean, if you're going to have that mentality, I mean, that's on you, but that doesn't go anywhere. Calling people retards does not bring anywhere in a discussion, does not bring any information, has no purpose, no substance, and brings nothing.
Insufferable. You are.
I'm insufferable. I'm sorry. I'm sorry if I'm insufferable to insufferable people, but yes, insufferable people. I mean, I'm not going to make an effort to be appreciative towards people who aren't really worth it. I mean, I don't get it. But like, see, the only person here that I actually had a very valid debate
give us our position, please.
was that like other Rush guy or whatever his name.
Shut up and give us our position. What is our position? Because a good person that actually is good at debate would know the opponent's position, right? So what is our position?
I mean, your position, you change it all the time because each time you debunk, you change it. Now, I mean, like...
Wrong.
Okay, whatever.
Know your opponent's
position. You believe that the Earth is flat and that the Earth is not a globe. Okay, already that I know. I know that you don't think that the Earth is a globe.
You're not even listening to me now.
Why would I listen to you if, like you never listen to me, so why would I listen to you?
Because I haven't even talked to you.
Actually, you are the first to jump the retard gun and so on, and yes, you've talked to me, and yes, you've been dissonant on me, so I don't really,
Shut up.
See, yeah.
Shut up.
Okay, what are you expecting when you're saying that? What are you expecting?
Oh my God.
Every time you're expecting me to care about you and how you feel, but you don't care about me. So, okay, you don't care about me. Why would I care about?
Bro, you've been talking all fucking day, man. Like, shut the fuck up.
What are you expecting when you do the tongue fart thing?
You've been here all day. You have no idea what our position is. And I would love to hear you just strong or steel man our position for 1 second.
I mean, I've asked questions about your position and
you didn't listen to the answers, so I don't care about what you say about asking questions because as soon as you ask questions, you don't fucking listen to the answers. So why don't you just go ahead and steel man our position?
Actually, I did listen to the answers when I asked some questions.
Okay, then go ahead and steel man the flat earth, please. Go ahead.
And basically, y'all claim, well, I mean, one person claimed, I don't know if you all share the exact same view on everything, but one person claimed that they view Earth as the entire universe. That was their claim. So I was asking questions about that, and then they refused to answer questions about that.
That was never the claim.
Wasn't a claim.
Actually, yes, I remember someone making word for word the claim that they view the whole Earth. That Earth.
It was me. It wasn't a claim. You were just trying to compare the Earth to an object, and I was giving you something else to think about. Not a claim.
Exactly what I'm saying. You're claiming Earth is not an object and encompasses the whole universe. Demonstrate this, please.
That's still not our position. That was an analogy given to you to put you on the same level.
Okay, the person was telling me that was his position. The person was telling me that was his position. Now you're telling me that that's not your position.
Bro, you don't know how to listen at all.
When you don't even have a consistent position at all.
You don't know how to listen at all, dude.
Like, this guy says that it was his position. Now you're telling me it was not his position. Which one is it?
It wasn't his position. He was trying to give you something else.
Then what is the position? I'm asking you for the position. You're not even providing me a position.
You didn't ask all day.
I asked all day, man, to provide me some position, and nobody gave me one.
You literally never asked. I've been here listening to you, and you never asked.
I've been asking. None of you has been taking the effort to actually be polite.
NPC, would you be willing to listen? Since
I'm
you're
not yelling.
asking
I'm
now,
actually speaking at
since
my
you're
normal
asking,
tone of voice. So sorry. My
since
wife
you're asking what our position is, are you willing to listen?
But I'm not yelling, man. I'm not yelling. I would have had like.
Are you willing to listen instead of? Are you willing to listen, dude?
For him to listen.
I'm asking, okay, if that's not your position and the frisbee is not your position and any other conception that I have or that you brought up is not your position, then what is your position?
Are you going to listen? Or are you going to talk over us?
I am listening. I was done talking, therefore, yes, when I'm done talking and you let me finish what I'm saying, I will listen.
All right.
It's when you cut me and like mute me that I stop listening.
Shut up, shutting up.
Cool. So you'll mute your mic yourself and you'll listen to what we have to say.
If I make any noise, I'll mute my mic. If I make any noise, I'll mute my mic myself, yes.
Why don't you just mute it anyway? Because you have nothing to say right now. You should be listening.
Fine.
Awesome. So would anybody like to explain to this gentleman why we think the Earth is flat? Anybody? I mean, I'll start. Long distance observations over flat surfaces. What we've been told is the distance to the physical obstructing horizon. We went out and tested it, and we found that like that horizon is just not at that location that they tell us. In fact, there is no physical obstruction. It's just an apparent location. We from day to day, the horizon might be in a different location. They can't ever pinpoint that apparent physical obstruction. We've done long distance observations. We've done long distance laser tests. There's even been long distance radio wave communication.
Okay, so along with all of our like testing the actual claims of the globe, they come short of not being true because they're not by far, by orders of magnitude. So if you don't have a globe Earth, you don't have Venus the same or relatively the same size as Earth. You don't have your distance to the sun. You don't have your whole cosmology based off the Earth being a globe. So the vacuum of space, all of those things go to the wayside. That's why we're flat earthers. That's why we're here. We're the negative position to the positive claim of the globe because nobody experiences the globe because we experience a flat and stationary earth. Nobody's been able to provide evidence of the globe. And buddy, you definitely did not provide any whatsoever any evidence of the globe. You've been a clown all day, and we've had to listen to your stupid shit all day.
Damn, you're just gonna let her talk to you like that, NPC?
That's beautiful. All right. This isn't telling me anything about your position. You're telling me what. Can I speak? All right. Okay. All right. It's telling me why you believe flat Earth and why you don't believe certain things. Sure. But it still doesn't give me, let's say, an idea of the flat Earth, the dynamics, the physics, how it works, the data and information you have.
Shut up. There was no belief involved. Did I say belief? Did I say I believe in flat Earth? I didn't say that. So you're still not understanding our position at all.
Okay, so you're telling me that the globe Earth might be possible, therefore?
At this point, there's never been any proof of the globe Earth, but only
or proof
built off of the assumption of it. Shut up! There's only been things built off of the assumption of the globe Earth, and the globe Earth still falls short. So all of the assumptions, gone. Bye-bye. No way. Cosmology, infinite vacuum of space, gone. Bye-bye. None of that. It's all gone.
Gone, bye-bye. None of that. But why? What's your basing on that? So basically, you don't understand.
Have gas pressure next to
you don't understand their claims or evidence, and therefore it's fake.
It's the Earth is not a globe. I don't care about
and prove it. Prove it beyond reasonable doubt because the experiments you mentioned
by
that you
orders
make
of magnitude, we proved it. Shut up.
the experiments, the self-confirmation bias proof that you're mentioning does not serve as proof. See, the same way that you say that there's no evidence for the globe Earth, well, there's no evidence against it. Your measurements are just as flawed.
Sorry, fucking clown. I don't have the ability to
Yes,
shut
I love being the Joker.
you, but if I could, I would, because you're a clown. Shut up.
Anyways, like, why insulting clowns? Clowns are actually smart, by the way. In case you don't know. Okay, the globe is a positive claim. You have a negative claim, except that you still don't have a position like what we're talking about. I don't know your position because
just because I falsified your globe doesn't mean I have to replace every fucking story that you thought of in your head.
But I mean, if you're gonna try to convince me about a certain world model or world view, you should have some consistent data for your world view, but you don't. Whereas this,
when does
Go
somebody
ahead.
prove a negative position to a positive claim? So give me some example where somebody that's in a negative position has to prove the negative position to a positive claim. Give me one example.
I mean, you're making also a positive claim that the Earth is flat, right?
Negative.
Okay,
we're refuting the ball.
So the Earth is not flat.
That's a default that we all experience, actually. So
you're saying
If the surface of the Earth is not curving, what's it doing?
If you were on the moon, let's say, would you?
If the surface of the Earth is not curving, what is the surface of the Earth doing?
Dude, what is even the point of such a question?
The surface of the Earth is not curving. What is the surface doing? There's only two types of surfaces. There's only two types of surfaces, dude. There's flat surfaces and curved surfaces. Look around your entire room, your entire house. You're only going to find two types of surface: a flat surface or a curved surface. Period.
I mean, I can conceive how a curved surface.
If the surface of the Earth is not curving, what is the surface of the Earth doing?
But the Earth is curving, so.
Show me where the curve is then.
Of the Earth curving, please. Thank you. Direct measurements of drop over distance. Thank you.
Like I said, even if I post them, you're not going to accept them. And even I did post them and you didn't accept them and you don't consider it.
Direct measurements.
They're not measurements. They're not measurements according to what I want measurements to be, but they're measurements according to science.
Direct measurements of drop over distance. Go.
That doesn't
Down to moon.
That doesn't go anywhere, my friend. That doesn't go anywhere.
So you don't have any direct measurements of drop over distance?
I mean, even if I would begin talking about these direct measurements that you're begging me for.
Stop complaining and just throw it out there, dude. If we fucking dissect it, which we will, you're going to find out that there is no direct measurement of drop over distance. What's the definition of a horizon?
Oh, the definition of horizon? I mean, you can Google that yourself. It will be exactly what I
know what the definition is.
Good. The limitation to which your eyes can see. The limit of perception.
No, that's not the definition.
Oh, it actually is. It actually is.
No, go look it up. Go look it up.
I will, and I will post it because I looked it up earlier.
Yeah,
and
go look it up. That is not the definition. Go look it up.
That is not the definition. What word again?
Horizon, bro. Horizon.
Okay. Definition horizon. Okay. The limit of a person's mental perception, experience, or interest. Wow, I was right.
Mental perception.
Yeah.
So.
Basically the limits in what your eyes can see, because yes, your eyes it remains a mental perception. By the way,
mental
because your brain is processing what your eyes see, so it is.
The horizon is the apparent location of where the Earth meets the sky. That's what the horizon is.
A line at which the surface and sky appear to meet.
Appear to meet. Right, appear.
The sky and the Earth don't meet. This is an optical illusion where they appear to meet at the limit of our mental perception. Yeah.
All right. So the apparent location of where the Earth and the sky meet is not a physical obstruction. All right. It is an apparent location. It moves from day to day. for various reasons, it's not a physical location.
By the way, your horizon won't move away if you're just standing still, dude. Fuck are you saying? You standing still and you
You don't listen, do you?
What is wrong with you?
That depends.
You don't listen, do you?
Atmospheric conditions. That depends on what happens throughout that time.
Appear to meet doesn't mean meet, by the way. Appear
Excuse me.
to. Okay.
Excuse
So
me,
like
the
when
horizon
you
moves
say the
around.
sunset or the sunrise, the sun appears to rise and appears to set, but that's not the case.
Welcome to Flat Earth.
You understand the horizon will move around depending on the atmospheric conditions, right?
No.
No? So fog, for example, you'll still be able to see horizon 11 miles away.
Oh, but that's at the limit of your mental perception. The fog is
Mental
limiting.
perception?
Yes,
or is it the atmosphere? And what's in the atmosphere?
the fog is limiting your eyesight, is it? So your
No,
eyesight is
no,
now
no,
reduced, and since your eyesight is
not
now
mental
reduced, your
perception.
horizon is now reduced. What's wrong with
So-
that? It's not moving; it's just adjusting to your
Close your
position.
gob. Close your gob and listen, NPC. You're just spewing shit. It's getting
I'm
sickening,
not. I'm
dude.
literally debunking the wrong things you say.
You're not listening,
You
bro.
say something wrong. I'm giving you a counter argument, and you don't have a valid counter argument to my counter argument. You just tell me to shut up. And you
Close
don't
your
have nothing to say.
gob. Close your gob and stop spewing.
Close your
Listen.
gob and stop spewing because your counter arguments I can't refutate.
No, I just want you to understand. Do you know what a weather app is on your phone?
Weather app. I mean, I don't really use my phone that much.
You understand something called visibility. You understand that, right?
I mean, I don't really understand phones that much.
But you understand that they will give you a visibility value of the day depending on the atmospheric conditions of the day.
Whatever.
How far
Go
you can
on.
see.
Keep going.
Yeah, how far you can see. So the atmospheric conditions will change how far you can see. You said the horizon is a limitation to your perception. So the atmospheric conditions will give you a limitation to your perception.
Yeah, but that's not the horizon
move.
moving. That's not the horizon moving. That's your perception
will move.
having in sort that
will
you
move.
see a horizon being shorter because of fog.
No, on some days, listen very closely to what I'm about to say. On some days, you can see a horizon beyond oil rigs. Some days, you can see a horizon in front of oil rigs from the same location on the beach, depending on the atmospheric conditions of the day. The horizon will appear to move around because it's optical, right? Not physical.
I haven't ever seen an instance where my horizon was appearing to move around. No.
So you haven't made different observations on different days and noticed that some days you can see further?
Oh, I make a lot of observations on different days.
So some days you can
I
see
didn't see the
further, right?
horizon move around like that.
So
No.
some days you can see further, right?
Depends on plenty of factors, not one. So I'm not going to cherry pick one factor and say, "Oh, that was that."
Nobody's
So
talking
it
about
will
one
move.
factor.
So it will move depending on factors, right? You said factors depending on factors,
It's
yeah.
not moving. Your perception of it is different based on multiple factors.
It moves depending on your ability to perceive it through the atmospheric conditions.
First of all, the horizon is not physical, so it can't even move.
No shit, Sherlock. Thank you very much. That's our fucking point.
Jeez Louise.
It's not
Do you
physical, is it?
understand the law of non-contradiction, buddy?
I do, and I haven't
So
violated it at all.
two things that are contradictory
Contradicted himself.
cannot exist at the same time. So
Okay.
you're saying that the horizon is physical, and then you're saying that it's
I never said the horizon was physical. When did I ever say that?
You just did.
No, I just said that it's not physical.
Oh my god.
So it moves around with atmospheric conditions.
It doesn't move around. There's not like a physical thing. You perceive the horizon up to the depth.
If it doesn't move around, then it's physical.
Whatever factor that affects the depth of your perception is not moving the horizon.
And you live in a world where there's no fog, no mist,
Sorry.
no rain. Interesting. You live in a nice place.
The
Hey, what do you
limitation
shift
of
to?
your perception, how far you can see, will
Yeah, how
depend
far
on
you
the
can
atmospheric conditions
How
of
far
the
I
day.
can see can be obstructed by plenty of factors, which have nothing to do with horizons, and has
Okay.
nothing to do with horizons moving.
What's the limitation of your perception called?
It's usually about 3 miles, apparently.
No, not what the distance is. What's it called? What's the limitation of your perception called?
The horizon.
Awesome stuff. And will atmospheric conditions limit your ability to perceive things?
Perhaps, yes, it might limit your perception. Yes.
So, will the limitation of your perception change day after day, depending on those factors?
It won't move, but let's say change. I'll agree with the word change, but it's not moving.
Can you see further on some days than others?
Yes, that I'll agree with, but I mean the horizon's not moving per se. That's
apparently moving. Apparent.
Sure, I guess, but I mean that wasn't really mentioned. But anyways,
well, it's an apparent location, isn't it? Kind of obvious.
I can see further, or etc. Okay, this doesn't make the horizon physical. It's all based on my limitations, and yes,
no one is saying it's physical. Everyone's saying it's non-physical.
I just said it's non-physical. Exactly. Yeah, why did you? I don't know if when I say the word "non," is it like silent? Like, do you hear it when I say non?
No, I agree. I heard you the first time.
Non.
You said non-physical. We're all on the same page. So welcome to Flat Earth.
Not physical.
So the horizon doesn't move around. If I change altitude, would the horizon appear somewhere else?
The horizon would appear probably differently, yes, but it's not moving because it's not an object to move in the first place.
I know, but the limitation on my perception.
Yes, it will adjust. It's not going to move. It's going to adjust. There's a difference.
He's agreeing with
us. Use correct terminology, please.
He's a flat earther.
NPC. So when a ship goes away from you out on the ocean, right? You're staring off in the distance, and the ship goes away. What is it going past?
What?
When the ship goes away, what's it going past?
When a what goes away, what's it going past?
A boat. Yeah, when a boat leaves your vision, what's the boat going beyond?
Go past the limitation of your sight. It's like, yes, it's been told in the past that the curvature of the Earth is blocking the boat. It's been told in the past that this is what occurs, and it was wrong because with 3 miles you don't have enough curvature to hide a boat. With 3 miles, you're out of the horizon zone, so yes, you don't see the boat anymore, but you can zoom in on it with a telescope. But if the boat were 12,000 miles away, you wouldn't have any way to see it, not even with a telescope.
This is ridiculous. He just spews.
What about 10 miles?
10 miles, I mean, according to the mathematics, 10 miles, you should be obstructed at one point.
Awesome.
So for a 6-foot observer...
Maybe not completely obstructed, but you should probably have something that, let's say, covers the bottom of the boat or something.
Okay, so let's say for a 6-foot observer, observing something at 10 miles away, how much should... be hidden after.
I mean, how is he observing something at 10 miles away? Is he using a telescope?
Yeah.
Okay, he's using a telescope, then he can see at 10 miles away. All right.
Okay, so no Earth curvature then.
He would still see the boat, but he wouldn't see the bottom of the boat.
He would still see the boat, but he wouldn't see the bottom of the boat after 10 miles. Where would the horizon be for an observer at 6 foot?
The horizon from the eyesight, it would be at 3 miles.
3 miles away. So the horizon is not going to change if it's physical at 3 miles away. And beyond that, if the boat is, say, 66
But, I mean,
foot.
Look, your eyes are limited to 3 miles. But a telescope is not limited to 3 miles. It has a deeper horizon than your eyes, and that's why you can see past these 3-mile horizons with a telescope.
Excuse me. Do you remember earlier when we were talking about visibility? The atmospheric conditions allowing you to see further.
Well, if I look at the image that was just posted by Sheepdog here, the platform that's at 9.41 miles compared to the platform that's 6.21 miles, why does the 9.1 miles one appear to be much lower than the platform Hill House? Like I can look at the point where the platform stops having its like supports that are under it. Like I can see Look, I can see the supports on platform Hill House here, very apparent as supports here, and I can see a little bend there that is actually hiding some of the support on the other side. So the one that is further.
Where's the horizon at, NPC? Where's the horizon at?
These two things, they should be at the same level, right? And if they are at the same level, then yes, I am being hidden.
Where's the horizon at? Where's the horizon at?
From the perspective I see here, the horizon is even behind the
A, B, C, or D? Is it A, B, C, or D?
I mean, A, B, C, or D. What's the
Where's the horizon at in the picture? Is it behind the oil rigs? Is it in front of one of the oil rigs, or in front of both of the oil rigs?
I can see how one would probably think A would be a horizon, but I can see that it's not. But yes,
How?
B would be pretty much the actual horizon here.
What?
Yep. B. I'm gonna go with B for the actual horizon.
What the fuck?
Well, if that's the case,
That's
it's
what
still
the
at
sky meets the
9.41
water?
miles.
Yes, and the one that's
I
9.41
don't think
miles
you got
there,
the
you can
Sky
see
meets
that,
the
like,
water?
the bottom of it is hidden, at least halfway through.
Sky meets the water at
The distance between the water and the platform is twice as small as on the Platform Hill house. I can
Do you
clearly
realize
see that. Yes, the
observer
curvature
height
where
is
the
1
sky
foot?
meets and the water is B? Are you crazy?
The horizon
Are
is
you
B, yeah.
seeing with your eyes? The air, the sky, and the water meet at B.
Mm-hmm.
Is that what you think?
Yep.
It's 1 foot observer height, bro.
I can clearly see it. Yep.
You,
If you think that one shade,
sky.
that one shade, which is part of the sky, by the way, A, it's not the horizon because it's just a
I
shade.
think
in
it's
the
just a horizontal cloud in the sky, and that
It's not a
the
cloud,
horizon
it's just a color shade.
it's just a color shade. So you're
Yeah,
just
you
gonna
know,
call
it's
it some
the
random
same.
artifact?
You see how like the sky has multiple shades of the same color
Even-
in it. The sky.
Even if the horizon is
All right.
you're
So
still seeing
what you're
too
pointing
far.
at
But
A
make sure
is one of
that
those
sky
shades.
at 6.21.
That's it. So yes, I'm going
Even
with
if
B.
you choose B,
I'm sorry if you don't
even
like
if you
my
choose
answer. I'm sorry if you don't like my answer, and I'm sorry if you don't like my explanation
it just
on why
ruins
A
your
is not the
credibility.
horizon, because A is pointing to simply another hue of the sky because it's on multiple hues that you can obviously see. So I can actually see the difference on how that A part is actually part of the sky, but the B part is not part of the sky. So B is actually meeting the
Okay,
A line.
regardless,
That is the horizon between B and A, right there. I see
fine.
it very
Fine,
clearly.
B is horizon. Okay, B is horizon. I agree with you. Why are we still seeing something at 6.21 miles that should be
6.21 miles is not long enough for it to hide this whole entire object. It's probably hiding a portion of the bottom section.
Where
I don't
should
know,
the horizon
but I
be?
can clearly tell that the one at 9 miles is
Hey,
hidden.
NPC, do you see that little object in the middle of the picture? That little tiny object? That's like a little floaty object that seals lay on top of.
I'm just gonna try something.
Why do you see that? Why do we see that?
Is this
at 1.22 miles? It should be covered. You shouldn't be seeing anything at 6.21 miles at that bottom of the
two
oil rig.
images I just
1.22
posted there? Are
miles
they
is
the same
hitting
height?
the curvature.
Hey, the two images, are they the same height?
Do you understand what perspective is?
Oh yes, I do understand, and I do understand that like this one appears to be less high at 9 miles because yes, its bottom is starting to be obstructed by the curvature.
Or maybe it's because it's further
the curvature
away.
of the Earth isn't pronounced enough to cover the whole object, but it's covering its bottom very clearly. Whereas the one at 6,000 miles, you can see more of its bottom than the one at 9,000 miles, meaning that the curvature is actually affecting this. So this is actually proof of the globe.
It's so annoying.
This is literally proof of the globe. This proves it. The curvature hides more of the oil rig at 9 miles than at 6 miles. This is a valid proof.
That is dense,
How much
dude.
should it cover? How much should it cover? How much should it cover?
I mean, I don't know the exact distance being covered, but I can clearly see
know.
I can clearly see with my eyes that one is smaller than the other right there.
We know.
I can clearly see that this and this is not the same height, even though these oil rigs are at the same height.
Sorry, what should be covering it?
The curvature
What?
is covering the bottom.
Okay, so where should that begin then for the 1 foot observer? Where's that beginning?
Okay, look.
Where's that begin then?
I'm going to make more lines.
1.22
miles. I really want to know where this begins now. You're claiming physical obstruction that should be hiding those oil rigs. Where should that begin then for this 1 foot observer? Being as we know that altitude change where the physical horizon should be to cause physical obstruction because you've now fucking claimed it. Where should the physical horizon be for the 1 foot observer?
I'm actually showing, but I'm actually doing a visual again. So
Where should the horizon start
He doesn't know.
for the 1 foot observer? It's in the fucking diagram. Well, if it isn't, it's in the one that I posted.
okay,
We've
look,
given you the equation.
from,
So
from your
where should
own
the
images,
horizon be?
I drew red lines from where the oil rig, like
No, what
to
distance?
the bottom of the oil rig, what we should
The
see
answer.
I
when
want to
it's
know the
being hidden.
distance.
So you can see on
I
the
want to
right
know the
side,
distance.
there is like this
I want to know
portion
the
there that
distance.
is hidden, and then
I want to
on
know
the
the
left
distance
side,
for
the
the
He's
1 foot
portion is
imagining
observer.
hidden
covered,
oil
but
rig.
both are going at the same level. I'm actually
I want
using
to
the
know
same
the
reference,
distance
the
for
green
the 1
reference
foot
point here.
observer.
I'm using that to
I
level
want to
these
know
two
the
things
distance for the
together,
1 foot
and
observer.
they're clearly offset and being
I
offset
want to know
due
the
to curvature.
distance from the 1 foot observer. That's all I want to know now. What's the distance for or from the
I mean,
1
I don't
foot
know what the
observer?
distances mean are in there. I didn't do the
It
calculations.
should
I'm
be.
not
I'll tell
going
you
to use
what,
a
I'll give you
calculator
the
for it
equation.
either
I'll
because
give you
that's
the
not
equation.
relevant to the
I'll
argument
give
I'm
you, it
presenting.
is, you're claiming physical obstruction. So I want to know where that begins then. For the 1 foot observer, the curvature of the Earth should interview the observer's ability to see the things over the distance of that curved surface. This curved surface, the apex of that curve, should appear from a distance tangent line from the observer's height.
That's exactly what it's doing.
Good. So the horizon distance should be calculable.
The horizon distance is covering more of the oil rig that is 9 miles
Where's
away
that?
and less of the oil rig that is 6 miles away. What more do you need?
So I'm asking you what I fucking need. If you would calm down for 2 seconds to listen, because I'm repeating myself. Because you keep talking for everything that I fucking say.
Well,
For
I mean,
this
what
1
you're
foot
asking me has
observer,
nothing to do with the fact that these two
trying to
oil
do it
rigs, which
again.
are at the same level,
Trying
okay,
to do it again.
one is more covered than
Why
the
are
other.
you
Explain why
doing
one
it
is
again?
more covered than the other, please.
Why are you stopping me from doing it again? Don't understand. If the truth is on your side, then you should be able to answer this question succinctly and without any issues. You have to understand what the question is first.
I mean, if the question is sound, sure. I mean, someone can ask me any absurd question. Doesn't mean it's sound.
I'll give you the full question then. On a radius, a sphere of a known radius of 3,959 miles, if the observer is 1 foot above that curved surface, where would the physical geometric horizon begin to cause obstruction for things at
So
distance?
slow down here. First of all, you have on a sphere of a radius of 3,000 miles. Okay, yeah,
3,959 miles.
3959.
Okay, yeah, okay.
Okay.
That's the radius, yes, the
if
radius.
the observer is 1 foot above the surface of that curved surface, where would the physical geometric horizon begin
I
to
don't
start
know the
causing
maths.
physical?
I could do them, but I'm too lazy.
I'm about to give it to you. Shut the fuck up. Using the equation 1.2 times the square root of the observer's height in feet. So if the observer is 1 foot above the surface of the curve, where would the physical geometric horizon be using the equation I've given you? 1.2 times the square root of the observer's height in feet. If the
Don't put it
observer's
in
height is
inches.
1 foot, 1. Quite simple math. I'll give
I
it to
don't
you
think he'll
again.
be able to repeat it.
That's alright, I'll give it to him again.
Don't see how that's assessing what I posted about
No
the
problem.
Olympics, one being more covered than the other. Pi, what would be the curvature? And I'm
We'll get
thinking
there.
that your
We'll
math
get
are
there.
kind
You
of
need to
off.
understand the fundamentals first. You need to understand the basics first of how to work with the
I
sphere,
mean, the
and
basics.
then we can
I
talk
need to
about that.
understand the
First, you need to
basics. I
understand.
mean, I'm not the one that doesn't know how to convert meters into centimeters.
You're the one that doesn't know where
about
the horizon
millimeters?
starts
I'm
with the curve.
not the one who doesn't know that a mile is 1609 meters.
No one cares about that. We're interested in what we put into the calculator. Aren't we? That's what we're interested in. So using the equation 1.225 times multiplied the square root of the observer's height in feet. If the observer's height is 1 foot, what will be the distance to the geometric horizon to cause physical obstruction of things beyond that limitation? The oil rigs, for example. I've given you the equation. Use the equation to solve.
Yeah, like I said, you gave me an equation, sure, and your equation might be correct or whatever. I don't know, but I'm
So
not pulling a calculator and mentally doing it. No, I'm sorry, I'm not into the math.
what's the square root of 1? What's the square root of 1?
Asking me points of questions is not going to bring us
What's the
anywhere.
square root of 1?
Asking me that's not going to bring us anywhere.
Well, it is because it's in the equation. I'm actually trying to help you now. So 1.225 times the square root of the observer's height in feet. If the observer's height is 1 foot, what's the square root of 1?
He doesn't know.
I guarantee he's thinking about the square root of 12 right now.
Yeah, because you've got to convert it down into centimeters. No, I want the square root of 1.
Square root of 1, bro.
Dude, it's simple. Square root of 1 is.
Where's the square root of 1? Just curious. Asking for a friend.
1.
Awesome.
1 times
So
1 is 1, so the square root of 1 is 1.
Okay, so 1
So
times...
what were you trying to go with that?
So 1 times 1.225 is?
1.225.
Awesome. So for the observer at 1 foot above the surface of the Earth...
Except that you're committing the same fallacy that I was trying to mention to you earlier. You're trying to calculate distances as quantities.
No. Trying to point out that for the observer, using your calculation, you know, the things that you put into the calculator when trying to solve this fucking question, right? That's all I'm interested in, solving the equation. So using the equation 1.225 times the square root of the observer's height in feet. If the observer in feet is 1 foot above the surface of the Earth, the square root of that 1 feet is 1.
You can twist it and cherry pick whatever factor you want, okay?
This is not twisting. Just listen.
This image there actually disproves your position. You're not making a case.
No, you are coping right now.
1.2 miles away.
You're not even letting him finish.
Not no special pleading here.
So 1 times 1.225 is 1.225, yes? That's all we're putting into the calculator. Not converting to anything else. That's why it's already stated within the equation. Feet. Observer's height in feet.
Look, this is not assessing the point that I made.
So in feet then, 1.
So what does this have to do with how how the one that's 9 miles away is more hidden than the one that's 6 miles away? See, that's the thing. What you're telling me here, what you're saying here, all along has been derailed from the original argument that I made because you didn't want to
We
assess it.
shouldn't even see it. We shouldn't even see it at 6 miles.
We're talking about the obstruction where that would be, using the equation to figure out where that obstruction would be. Using that equation, the geometric horizon to cause obstruction should be at 1.225 miles from the observer at 1 foot above that curved surface. In the observation, the horizon is beyond that mathematical formula at a safe estimation of 10 miles beyond the oil rigs. So not in front of the oil rigs to cause obstruction. Because if it was, it'd be at 1.225 miles.
He thinks B is the horizon. He doesn't believe that A is the
he's an
horizon.
idiot.
But even if it's B, we're still seeing too far. The horizon should be much shorter distance than where B is, and that's what he's not conceding to.
Either way, the horizon should be at 1.2 miles.
Exactly. So you want to argue about from between 6 miles and 9 miles that something is covered? Bro, you shouldn't even be seeing those fucking bases on that rig at 6 miles. You shouldn't be seeing some little fucking buoy at 6 miles when the horizon starts to curve at 1.22 miles.
To assess this, I'm not an expert on the field that I'm going to mention here, but if I recall correctly and use memory, yes, memory.
Can you go back and just address
correctly on
this?
this? I am addressing it. Let me address it. Let me address it. Let me address it. You asked me to address it. Let me address it. I'll address it the way I address it. So let me address it. There you go. All right. So back on track, please. Where was I?
Be fucking direct.
Where was I? Oh yeah, I'm not an expert
at 1.22 miles.
Okay. Oh, can
That's
I?
You're getting
okay. So I can't. Okay. All right. I can speak now. Okay. Good. So where was I again? I have to remember because you cut me off again.
1.22 miles.
Okay, yes, I remember now. I was. I'm not necessarily an expert on the subject I'm going to bring up. That assesses your thing, so you're going to have to let me finish before you understand that. Yes, it assesses what you. Stop cherry picking my first sentence. Let me get to it. Sorry, I wouldn't mention that if it wouldn't be so recurring.
Get to it, dude.
All right. If I recall correctly, on arguments like this that it's made with boats and oil rigs and mountains and lighthouses, if I recall correctly, and use memory on this one, the distance and the curvature here is not on the only factor, and I've been arguing with it as the only factor. So on that, okay, maybe if we consider the other factors that could make this on a sphere, such as the light and atmosphere. I mean, I'm not an expert on lighting. I'm not an expert on the atmosphere itself either. I'm not an expert on the magnetosphere, but these things that have good significant impacts and effects on our perception and radius, and even like how you could see a mirage or something. I'm not calling these a mirage. They're not a mirage.
Can you get to the point?
But I mean, the effects that cause a mirage, though. I mean, can cause.
Let me help you.
Further than you should.
You're trying to say refraction. You're trying to say refraction. Just spit it out.
No, actually, I'm not trying to say refraction because I wouldn't say that refraction is the only factor pertaining to light here. But sure, I guess we can add refraction as a factor here, but it wouldn't be the only one to assess because there's a variety of factors which could cause effects that are distortive to our eyesight and even the sight of whatever you're using.
Called refraction.
And therefore,
it's called refraction.
Okay, and whatever. So, as far as I can tell, there are these other factors to consider, which both of us have been omitting.
So, when you look at refraction, that follows something called Snell's law. That's when light travels in a straight line, by the way, not around the curve. It travels from one medium that has a different thickness than another medium. So from a lighter density to a higher density medium,
such as from an empty vacuum into a gas cloud, such as the atmosphere.
This is, for example, if light goes into the water, it changes the angle once it hits the water in the water.
Correct.
That's called Snell's law. So to claim that the light, because of the atmospheric conditions and the way the light is moving through it, allows us to see further than 1.22 miles would need to follow Snell's law. Now it's moving from one density to other, to a higher density. Now if you're seeing around the curvature, that means the density would have to continue getting more and more dense as the light is moving to continue that same bent refraction around the curve. So the atmospheric density does not change that much to allow you to refract around 10 miles of curvature.
According to who? Because I mean, the atmosphere remains kind of thick, if you get what I mean.
According to Snell's law, because the atmospheric density has to change.
So, again, we're just using one factor here, right?
Yes.
No, we're using many factors that change the refraction of the light.
Like I said, you can make anything work individually, but when you come to combine them together, they no longer work together. A unified theory makes more sense than a theory that only works with individual things.
You're not addressing what we're actually saying.
I am trying to address
jumbo red herrings, non sequiturs.
Oh wow.
We're talking about how we can see further than we're supposed to when
And plus,
obstruction should be
I
occurring at
was using a
1.22.
light.
You
Like
talked about
you're
atmospheric
focusing on
conditions
refraction. I was
allowing
using
light to be perceived
refractors for a
differently,
reason
which
too.
is refraction. Refraction is based off of Snell's law. Snell's law cannot be used with the atmosphere unless it's consistently getting more and more dense as it's moving towards you, and it's not because it's not that much of a relative difference in the atmospheric
Actually,
conditions.
the layer of atmosphere that we are here, where we can breathe, is much denser than the layer of atmosphere up in the mesosphere. Yes. There's a
Yes, but when
significant
we're looking at an
distance
oil
there.
rig
So yes,
bouncing
as it continues down,
high
there's
at 1
displacement.
meter, we're not talking about the mesosphere. We're talking about 1 foot above the sea level. We're talking about the atmosphere that's 1 foot above the ground.
Oh yeah, but the light that we're talking about that's refracting is going through the mesosphere, which is less thick than the.
Oh, so the light bounces up into the mesosphere and then bounces back down into our eye? That's what you're saying?
Either way, one thing that you're right
No,
about.
it's not either way. Is that what you're saying or not?
Hey, one thing that you did say that is actually completely correct. Everything that we see comes from the light bouncing into our eye from it. Yes, everything that we see actually does come from the light, the photon, literally going into our eye. So yes,
in a straight line.
everything that you see is the photons hitting your eyes somehow. So even if it's by a mirror or a satellite or any other thing, light
I'm glad we can agree on that. Now, that light that's bouncing off the oil rig at 1 foot observer's height or 1 foot off the ground or 1 foot from sea level is not going to the mesosphere. It's going straight into your eye through the atmosphere. The atmosphere is not changing in density enough
He's muted. There was a new person. There was a new person in here. I don't know where they went. June Amore. Are they still here? Doesn't look like it.
Yeah, I don't know where he went.
All right. Y'all want me to unmute this guy, or is there anybody else in here that's new that we haven't talked to yet?
Okay.
There it is. Hey, June Amore.
Yeah. Hi.
You look like you're unmuted, so you just gotta talk on your end. June Amore. You know how to use your microphone? June Amore. Anybody know It's Lonnie? I haven't met It's Lonnie yet.
I mean, for the time being, unmute NPC.
No, I'm just saying It's Lonnie is another name on here. Just trying to greet everybody that's new.
What a dumb fucking thing. What a
What's up,
dumb fucking thing, eh?
What's dumb?
Shit. Could you hear me the whole time? Who am I talking to?
No, we just started. As soon as you said it was a dumb fucking thing, that was the first thing we heard.
This thing is like Chinese, man. I'm telling you. What a stupid fucking thing.
All right. So, what brings you to the server, June?
Oh man, I'm trying to talk to Witsit.
Okay.
How do I? He's doing a show right now. I mean, like, this is the most incredibly difficult thing this is the most difficult thing I've ever done.
Well, I guess you're in the wrong server then, because he's in a different server.
Do you know which server? Like, what
probably Ether Cosmology
thing? Huh?
Ether Cosmology.
Ether Cosmology?
Mm-hmm.
Right now?
That's where he was earlier today. I don't know if he's still there.
I mean, like, he's doing a show, right? He's live on YouTube.
Oh, if he is, then he's probably in Ether Cosmology right now.
Yeah, you think so?
Yeah.
I don't
So-
even know if I mean, I don't know if I'll be able to re-talk to you because I have no clue how I got here. And this is like I said, this is like Chinese. So this is a Chinese thing that I'm trying to, and I speak English, so we'll
This
see
is
how I
no
can
different
navigate
than the
with this.
Yahoo chat rooms back in the day. Do you ever remember
No, this is just some
Yahoo
stupid
chat
ass shit.
rooms or the Microsoft chat room?
Okay, so you said
It's the
ether
same
what?
thing. Ether cosmology.
Okay, thanks, bro. I'll maybe
And
I'll
you can
talk
go
to you
watch
again.
him on YouTube. You're the one that said he was on YouTube. You could watch him there.
And you
Yeah,
should
I'm
have a
trying to
link
talk
to
to him, though.
Ether cosmology from YouTube.
Like I can't like. So if I yell at my screen while I'm watching him on YouTube, that doesn't mean Witsit's gonna hear me, right?
Well, you can always type it in the chat.
Yeah, I know, but dude, the chat is like, they're not reading chat.
So do a super chat then.
Yeah, I mean, I could try. Hey, hopefully I'll talk to you again, but like I said, I'm dealing with a Chinese app here, so see
All
how it
right,
goes.
man.
Hey,
Wait,
All
Ether
right, take care.
Cosmology, thanks, guys.
he's in the Earth Awakenings Discord. That's where
He's in what?
Earth Awakenings.
Earth Awakenings.
You can
No,
find
he
the
should be
link
over in Ether cosmology. Is he in Earth Awakenings right now?
of his live stream. You can find it there.
This is crazy. Earth
Oh,
Awakenings.
he
Okay,
is in
thanks,
Earth
guys.
Awakenings. My bad. Earth Awakenings. My bad.
Earth Awakenings. That's crazy.
Yeah, dude.
Well, we'll see if I can find that. Where the heck is that?
Look, you're this is Indio. You're on you're in the live stream, right? Yeah, which is
Like, yeah, I'm
in
on
the,
my phone, so I can't do both at the same time.
yeah, in the description box is a link to the Discord that he's on.
There's no way I looked.
Yeah, well, I clicked the link, so yeah, it's there.
Yeah, there is that. Also, just came from there.
Listen, I'll post it in the lobby, the text chat that you were just in. I'll post the link
I
there.
mean, I clicked the one that you sent, right?
Yeah.
And like, dude, and it brought me to this, but
No. In the description of the video that Witsit is talking on.
yeah, I'm
there's a
looking right
link.
now.
Yeah, there's
It
a link.
says get your tickets, get your blends, all of which its links.
It's the very
Rockfin
first
Rumble.
thing. It says join us on Discord or something.
Oh, there it is, bro. Every time I looked at this, I literally just glanced right past that. That's crazy.
Okay. I just wanted to let you know, man, because you're searching hard. I mean, good luck over
I'm
there.
looking real hard for this shit, dude. And I clicked it, and I still don't know if I'm in it. But hey, I'm gonna try and close this, and then I'm gonna click that link. Okay, thanks, guys.
All right. Peace out.
All right,
Cheers.
June. Is there anybody else new in here before I unmute NPC? Or do we even want to unmute NPC at this point?
Did someone record this? I hope.
Oh, it's recording right now. They put the bot back in. It's probably been recording for like the last 5 hours.
Someone said.
And I got the first 2 hours from like 12:30 or 1 o'clock in the afternoon to like 3 o'clock in the afternoon. Fantastic, dude.
Oh yeah, you got to give that to me.
I dropped it in the back room, but I'll send it again. I'll DM it to you.
No,
It's
no,
fucking
just get
hilarious.
it out of the back room. It's probably.
I'll just drop it again.
There'll be enough there for years worth of little memes and stuff. Oh wow.
He's another. Let me guess. Instant globe expert.
Bro, he's bounced from subject to subject. He can't even finish one subject without going to another one.
He can barely finish a sentence, let alone a subject.
I'll unmute him. Am I that bored?
Can you be handy on the Switch though? We'll need it.
Yeah.
Why? Was he emotional or whatever? Spiraling?
Yeah. He's so bad that his lungs are hurting. That's why.
Yo,
his
Cheap
chest
Dog.
hurts. His lungs hurt.
Is it me or has the Glober culture on Twitter changed? Like the crap they do. It's just like really weird, dude. They seem to be acting like this weird amoeba.
So, like, you know how we have a group chat? I'm pretty sure they have like a really large group chat, or they have several group chats, and they have this little echo chamber going.
Well, no, it's like the posts that they post, right? So there's a lot of like, it's hard to describe. It's like the same type of post. So
It's all about time wasting.
I'll give you an example. The post will have something like some absurd shit a flat earther supposedly said. They'll post it and then say they'll post like a 1-sentence comment. This is how dumb flat earthers are, and then there'll be that post that some flat earther did, right?
Right.
But I've never seen this like Glober's post like this before, but now it's like all the time. I'm seeing it like every day, like 2 or 3 times a day, because the shit kind of like triggers me, man. Like dude, like first of all, that dude's probably not even a flat earther in the first place.
Do you mean their hive mind? Did they coagulate into
man.
a hive mind?
It's a different accounts doing it, so it isn't like one account. I mean, it could be a bunch of, one person running a bunch of accounts.
If you look at it though, Indio, there's like 150 of them all follow each other. Like there's certain accounts like they only follow each other. And you look at them, and like when you click on each of the profiles, they're all following each other. Like every single one of them. It'll be anywhere from 150 to like 300.
Yeah, it's just weird because Twitter wasn't like this before. I thought like maybe the algorithm changed or whatever Musk is doing to Twitter, because it's all like I get different types of like stuff than I used to. I think I was shadow banned before. I don't think I am now. Almost 100% I was shadow banned.
I mean, it could be like there are some things that are starting to unlock, but there's like I don't know, man. Like there's an algorithm, like when you click on your feed, right? You'll have like people you follow, and then it'll say also like just for you, right? And when you're looking at just for you, like there's like depending on what you talk about, it'll feed you people with an alternative conversation to what you're saying, just to create conversation. Like literally, it's like programming for some people. Like for me, I can read something and dismiss it and keep right on scrolling down. I don't even have to acknowledge that shit. Other people, like they can't help themselves. They have to fucking respond to it, and it's hilarious.
Yeah, some of that
The
bot
algorithm
AI
definitely changed.
Dude, the algorithm. Dude, check this out. So, this is funny, but this is about the YouTube algorithm. So, since the little Israeli thing went on, I've been looking at like some history of the region. Let's put it that way. So now so check this out, dude. This is how stupid the algorithm is, right? My ad started being for like Muslim prayer rugs. Like, what the fuck, dude? Dude, like donate to the Red Crescent. Like, motherfucker ain't Muslim.
Well, you gotta be.
Yeah, well, obviously, like if you watch stuff from the Middle East, you gotta be a Muslim, so you just feed this guy Muslim stuff.
It's hilarious.
But it didn't happen at first. I think I hit the algorithm limit. Like, I don't know what it is. Like, watch 20 videos about the Middle East. You hit the limit. You start feeding them. You must be a Muslim stuff.
It probably isn't even that. It's probably like 8 or 9. Because like I think I watched like 5 or 6 jujitsu videos, and now all of a sudden I'm getting nothing but jujitsu videos in my feed.
Oh man, yeah, that happens all the time. Like, I gotta be careful, like what I watch. Like I'll be getting that. Yes, I've run into that person, Clipcord, 100%. Yeah, Jesus. But they're just, it seems like the Globers are getting like dumber, dude, like on Twitter. Like they were already pretty dumb, but like some of the ones that are popping their heads up, they're just like, they're just weak, man.
They're catching low hanging fruit is what they're doing. They're trying to confuse the people who don't understand how things work. People who are still insecure.
Yeah, did you see that Simon? Like, I've been getting like Simon Dan in my feed, dude. Like, I'm not subbed to that guy, but I just keep getting him. Like, that's part of the algorithm. And I'm getting Fight the Flat
Right.
Earth and Simon Dan. And Simon Dan
Mhm.
posts the dumbest shit, dude. He
Yeah.
posted. Did you see the one he posted the other day? My private
No.
friend sent me this photo. It's the shadow of the Earth, right? From the airplane, right? You can see like a line of clouds, right, that are darker than the rest of the clouds. It's just the shadow of the Earth. But you can clearly see they aren't, like, the clouds are higher than the clouds that are below him, right? Because it's an airplane, right? So he's above some clouds. But when there's a storm front, those clouds can climb to something like 120,000 feet, way higher than an airplane. And that's what it is. You
Right.
can see it's a storm front, dude. I've seen them before. I remember, like, when I was in my 20s, man, I literally saw like a line of a storm. Like, literally, it was like somebody drew a line in the sky of clouds, dude.
Yeah, it's like a
It was
squall.
crazy, man. Like, you could see, like, on one side of this line was like, you know, not completely clear sky, but like on the other side was just black, you know, heavy clouds. So, but he said that the storm front was Earth's shadow. Like, dude, it's just so dumb. And I don't want to interact with the guy because I know he's just saying dumb shit to get engagement, right?
Oh yeah, for sure. Well, and I have to also believe that some of these people are like paying for the engagement, right? So like you could pay like $100 or something like that, and it'll like Twitter will reach out to an extra 140,000 people or something like that. It'll show up in more people's timelines a little more frequently and everything. Literally,
Yeah.
like I mean,
know.
what's $100 for somebody who makes a few thousand in a month, right?
Well, also, if you pay for the X premium version, that'll do it too. That's like $16 a month or something. I was actually thinking about paying for it for at least a month to see what happens. Because you can upload videos, you can download videos, you can do a bunch of other shit. I just wanted to check it out, see what the features were.
No, yeah, like if you do it on mobile, you can upload 10-minute videos, but if you upload it from like an internet browser, you can actually upload like an hour and a half, 2 hour long videos, and it's pretty awesome. And people post movies and stuff online.
Yeah,
but
but I'm just saying, man, that's the problem with like the famous, let's call them famous, even though they're infamous, the famous Globers, right? The ones that are like well known in this topic.
Right.
I don't want to interact with them because I know they're just doing it to make money. I don't want.
Oh yeah.
I just feel like this. But on the other hand, it's like I'm caught. Like, dude says something. What he said is dumb. I want to just smash on him, right, and just like take down their hero. But on the other hand, I'm probably not going to change anybody's mind. I'm just going to make this dude a shitload of money. So, like,
Yeah, I was about to say, I was like, if anybody could stop them from making money, it would be you. If you're working towards like doing that on that platform, but I don't know. I'm not
but it's
on
like,
there.
how bad? Like, it's one of these things, right? I can go in there, show them they're wrong, like and prove it conclusively that whatever they did, whatever particular post I decide to say something that they're wrong, and even with their own globe paradigm. But the Globers just whistle past the graveyard, and they're just looking for heroes, man. Like something. I don't know. Like, it's not like hey, that flat earther's right, Simon Dan's wrong. You know, they're just gonna post memes and just say dumb shit because the people on Twitter are like, if they were in this Discord, they'd be in the Helio Cult convention, dude, because they're crazy. That's Sheepdog. They're zealots, man.
Oh yeah, for sure. We got a new guy in here, Arklin, or new girl, new guy. I don't know. I'm gonna go ahead and unmute him real quick. Hey, what's up, Arklin? You should be able to unmute yourself. We do have rules of the server. We hope that you abide by them. I don't think that's. Hey, Arklin, just so you know, we have rules to the server. If you haven't read them yet, we encourage you to go up and read them, learn the rules. I guess you don't want to listen.
Just ran.
Yeah, that's twice. That's all right.
Probably just wants to come in here and scream, and it ain't working out for him.
Right. But yeah, no, like I don't even care. I don't even care about the monetization of on Twitter. I care about like using the algorithm in my favor though, so that way, I'm not censored in any way, because like there are certain things that will censor you. If you say certain terms, you won't even know it, but it will literally like censor you. And if you continuously argue with somebody who like if you're scrolling down your messages and it says show me more, those people are censored. If you're responding to them, it will like demote you in the algorithm. It's really fucking weird. It's all geared towards social engineering.
Yeah, well, obviously I don't trust Elon Musk, so.
Even though
Yeah,
he
me
did say
neither.
that we live under a dome.
I mean, the way he represented every type of information and what he's doing, it's hypocritical in every way. So why bother?
Look, when I see Vivek Ramaswamy, Andrew Tate, fucking Alex Jones, and Elon Musk in a Twitter fucking spaces, what the fuck? I don't trust that shit. Like, no fucking way. That is legit.
Exactly.
You crayon munchers finally shut NPC up. It took about 18 hours.
I gotta review the audio.
Almost, yeah.
I can't believe he's still here. I got on at like 6 or 7 o'clock this morning. It's now,
Been taking a
4:30 in the
beating.
afternoon. He's still sitting here muted.
I just muted him like probably 10 minutes ago.
Change that.
Yeah, we can change that.
I haven't heard him talk, so
Oh, you want me to unmute him? I'll unmute him.
Well,
no.
we should unmute him and leave him with Indio for 16 hours or so.
No, India wouldn't take him for 10 seconds.
I already saw what he posted. I saw some of the text he posted. Like, no, I don't need that. He said scientific verification is when a bunch of scientists come around and verify it.
Mm-hmm.
Bro, he gave us an article and he said it was from the University of Science.
Within the first 5 minutes, you'd have nothing left of that pretty white beard, Indio. It'd be ripped out.
No, you missed his classic. What's 1 mile times 1 kilometer? That's all
that
you
was a
need to know.
doozy.
Are you kidding me?
No.
It started.
You guys are picking on handicapped people. That's what you guys have been doing for the last.
I left. I put him on mute immediately about 5 hours ago and left for 3 hours, came back, and they were still talking to the dumb fuck.
It was epic.
So I said, okay, I'm fucking leaving. I'm going to come back in an hour. It's been over an hour, and he's muted. So it's about time, you glue sniffing fungus munchers.
Like the whole thing started so when I came in, he was talking about the Earth's circumference being 40,000 kilometers. I said, how do you know that? Well, because the sun is 93 million miles away. How do you know that? Because it takes 8 minutes for the sunlight to reach Earth. How do you know that? And then it just fucking spiraled into all of this.
I was acquitted of those charges. Thank you.
Shut the hell up. That's copyrighted.
I thought that you would like that.
All right, time to go. Have a good evening, ladies and gentlemen.
Yeah, you too, Kiwi.
Take care, Kiwi.
You
Later.
too.
Yeah,
Bye.
Good night, Kiwi.
On a happy note, guys, my son is 5 years old today.
Yeah, congratulations.
So
Happy
5
birthday.
years ago, I was in some serious labor.
Firstborn?
First and only, yeah.
Well, it hurt you a lot more than it hurt me.
Oh, you would love my husband because my husband was like, I don't feel anything. I don't know what she's talking about. Even while I was in labor, he was doing that shit.
Was
He's
he
like,
taking your meds?
no, he was just being a
I was going to
shithead.
say, he's doing better than me then because I stole that gas, yeah, and to the point where I was dribbling on myself and the nurses were going to kick me out. My wife wasn't worried about the pain. She was more angry at me.
No, he was more like, I don't know why she's complaining. I don't feel anything.
It's funny.
Yeah, I didn't think it was so funny when I was actually in labor, but you know, it is what it is. Or what does Helio say? It do what it do.
So, Arklan, whatever your name is there, you're unmuted. If you leave this channel, when you come back, you'll be muted again if you don't have the right role. So, speak up.
Know your role or shut your mouth. Parkland. You can unmute your microphone. All you gotta do is hit the microphone button. You can talk to us.
So, right before I came on here, I saw a thing where it said there was a time, I think it was in 1837, maybe, that they could see the northern lights from India and South America.
This is an article?
It was a video from a Glober, from that Antov Petrov guy, whatever his name is. He's crazy. Does all the like space and stuff. Anton Petrov. Called it was called let me see. Get the name of it. I guess there was a recently published paper about it. They were collected historical records from or at near the time.
So this thing is saying, though India is far too south for any northern lights visibility, a related phenomenon was seen in the mountains of Ladakh for the first time in recorded history a few years ago. India captures the rare aurora lights on camera for the first time.
Parts of New South Wales, Australia, got to see the Southern Lights a few weeks ago. Missed it. Yeah.
I posted a link to the paper. It happened in 1872 or whatever. So they have like people recorded seeing it, like in India, South America, Japan. So I'm wondering how that can happen if there's all that Earth curve in the way. Shouldn't there be like 1,000-mile bulge like in between them and then like the North Pole?
It's been a magnetic field shift or something.
Like we know. We'll just make something up. It was really strong, or like whatever. It was a super sunspot.
It's because the core stopped spinning.
I mean, this is kind of bad news because they're putting out CGIs of the sun with a big rift in it and like saying, "We're not prepared. All the banks will go out." Like, yeah, great. We're gonna have a bank like another pandemic, except for it's gonna be like all the electricity goes out and all that crap.
Wasn't there a solar flare that was supposed to do severe damage to Earth or whatever like a couple weeks ago?
Yeah. The northern lights I saw from that were red, which was kind of weird.
So the ones in India was red.
No, I saw some photos last week of like red northern lights. Yeah, there's a picture.
Well, did you take this picture or?
No, I didn't take it. It's from the media.
Beautiful.
It's CGI.
Here's another crazy one. Here, this one's crazy.
That's pretty legit. It must be further away because of the redshift.
And this, ladies and gentlemen, is how electromagnetism works in waves. It forms beautiful lines in waves.
Well, I'm looking up according to the globe lore. The aurora borealis happens up at 620 miles. Although most are between 80 and 120 kilometers. That's the altitude that they occur at.
I mean, you can beautifully see how the different gases are lined on top of each other, depending on how they are ionized.
Okay, so here we go. So from the altitude of 620 miles, the horizon is 2,300 miles away, right?
Yeah.
So the northern lights shouldn't be seen farther than 2,300 miles away.
Exactly, but they do.
Degrees is India, north.
It's like 20.
Yeah. Well, let's see that happen with Australia and New South Wales. A few weeks ago, they got to see the southern lights. But that's roughly
expand
about
that.
20 degrees south.
Radio showers a lot in the morning.
Right? Oh, cool.
They remind me of like what is it? A plasma discharge, but like sometimes the plasma, it's like a plasma old tubes, right? Old like I don't know what they were called, but there were tubes for the radio. You looked inside of like an old tube radio. When they get hot, right, when they're fired up, you could see like a plasma built up on the filaments, right? But it's attached to it. Isn't like a plasma, like like a plasma toy or whatever, or like a Tesla, like a Tesla coil. It's like just like right on it, and that's what they always looked like to me. I think those are like cold cathodes.
that what you're talking about, Indio?
Yeah.
What's up, Buzz? It's almost kind of like a lava effect, yeah? Or no?
So when I was younger, trying to find a picture of it. Ever seen a plasma disc? Fucking badass, dude.
Nope, I'm gonna look it up.
That. So I've actually.
Oh yeah.
Okay, so this is a small one. I moved these when I was like 19 years old. I worked for this company, and we would move like high-end shit, but it was shit that was worth millions of dollars. These things. This place in Boston used to make these. This is like a big glass double. It's like 3 layers of glass. So there's like a top layer, bottom layer, then there's like a donut layer, and then inside that are a bunch of glass beads. And when you fire it up, right, the plasma like finds a path in between the glass beads and makes all these weird patterns. It's pretty cool. He also made like long ass tubes too, which are fucking pretty badass. They were
Oh,
very
what about
expensive.
neon lights?
It's like back in 90 something, 92 or whatever. They cut 92. 96.
I find this picture pretty funny. Give me a second.
It's still pretty cool. I have seen those before.
He used to make. I mean, this is a small one. I don't know if this is a knockoff of what this guy made giant ones that were like 8 feet. He made them for like museums and places like that. Like one of the disc ones cost like $120,000, and then he had like ones that were kind of like a cylinder. The glass was super thick too. I think that was like $80,000. I remember right. This is like 1996, $97. So yeah, that's a lot of money back then.
Arklin, you're still not going to say anything?
Hawkins lobby, kind of.
He's literally in the lobby and he's not saying hi to us.
Yeah, I think I'm gonna start like ramping up my like Twitter interaction though. That's Flat Earth isn't censored as much, so it might actually be worth the effort instead of like making posts just for no one to ever see it.
Right. Well, so I'll definitely say this too. Like you're pretty articulate with your words. So just making an articulate post and posing anywhere from like you're not you don't have the blue check. So making like a 1 to 2 minute video to post there will get your engagement up as well because they like videos and images and
They're a bunch of children.
diagrams. Yeah.
I agree. Yeah. It used to be an insult when someone said, "Oh, are there a lot of pictures in that book?" Like, I gotta read a book, and you're like, "What is it? All pictures?" Like that used to be an insult. Like now, it's like it's like what they think is the best form of evidence, not words, to just like a picture book.
Yep.
Saying pictures change your mind used to be in the past. Used to, like in implication that like you're simple or like retarded or something.
And it's funny. I used to hate reading, and now I it's all I do is read.
Well, you just didn't want to read the shit they were trying to make you read. That's why.
Probably. Like I didn't care about the Scarlet Letter. I didn't care about To Kill a Mockingbird. Lord of the Flies was pretty cool.
I don't think I liked a single book assignment ever. I don't think I liked a single book they ever assigned to us. Like never, not one of them. I didn't like Lord of the Flies. I thought that was stupid too. Oh, the one I did like was Animal Farm. That was all right.
It's the same thing. Animal Farm and Lord of the Flies is literally the same story.
Kind of, but it's a little different.
It's like government controlling the people. Like, what are you kids doing? As the government steps in and takes control.
The difference between Lord of the Flies and like Animal Farm is the Lord of the Flies, the kids are innocent, right? They don't know any better.
Right.
To a degree. Whereas Animal Farm, the pigs know exactly what they're doing. Or at least Napoleon does, right?
Mm-hmm.
That was his plan the whole time, is to get the other animals to put him into power. He wanted to be a man, like he wanted to become like men. Whereas, Lord of the Flies is kind of just like they just become
But at the same
uncivilized.
time, they knew it was wrong. And when that kid killed that other kid with the rock, everybody was mad at him. Everybody was upset with him. They knew it was wrong. But I know what you're saying. I see what you're saying.
Yeah, but not like in the same way, right? Like, because there's a thing about
It was
violence.
a little more innocent.
When violence is done by the state, might makes right. You know what I mean? Whereas in Lord of the Flies, it's chaos, right? So they're saying if you let like people leave people to their own devices, it's anarchy and fucking like I see Lord of the Flies as like anarchy bad. You got to have government, right? You got to have the parents around to control the fucking anarchy, the children, because everybody's just a bunch of little children. And if you leave the people alone, they're just going to slaughter each other, unless there's a big daddy government. Whereas Animal Farm is like the pigs become the government, and then they act as if they become like a tyrant, right? So it's like different ends. It's kind of, you're right. It's the same story, but it's different sides of the spectrum.
For sure. Yeah, to me, it was just the same outcome is what it really boiled down to. Like, it didn't matter what path, like how the path was. Like, they both ended up having the same outcome where government had to step in.
Well, I think one is realistic and the other isn't. I don't think people naturally resort to a state of anarchy. I hate that idea about human beings. That if like
Right.
there's a big daddy government to tell us right from wrong, we're all just a bunch of savage animals. We're just gonna all run around killing each other. It's not how people behave.
Nope. No, I bet you if everybody, if government went away and everybody was left to their own devices, sure there would be some tribalisms where
Have to
like
read
people would
1,000
try to dominate the
paper
others, but people would fight back. People would band together as a community, and you'd see a lot more love without the government involved.
Well, I think it's like this. If you could brain erase everybody and get rid of the idea of, might makes right and like we're gonna gang up on people and that if you could get rid of those concepts, then I think everything would be okay. But if people are bringing like stuff from the past, yeah, you're gonna turn into Somalia or something, right? Not gonna be good. But there's people living in the Amazon, right? They're just like chilling. There ain't no leader. There ain't like, they're just, the tribe is just a group, like a giant family trying to survive, and they're not like, they do the same fuck shit everybody does to each other, but it's not like there's no justified violence, right? All the violence is wrong. There's no like, oh, I have a special shiny badge that's metal, so the violence I do is okay, but the violence you do is bad, and I get to decide when the violence should happen, when the violence shouldn't happen, and like that's the shit that it's just hypocritical. It's like you can't have a moral foundation if the because you got to have a principle from which to organize from, right? And if your principle, if you directly contradict your founding principle that violence is bad and that you have a monopoly on violence, so violence is bad if everybody else does it, but violence is good if you do it. Stealing is bad if everybody else does it, but stealing is good if you do it. Like all the justifications, like you make a monopoly on the criminality and saying, yes, we're going to take all this criminal behavior, and we're going to stick it on this person. But all these other people, they can't do the criminal behavior. But that one person can do all the criminal behavior to everybody else. I mean, from one perspective, yeah, great, because now you know who your enemy is. You don't have to worry about everybody. You only have to worry about that one dude. But, there's no moral foundation there.
For sure.
Moral foundation's a contradiction. It's like democracy, dude. Democracy and republicanism, it's a built-in contradiction. Oh, well, you just can't rule yourself. You just can't have self-government. You'll just go crazy. You're incompetent to do that. So we want you to you're competent enough to pick somebody, right? So go pick somebody to do the things that you're too incompetent to do. Well, why isn't my picking incompetent as well? Right? If I'm too incompetent to govern myself, how can I possibly be competent to pick somebody to govern me? Right? So there's a built-in contradiction right there. It can't possibly ever work. Right? Think about it. You need a representative, right? You need someone to represent you. Okay, I get to pick who represents me. Why do I need a representative? Because you're too fucking incompetent. You can't take care of yourself. So you got to pick somebody. Well, which makes you think I'm competent to do that then? I can only pick my master? That's the only thing I'm capable of doing? You can pick your master, nothing else.
And then they go, well, you can't even do that. So here's the Electoral College for you.
Yeah, here's your choice. Yeah, exactly. You can put another barrier in there. Just in case you didn't pick the right master. The best line I ever heard was asking me who my favorite, who I'm voting for is like asking me what my favorite cancer is.
Did you see my new meme, Indio?
Oh, where is it? In a channel?
I'll drop it here in just a second. Let me find it real quick. It's Carrie Strug. There you go. In the live stream.
That's for sure. I'm posting that on Facebook, man. Stolen.
That's literally what this guy was doing earlier.
I mean, he was a doozy. I mean, we have plenty material.
I was laughing so hard.
Yeah, I mean, actually, we are thinking of nominating him for the Idiot of the Year, you know.
Hey, let me ask you this, Indio. So let me run this by you. So what's 1 meter times 1 meter?
1 meter.
So he goes, well, you can't think of it like that. You have to break it down even further. So 100 centimeters times 100 centimeters is 10,000 centimeters. You divide that by 100, and so you get 100 meters. So 1 meter times 1 meter is 100 meters.
I mean, you could make the argument that 1 meter times 1 meter is a square meter, but that's about it.
Yeah, he was having trouble like figuring out what 8 inches per mile squared means.
Oh, jeez. This guy wasn't trolling, man. These stories are pretty like outrageous.
No, he was pretty serious. This is.
He was very serious.
He was adamant. He was going insane over it.
Yeah.
Like there was like a 3-hour period where the bot was down, where it wasn't recording, and Miggy was in there, of course, at that time. Yeah, I mean, like this was just epic, dude. Everybody got their shots in, and I was dying laughing.
Child?
I think he's a young adult. He's probably like 20 or something like that, at most.
You know, that's another thing we go through is that like some people that aren't too bright, they think I got to be brighter than the flat earthers, so I got to go in there and I'm going to feel smart. Don't end up that way. You know, it's like, you know, everybody wants to feel like the smartest person in the room sometimes, right? So you're like, I'll just go to the flat earth server. I'll definitely be the smartest person in the room. They're a bunch of retards.
For sure.
And that don't work out so good. I think people do that on like YouTube, Twitter, and all that. I think it's all over the place. Like, there's people that are pretty like dumb that try to jump into this topic, thinking, I'll just tell these guys the sun's 93 million miles away. I'll talk about Eratosthenes, a couple sticks in a well. I'll show them.
Okay, here it is again.
What's that?
Yeah, he just posted something.
The reason the buildings are visible, as McIntyre knows, lies in the fact that air directly above the water surface is colder than the air higher up. The inverse temperature gradient means that the light rays refract toward the colder, denser air, allowing an image of the reflected skyline on the water below the horizon to appear almost hovering above the horizon. But that's not what's happening in the picture that you just showed.
I mean, and that's just a bad picture because there is mirroring in that, but you know,
Right.
that's not the only Chicago skyline. That's just one of them.
I don't know. Do you want to unmute him? Is he back? No, he's not back.
Oh, I think he is listening over YouTube or Rumble.
Could be. Uh-oh. But you know what we found out was so he used the 100 centimeter thing, right? And he's also using a 10 decimeter. What's 10 decimeters times 10 decimeters? And it's like it's 100 decimeters, and if you convert that into meters, it's 10 meters. So you have different variations of what, if you broke down 1 meter into different subsets, it could mean so many different things. And even 1 meter is 0.001 kilometers, right? So what's 0.001 kilometers times 0.001 kilometers? Well, you work out the math, it's 1 millimeter. It's fucking hilarious, dude.
Like the Kids in the Hall skit where the guy's like, $20 is $20, but $50 is $50. That's what this guy is.
I didn't even hear you talk to him very much, Heretic. Did you talk to him for a little while?
A little bit. He's too retarded. Mind numbing.
Well, yeah. What's $1 times $1? If you turn it into 100 cents.
Right.
This guy's here. I went to sleep, and I woke back. I come back, and he's still here.
That was the longest day ever.
It was like he just posted though, like a minute ago. He's in the chat. Go to bed, kid. What the hell?
Matter of fact, I need to go to bed. I hope y'all have a good night.
Oh my God. Stay blessed, bro. I'm surprised. It's like, wait, he's been 5 hours, 6 hours, maybe longer. Damn.
Hey,
I hope you
in
have
the
a good
locker
one,
room
though, man.
Yeah, you too, man. Locker room chat. I posted the link. I downloaded the whole stream and clipped it to where he started talking, or at least where the audio started, because it was missing audio for like a good hour and a half for whatever reason. So I just clipped it from where the audio started all the way to the end of when the live stream ended. 2 hours and 20 minutes of funny stuff. I added it to my playlist though, so I hope y'all enjoy. Y'all have a good night.
Stay blessed, bro, and have a good one. We'll see you tomorrow.
You as well, man.
That guy's one of the sophist flip-floppers, this NPC guy. You can't have a conversation with him. From what I can tell, you tried, Heretic. Yeah, it's...
I talked to him in the Cog Disc chat for a while. It was really stupid.
I think he's one of those where you're a flat earther, so you must be wrong. And then he's just going to laugh at you.
Schizophrenics.
Yeah. To me, like, sometimes it's like this little brother syndrome. You can say anything in the world, no, and then act like you're stupid. Antagonistic.
Trying to figure out whether
Jedi
it's
tried to have
miles squared or what. Has no clue. First he said it was like square inches or something.
I mean, he is going off with the counter argument right now. It doesn't make sense in general, so, I mean, he's trying so hard he doesn't know how perspective works.
He's
He
going back
thinks,
to Cogdis.
yeah, I mean, it's,
Goodbye. Try again
no,
later.
no, it isn't true just because you think it's true. You know, you're not the only one.
Oh, this guy thinks he's the arbiter of truth.
Oh wow.
Yeah, I mean, somewhat. I mean,
Oh my god. Stupid Discord update, like it's hiding the save button so I can't actually do anything to his rolls on my phone. So annoying. Nah, I'll just leave him for now. Screw it.
I mean, we could drop Michio Kaku here for him, you know, if he wants desperately to listen to actual scientists, then give him the one, you know.
Got to start with the basics. Burden of proof is on the claim.
I mean, don't go back to the whole science thing with him.
Yeah, I mean, how far into basics do we have to go with him? You know, it's like
He gets to make baseless assertions, and those stand. He doesn't have to do anything to justify any of those. And then the burden is on us to disprove him. Fucking idiot.
He's one of those appeal to authority, and the burden of proof is on anybody who doesn't believe in authority.
He can just say whatever he wants, and it's true because he said it. And then you have to come with some sort of counter. All the burden's on you, even though he's the one making all the claims. This guy's retard.
yeah, I mean, no, he is coming with the Foucault pendulums. Dude, the Foucault pendulums are driven by a mechanical device. It's not pendling on its own. It takes, I don't know, whatever. It swings in a particular way. The machinery goes off at a specific hour in order to re-swing the whole apparatus so they can make their claim that is working on its own, basically.
How can the pendulum be affected by Coriolis anyway? It all rotates together, doesn't it?
Yeah.
The atmosphere, the glow spinning together, right?
This guy's just dropping it. He's got like a basket of buzzwords, and he thinks that he can just say them, and that makes him win. But he doesn't know how any of them function at all. Just saying things.
Somebody take those rolls off him.
I don't know if I can.
Another day, another clown show. Oh no, I watched my ID again, god damn it.
Oh, he invokes Newton.
Good for him. What's that gonna do?
Yeah. Sheepdog. Oh man. None of this information has anything to do with the ground, though. Like, he keeps citing things, but it still doesn't change the fact that the ground is the ground, and it is what it is. The inertial reference frame is what explains everything. The Earth's rotation is an assumption. He's a lot easier to talk to in text, to be honest. He's a bit chatty, like a Gish Gallopin chatty Cathy when he's in the DC, but when he's texting, it's a little more concise. At least he can organize his thoughts a little better. Oh, shit. I'm sorry, I just think it's hilarious that y'all are still entertaining this guy after all these hours. Just one dude.
I wonder if he is on drugs or something. I mean, the fact that he is, 16 hours right now here? Almost?
He's like the Energizer Bunny. He keeps going and going.
He was pretty revved up.
Is it for real? Maybe it's like a troll or a LARP or something, and he's like, I don't know, getting content for a video.
I mean, it seems unlikely. I think he is really into this.
Most trolls get
unless he gets
Sorry,
paid or
Doug.
something. It's like no.
Almost
Just a mental
tuckered out.
disability case, perhaps. Stay-at-home nut job.
It's artificial unintelligence.
Yeah, I mean, the thing when you talked about refraction again, you can't have refraction unless you see through the medium that is actually pointing from the light source. And this isn't happening when you look through gases. And it doesn't matter if it's temperature changing, cold or warm, and different distances.
I still think it's funny that when I introduced the word disrespect because of how he was treating Jedi, he started using that word the minute I used it, and then started acting like he was being disrespected, even though he was being very disrespectful to everybody. It was just funny. Hey Matthew, what's up, man? Welcome to the chat.
Hey, how's it going?
I hope all is well with you. I'm sure conversation with you will be a little bit more civil than this NPC guy. He was very emotional.
Yeah.
He was just being quite aggressive and emotional. Having a civil conversation with him was relatively impossible. And yet he's been here for like 6 hours and just keeps on. It's weird.
What topics has he been talking about?
Jumping from one thing to the next, like lily pad jumping. It's like it's one of those where you just can't stay focused, and all flat earthers must be stupid. It's unbelievable that they could know anything at all, kind of thing. I'm sure you've seen him around. Not him, but them. And I know you're a Glober, but you've seen the types. It doesn't matter. People just want to get kind of. I call it little brother syndrome. They want to be antagonistic and they don't really care about talking. They just no, and will say something. You know what I mean?
Well, I like to argue as much as the next guy, I guess, but
Well, from what I can tell, you're a little bit easier to talk to than this gentleman. But all is well.
Did NPC finally leave then?
I think Heretic got done with hearing him spurg out in the live stream.
He's chat skanking now.
Yeah.
Maybe Matthew could explain explain 8 inches per mile squared. NPC.
Maybe Matthew could explain 1 mile times 1 mile.
Right, yeah.
That actually would be awesome because this dude, like Matthew, actually knows the. That's funny because the NPC guy kept on bringing up, but the math. Well, Matthew actually understands the globe math. Like he can steel man his own argument for that. But this NPC guy was flip flopping. He didn't like the words that he was using. He has no idea what he's talking about in any way. Like, he was just kind of jumping and jumping and jumping, and then like he couldn't even pronounce half the stuff right. Like he said the word trigonometry, very weird.
Kind of miss him.
Yeah, now thinking about it now, I do. I just wanted him to calm down. It sounded like he was going to have a heart attack. And then, like, when he was coming at you, when all you were doing was like, okay, but let's define science so that we can know what science and pseudoscience means. And he thought you were just being a smartass. Like, he's trying to set the foundation for the conversation. Just listen to Jedi. Go with it.
Yeah, he was very entertaining.
Yeah, but what's green?
Yeah, but what's 1 mile times 1 kilometer?
And then he started, like, saying some weird stuff like, act like you had to define what a nose is or so. Like, he was going completely left field. It's like, but this conversation's about science. So the definition for science is actually relevant to the conversation. Oh, man.
Jedi. $1 times $1, right? So $1 is 100 cents.
Fucking hell. What I'm interested in is what I put into the calculator. What's the length of a kilogram?
I guess it depends how much you flatten it out.
What up, guys? You guys active in here?
Yep.
Yes, very active.
That's saying for today.
We're chilling, man. It's just kind of had a little downtime right now for a second.
Yeah, no worries, bro.
If you want to pick up the conversation, though, like start us up, pick a subject or something, we can talk.
By the way, Heretic, how can you be in 2 channels at the same time? Or is it just a bug?
Elite hacks.
What?
I was joking. I said elite hacks. But if you log in on your computer and on your smartphone, you can be in 2 places at once.
Oh, okay, okay.
So I assume Discord will probably patch that eventually, because it just sounds like something that they would make so that people can't use in the future. Well, you should only one account at a time.
Yeah, it's like multi-boxing in games.
Yeah.
You know what I'm actually thinking about is converting my paper money into copper money and make double the buck. But I wonder if my bank would actually allow such a huge conversion.
So,
No.
so what?
Like $1 for 1 cent. Or in euro, I would get 1 cent, which is copper, and then I would make 1 kilogram of copper, which is €4 something right now, but the actual price for 1 kilo of copper is €8 roundabout. So I would basically make double the money if I would exchange it in this rate. But I wonder if the bank would actually allow this
What is illegal?
huge of a request of cents and such, you know.
It's illegal though.
Say again?
It's illegal to melt down money.
No. I mean, I could try a project, you know, where people give me their cent money in exchange for paper money.
It's still illegal.
It's only illegal to melt it down if you're not using it for artwork. If you're making a piece of artwork with it, though, technically, well, that's the United States law, so I can't speak for other
I
places.
still think since they still use copper over there, they use copper over there. Compare. Still, it's still gonna be illegal over there also.
You think so?
What I'm saying is,
Yeah, I mean, basically, I
there's
would melt it
if you
down, you know, it's like have clumps and rumps of copper roundabout.
the only way it would be legal is if you made a piece of artwork with it, though. Like if you just melted it into ingot, then you'd probably get in trouble. But if you make artwork with it, that can be sold. You have to be very specific, though, otherwise they'll mess with you.
It's very weird being in the server. Very opposite of everyone. Where's that boy Creation at? Well, I gotta go run around.
Well, I hope you have a good one, man. Ah, he's gone.
I think I'll jump over to politics server.
Yeah, I think I'm gonna head out soon too. Late here, and I gotta go do some things.
All right. Otherwise, have a good one. See you in a few days or so. Maybe I don't know. Maybe I've enough time.
Yeah, I'll be around. I hope everybody else has a blessed night as well.
Yeah, thank you too. Bye bye, everyone.
Hello. Is there anybody out there? Did anybody hear me?
Well, howdy doody, partners. How's it hanging? How's it doing? Oh, somebody ran off there. How you doing, people? Everybody okay? Still alive and kicking? Everyone's muted. Must be asleep.
All good, all good.
Ah, all good. Very good. Nice to hear somebody's awake. Yes.
Yeah.
Yeah. I've just been terrorizing those Globers, yeah? I made an entrance. Globers,
Yeah.
Globers, what you gonna do? What you gonna do when I come for you? Globers, Globers, what you gonna do? What you gonna do when I come for you? You won't be able to hide, because I'll be everywhere that the air you breathe. You won't be able to hide. I'll be in every shadow waiting for you. Globers, Globers, what you gonna do? What you gonna do when I call for you? Ha! Yeah, I've been hunting them down. Jin CBR1, the Dark Destroyer, Black Bomber, destroyer of the heliocentric model, destroy all, obliterate all Globers, take no prisoners, the undisputed Flat Earth champion, 8 years non-stop, undisputed, unstoppable, the Dark Black Bomber, destroyer of the universe, the dark energy known as Jin CBR1. Yeah, bring it on. Jimbo, as in Rambo, but Jimbo. Brr, 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 it's a flat earth, you motherfuckers. Brr, 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 flat earth clubbers. Brr, new magazine. Brr, brr. There you go. That's what I do in their summer. That's my entrance. That is my entrance. Okay? That's just the beginning. Did you like that? Did you like that entrance? Jimbo, the flat earth terrorist. Or should I say Jimbo, the flat earth realist? Yeah, that's much better. What do you think?
Yeah, it's a nice one.
Yes, it will get them riled up. Anything to agitate them, anything. Better than adjuvant is the Jin CBR one. Real adjuvant. Yeah. Get their immune systems activated. All they do is sit down on their computers, Don't go out, don't do anything. Pushing out lies. And you know what I said to them today? I said, from today is the beginning of another onslaught against the globe and against the Apollo missions and the Artemis trying to get started missions, okay? From today, we're going to explode into 2024 and ask the question, how comes we haven't heard any news from the Mr. Maezawa? The Japanese are supposed to be taking 8 entrepreneurs to the moon and back. It had a flyby. Okay, this is supposed to be happening next year, right? Next year. This is 2024. Not one of them is a pilot. Not one of them is a scientist. You've got one computer nerd. You've got a few dancers, a photographer, an actor, a mechanic. No medical there. Yeah, silly.
Yeah.
Yeah. And they're planning to go to the moon. And the question is, why isn't Elon Musk going with them? He's already received the money. He's received the money from the Japanese entrepreneur. I think he got the money in 2018. I think he received the money. Why isn't Elon Musk going to the moon flyby? Chance of an opportunity of a chance, don't you think?
Too busy.
For
Too busy doing everything but.
Yeah. You think you'd have a 4-day, 6-day holiday, go to the moon 3 days, come back 3 days, or is it 6 days? Because the last Artemis mission in April, it took them 6 days to get there. 6 days to get to the moon and 6 days back. That's, it only took 3 days with the other mission. And they've rescheduled the first woman and black man on the moon, for 2025. They've moved it back to 2027 now, claiming that the spacesuits, there's a problem with the spacesuits. Something to do with the oxygen that is supplying that suit or something. Okay. And then there's also a problem with the rocket, the liquid propulsion, oxygen and methane. When this human landing system, the HLS, human landing system, takes off from the Earth, supposedly, and gets out of the Earth's supposed gravitational pull, it uses up all that fuel. All that fuel is burnt up. So now it needs refueling before it can start to orbit the Earth, and then refueling again to go to the moon, and it's going to need refueling all the way to the moon. What is this
Well, we found
nonsense I'm
ice
hearing?
on the South Pole. There's ice on the South Pole with trapped methane, and we can use electrolysis to separate the water from the ice and somehow find a heat source that can melt it and then do electrolysis on it, and that'll provide us about 12 amp hours.
Yeah, it's absolutely outrageous, yeah? Absolutely outrageous. And that's what they're talking about. They put it, so they're going to have to reschedule that now, all these problems. Didn't have a problem back in the 60s. They were building these rockets quicker than you could produce a car off the production line. You know,
Well, to
these
be fair,
rockets they had ready.
they did have quite a few Nazi super geniuses helping them out.
Yeah. Super war criminal Nazis, yeah.
Yep.
Yeah, man, just can't believe it. So I've said to the Globers, this is the beginning to see out this year and get rid of it. It's going to be done with you guys getting hammered every time I come in. And you know you don't like me because the other day you said just go away after I battered you with the outgassing natural phenomena that I love and kiss and embrace because it just destroys your dreams of space travel. You just said to me, go away. Just go away. That'd be Jen Panda. All right.
Oh, fuck that guy.
Yeah, I hammered them for 2 hours at least. Okay, onslaught. Yeah. Lots of
Here's a
muting,
question.
of course. Yeah, go ahead.
If the moon is outside of the Earth's gravitational pull, then how come it's in a sustainable orbit around Earth? Wouldn't that mean
question.
that you haven't left the gravitational pull of Earth if you're on the moon?
Exactly that. It's such a great question. It is. It's you know, this is the absurdity of the heliocentric model that doesn't actually exist. That Nicola Copernicus didn't want to release because he knew it was a stupid thing to try and talk about. He couldn't prove it. But when he died, they released it. Do you remember? Nicola Copernicus was just tinkering with it. He couldn't prove nothing. You know?
They used him to give it more provenance and have it appear to be more ancient than it actually is.
Yeah, exactly. The same with the Sir Isaac Newton's gravity, the mass attracting mass. He totally disagreed with the absurd idea. He said he couldn't prove the theory, but when he died, they attributed it to him, even though he said he didn't want to be associated with that
at all whatsoever.
That's right. He didn't want it. He didn't want his name ascribed to it. Yet there you go, tarnishing a great name. So they tarnished. Well, he was. I don't think he was that great anyway. But they tarnished Sir Isaac Newton. They tarnished Nicola Copernicus, and they also tarnished Tesla. That what's his name? Elon must tell the truth, but he's a bloody liar. Elon Musk liar. He took Tesla's name, put it on the car, and sent a Tesla to space. Apparently, what a liar! Tarnishing another good name.
And you ask him who's his favorite inventor of old, he would say that it was Thomas Edison, not Nikola Tesla. His company's named Tesla, but he praises Edison. Like, what's the deal with that?
Yeah, it's all about disgracing these great people. That's all I think it is, really.
I think it's word association and erasing from your view. The way Google works is the first 100 pages, nobody ever goes past the first 100 pages of results. So if the first 2 pages are 100% propaganda, 95% of people won't go past the first line. So it's very easy to bury things that are real with something else that would be typed in. So you'll never learn about Nikola Tesla because you'll only get results for car dealerships near you and shit now. They did the same
Yeah.
thing with BLM, the Bureau of Land Management. You cannot find anything about that anymore unless you spell it
Yeah.
all the way out. Did the same thing with HARP and HAARP or whatever.
Yeah. Only
They just
2 hours ago, I was saying exactly what you're saying to my students in that it's hard to get things now, yeah? Because the algorithms are burying everything behind hundreds of videos before you get to the one you want or whatever you're researching. And she said the same. She said she was experiencing the same thing. Remember, I'm in Japan, right? And she's experiencing the same thing, right? And she's only been like into the flat earth thing for maybe 5 years, okay? And then the needle and the dangers of the needle only from 3 years ago. I've been into it way longer than that, but I didn't want to introduce it to the Japanese because I didn't want to interfere with their lives. You know, they're very private. But when this ridiculous thing started in November of 2019, I thought I better speak out here because I know it's not true and there's going to be danger if they go and get it. And then she's even today she's still thanking me, you know, and she's telling me how a friend of hers got it. Right, one of her customers that she knows got it. She's a dog groomer, and her liver had a tumor in it that they had to remove the tumor, right, out of her liver because she got that what we shouldn't be getting, you know. Right.
Yep.
So yeah,
I
man.
hear a story every day about somebody who just drops dead who was otherwise healthy. And it's starting to actually become more and more common for me to hear people say it with a sentiment to it, like, yeah, dumbass kind of ideation associated with it. Like, yeah, did you hear about Katie? She got the shot and her funeral's next week.
Yeah, it's crazy. I don't call anybody dumbass. I wouldn't go that far. I would just say death by misadventure because they didn't look into anything else and the system killed them. And that's what we take away from that. That you know that you have to maintain your health to the best of your ability because that is your wealth. With the intellect and the knowledge you have and you have your health with you, you're unbeatable.
And it comes down to what you fear most. Do you fear
I don't fear anything.
something you just heard of? Do you have a relationship with God that makes you not fear the natural world? Like, if you saw a coyote or a mountain lion or a bear minding its own business and walking by you, would you freak out or would you hold still? There's
Well, I
certain
would
times where you
obviously
must be
try to
tempered.
not. Yeah, I would because I don't know its hunger status. So obviously, I don't want to fall prey to a mountain lion or whatever. So obviously, I'm going to be on my guard. I'm going to be cautious. Remember, we
But you're
speak
not going to
different
start
languages.
screaming and shouting and running around in circles because it's more likely to get scared by you and attack you just because it thought you were going to be chill, but now you're freaking out. It was just like animals pass each other in the wild all the time, and they just kind of
Yeah.
like nod their head at each other and say, "You going about your business? Me too.
Yeah.
You're not on my menu today. I'm not on your menu today. We're not shocked to see other living creatures."
Yeah, yeah, yeah. When I was in Africa, I was more or less frightened because I got used to it. But when I go into the world here in Japan and in Africa and Britain, again, no fear. But let's say that you know you do come across, you're going to be your guard is going to be up. You're not going to be relaxed. That's
Absolutely,
for sure.
that's not the same as fear.
No, that's just being cautious, getting ready.
Which is wise and pragmatic, but you're not going to behave irrationally.
No.
Fear causes irrational reactions and behaviors. So you have to have a grip on that. It's called
So,
courage.
Yeah, yeah. So talking about the Globers, yeah, the ones at the servers that I visit, just hammering them to death. And I say to them, I always bring you content that is factual. I don't bring you theories. I don't mention, nothing I tell you is theoretical. Nothing. It is all facts. That's the thing. So when I bring you the facts, you listen. Because I always tell them, you'll have nothing that I'm going to be looking at, watching, or reading. You'll have nothing for me. Nothing. But me, on the other hand, you're going to be feeding from my hand. Because when I bring you the stuff I'm going to bring you, you're going to want to see that. Yeah, and I know, but you'll have nothing for me. And that's how it's been for years now. Yeah. All they can do is mute and then either ban you, block you, kick you out, or mute. So then I don't care if they do that. I'm the winner when they do that. I told
They
them when
can
they
ad
mute me
hom
and
and
mute.
besmirch you.
Yeah, exactly. When you mute me and kick me out, it means you've lost. That's why you've done it. Because the truth wins again. Yeah.
I love your gusto.
Yeah, you like it, yeah?
Yeah. It's a refreshing amount of energy that I haven't had for years and years.
Oh, I'm
With
swimming in that. I'm
regards to the
swimming in it.
subject.
I am swimming in it because at the end of the day, I've always been in harmony with nature, even though I thought it was a globe for 46 years. But it's easy to articulate that because I trusted the information that I was given that wasn't really trustworthy and I should have checked it. But because I trusted the experts and gave them my trust, they abused it. And now I'm going to be abusing them. You know what I said to them? I'm going to be the vacuum chamber that's going to outgas you all. You're all going to be outgassing, but before this year is finished, and you're going to be outgassing into the new year. You're never going to live this down. Outgassing is your final demise. So says Gene Sieb. And that's what I told them. I am going to be the vacuum chamber that's going to outgas the lot of you. You don't know what you've unleashed now. Get ready. Are you ready to rumble? In the Truth Corner, the undisputed Flat Earth champion, 8 years, undefeated, the Dark Destroyer, destroyer of the heliocentric model, kill all globers, destroy, leave no prisoners, Jin CBR1. In the Lie Corner, the despicable scumbags lying, haven't got a spine in their back, yellow belly, leaving the brown stuff, the globers. Bring it on. Yeah.
You sound like you're smoking the same shit as the new Argentinian president, Milei. I don't really know how to say it yet, but
I haven't had a
you're
slip in
drinking the same.
24 years.
You're
The
drinking the
last slip I
same
smoked
drink.
was in June of 1999. That was the last time I had a split. And then I came to Japan in July of 1999. I haven't had a split since June of 1999. 24 years now. Don't smoke, man. Don't do it. And the reason I don't smoke it is because I didn't want my children to see me rolling a spliff and using tobacco and whatever, because I didn't want them to go and smoke cigarettes. So I don't smoke. My children don't smoke. See that?
So don't smoke weed because it's the gateway to cigarettes.
Well, no, well, because they're going to be smoking cigarettes. If they see me smoking weed, yeah. So by the time they become of age, they're going to be on the cigarettes, aren't they? First and foremost, and then they might go on to weed if I give it to them. Let's say. I didn't want
That
to do
makes
that.
way more sense than anything else I've ever heard. It's usually the other way around.
Yeah,
Don't let them
yeah.
smoke cigarettes or they'll smoke weed.
Yeah, that's why I didn't want them to do that. That's why they've never seen their dad smoke, although mummy smokes. My wife does smoke though. But she's cutting down now because the kids have been on her back as well.
Right.
Yeah. Their granddad passed away, okay, and he stopped smoking because the doctor said so. He ended up having prostate cancer in the end anyway, but they've
So
learned.
why
They
did
can
he
see.
stop?
Sorry?
Why did he stop then?
Well, he was told to stop smoking first. The cancer came after. So the doctors advised him to stop smoking because, obviously it's going to be detrimental to his health. Smoking and drinking is not good. So, and maybe he had high blood pressure, whatever. The doctor was advising him not to smoke anymore. And they said he had to stop. So there you go, So he stopped. Then I said to my wife, why don't you stop with your dad? Because your dad's stopping. Why don't you stop? Good idea, yeah? All the while, the children can see daddy, me, fit as a fiddle, running around, cycling, jumping. We're doing mountain bike trekking. We're climbing the mountains. I'm carrying them on my shoulder, so they can see the benefits of being healthy. That, at least they got that from me. That legacy will live long in them. So
Fair
'cause I'm
enough.
still doing it now at 62. Still doing it. So
Good on you.
hopefully, sorry, go ahead. Haven't been sick in 44 years now and counting. They've never seen me sick. The children, never. They've never seen me drunk. They've never seen me smoke. They've never seen me sick, ever, in all their lives. The oldest one is 23. The youngest one is 14. 4 kids, and the two in the middle. Now, they've never seen me sick in their lives. That proves that what I'm doing is correct. Living example. So they know that smoking is just no good. They know it.
Have they been sick?
Oh no, they are sick because when you're a child, your immune system is developing. So obviously you're going to catch colds, and then as you get older, your immune system will develop. But they haven't been sick in a long while now. Okay, and that's good. Long while. The occasional stuffy nose, you know, but they're okay. It's fantastic. Even the youngest one now. So yeah, my teaching and keeping them healthy has, materialized into a positive, healthy situation for them, and they appreciate health. The eldest one is football crazy. Second one is a black belt in judo. The third boy is an athlete in athletics at his university, and then the youngest one, still in junior high school, is baseball nuts. So they're all doing all the sports and everything, so which is good.
We don't call it baseball anymore, for the record.
What do you call it then?
We call it bati ball.
Oh, bati ball.
It's more inclusive to the Caribbean tradition of gay being called bati boys.
Yeah, bati boys. Yes, you're a bati boy, bati rider. No good. But yeah, I try to keep my energy levels up when I'm out there, trying to be positive wherever I go. And I'm enjoying that. Can't complain, really. It's just that, I totally detest the idea that they call us retarded or we're uneducated, etc., etc. And yet, we're the ones that are articulating the truth. And I say to the people listening in the live stream, YouTube live streams, I say, ladies and gentlemen, pay attention, yeah? Because whenever we bring them a point, they attack me, but it's not me they have to attack. They need to attack the information that's on the table, the elephant in the room. They're afraid of it, aren't they? Trying to character assassinate me is waste of time because I'm indestructible. Like Captain Scarlet. Dun 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 ding. Yes, Jin CBR1. They burn him, but his body don't burn. They crash him, and he returns to fight again. Dun dun. Jin CBR1. Dun 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 dun. I do that to them, and then I say, "This is the voice of Jin CBR1. I know you can hear me, Globers. I know you can hear me. This is the beginning of your demise." Bang, bang. Anything to get them riled up. Anything. Use all kinds of psychology, all kinds of crazy. If you can be sane, you can be insane as well. Insane as well. Yes, I use the whole scale. That's what a rounded person can do. Okay? You've got to be able to do that. And they can't handle it. They don't know what to do. I told them I'm a maverick. That's why I said I'm the loudest flat you're ever going to encounter. Guarantee you that. Show me somebody who's louder than me. You ain't got it. Talk over them, drown them, they have to mute. Yeah. That's what they deserve, remember? They're the ones pushing the lie, yeah? Every day of the week. And they say, yeah, but Jin, you say the same old thing. You know why I said the same thing? Because they told me the same thing for 46 years. So now I'm going to do 46 years. Repetition is the key. You want to be excellent at something? Repetition. You want to be good at karate? You got to repeat. You want to pass an exam? Repetition. You want to be a good footballer? Repetition. You want to get into the zone? You got to repeat. So repetition. If you don't like it, get out. Because it's going to be repeat. I haven't begun to repeat yet. Haha. And I'm always dropping all those videos from 2015, 16, 17. I've got that material and I'm hitting them with it still. The truth never gets old. What are you talking about here? The truth is timeless and ageless. There is no stopping the truth. What are you talking about here? So eat those videos and munch them down. Facts. No theories there. You see? That's how you pepper them. I'm using every bit of psychology I can muster up to trip them down and crush them and jump all over them. I said, I'm like Bruce Lee in Enter the Dragon. You know, when he jumped up in the air, his knees were under his armpit to get maximum height. And then he crushed that guy with his feet and walked off like he wasn't even there. And that look on his face, that's what I think of you as well. You remember that film by Bruce Lee, Enter the Dragon? You remember that? That scene? I don't know if anybody remembers that scene. Well, you know, that's what I'm doing to them in the servers, man. I'm doing all that to them. Totally kicking them up with the truth, of course. Kicking them up with the truth. It's what they deserve. Yeah. I'm glad that when I go in, they go down. Yeah. So thanks for leaving the door open. I'm back again with some more facts. I always bring something new, but I always bring up the old stuff to bolster it and then give them the latest and then bury them with some more of the old stuff. Yeah. It's necessary. I'm a man who's enjoying the punishment that I'm giving them. I'm enjoying the flat earth truth that I've always known it was there in my subconscious because I haven't experienced this globe. I know the funny thing is what I'm doing as well. I'm really driving home the oblate spheroid that it's not. Okay, I'm giving them the definitions, showing them the image, and then. But this is NASA's photographs are spherical oblate. Oblate, they're not. They're spherical balls. More spherical than a bloody billiard ball. How can that be? But yet the definition is an oblate, where the tops are squashed. The poles are squashed, so the circumference is less than that on at the equator. That's not what images we're getting. I mean, there's something wrong there. Yeah. And then I hit them with oblate spheroid shapes, and then the NASA Photoshop by Robert Simmons images. Well, which one of these is correct here? The answer is none of them, because we're on a flat earth, dumbasses. You're so indoctrinated you can't even see the mistake right in front of your eyeballs. Right there in front of your eyes. You're being told it's an oblate, but you're given a spherical ball. I mean, wake up, will you? You call us retards? Us flat earthers? At least we have the decency to say, yeah, we made a mistake because we trusted the education they told us at our youth, and then it was driven home through the cartoons we watched, movies, newspapers, science programs, yeah, films, yeah, through the TV, radio, posters on the streets, buildings with the globe on it. Okay, so it was driven home all that time, reinforced. Okay, so that's, yes, we fell under the indoctrination. We can admit that. Mine is 46 years. So now we're trying to rescue the young now. Yeah, and I'm glad to see that 19-year-old kids now, they're waking up now. They're saying, yeah, it's flat, man. And they're putting up videos on TikTok. So we're getting there. It's fantastic. Even in the Japanese textbook of English, where they learn English as a second language in their textbook in the universities, in the university textbook, it states that more and more people are becoming flat earthers every day. Here in Japan, they're saying that. That is really, really boosting us. Rockiness. So there you go. When you speak to the globers and they say, yeah, we know it's, how do you know it's a globe? How did you validate it? Have we got images of satellites? I go, you're ignoring the outgassing. Did I not explain to you that there can be no space travel because of outgassing? Don't ignore outgassing. It's like you're trying to walk past an elephant that's blocking the door. you're not going to go past because the elephant is there. So outgassing is there. It's not going away. So no, there are no satellites because you didn't get past the outgassing. There can be no satellites when outgassing is around. Okay? 10 to the minus 17 tall doesn't help your situation because here on off at 10 to the minus one, things are outgassing already. LeBlanc, astronaut LeBlanc, who collapsed in 1.7 seconds in that vacuum chamber, right? He was only at 70,000 feet of a simulation in that chamber. That's 13 miles of the Earth's surface. That's all. 13.6 miles, 70,000 feet. That's all. So he wasn't really into deep space yet. 10 to the minus 1, that was. And already, that was 10 to the minus 1. And he was already out cold. A very, very soft, mild vacuum that was. And if you go further and further into deep space, you're not making it. Your spacecraft is going to unravel and then explode. So no, don't be telling me about satellites, geostationers on a board that you haven't even proven to exist yet. You're talking satellites. Start from the ground up, please. How did you actually confirm with whatever methodology you used to confirm without a shadow of a doubt that you're on a ball that is spinning and hurtling through that universe at 2.2 million miles an hour, covering 19.2 billion miles in 1 year, whilst orbiting the sun at 90 times the speed of sound? How did you confirm those things? And then they try to insult you instead. But you're not addressing the problem and the question I asked you. Answer the question. Calling me a nigger monkey, that doesn't work. That's not helping you at all. What should be helping you is you should be addressing and telling me, teaching me how you did it. I know you didn't do it because you never thought about it until now. You've never done it. You've never seen it. You've never experienced it. You've never measured it. You've never felt the spin. And you're breathing very well indeed because we're not in a universe in the vacuum sucking our air away. We're under that dome. Yes. Welcome to Flat Earth reality. Wake up. Yeah, and that's what I do out there. Plus, Coriolis effect. Yeah. Fool's cult pendulum for the fools. Yeah. We deal with all that stuff. Absolutely. Spectroscopy, or whatever they call it, where they're looking at the planets and telling us what it's made of. That's all rubbish. Let me open, as an electrical engineer, I can open up that equipment and see if the components can do what they say they can do. And you're going to find they cannot. Because we don't have any technology that's reading anything through the Earth's air. Notice I didn't say atmosphere, ladies and gentlemen. Through the Earth's air to look at these wandering stars that we call planets. And they're telling us it's got water, it's a gas giant. What rubbish is this? It's raining diamonds sideways. What ridiculous is all this going on? And people are believing it. Yeah. As what a ham story, yeah? And what is his name? Jim Carrey said, and they're buying it. Well, that was really funny. What a douchebag ham story. And they're buying it. But there you go, ladies and gentlemen. We don't know what's going on up there. We just only know what's going on down here. And what we know, we can fit on a pinhead and have more room for it. So let's take our time, wake up, and step by step, try to move in a positive direction, away from your governments and what they tell you to do. Try to achieve some freedom for yourself. Think for yourself, free your mind. Drink from your own cup of tea rather than theirs. At least you know it's safe, you made it. Right, everyone's gone quiet. Sorry there. Didn't mean to shut you down. Okay, guys, thanks for listening. Return. I shall be back.
time I feel compelled. Reactions that come with it: mocking, name calling, ridicule, anger. Quite frankly, it's uncalled for. The ultimate goal of this video is to help spread compassion to those that we affect, in real life and those on the web. Society could really use more compassion these days. Alright, brace yourselves, as this may come to a shock to many of you. For those of you who may not be aware, there is a massively growing community of people out there who are utterly convinced that the earth is flat. This has got to be a joke, right? They can't be serious. As silly and outrageous that this may sound, it is not a joke. For many, their initial response to hearing such a notion goes something like, are these people living in the olden days? How have they missed all the proofs and science that shows that the earth is round? Do they just deny all the pictures of the earth? Don't they know that no one's ever fallen off the edge? The idea of a flat and motionless earth is growing extremely fast, with hundreds of thousands of people forming communities, groups, meetup events, billboards, posting memes, writing books, and even full-blown international conferences. Flat Earth is huge and it's growing, but why? I'm going to present to you what I feel are some of the most compelling reasons that cause people to believe in a flat earth cosmology. Basically, this is going to be a condensed version of how and why people have become a flat earther. I felt it was necessary to create this video based upon the wealth of misinformation out there. I am finding that those who are rejecting the flat earth model don't even know what they are rejecting. Most don't even understand the flat earth model, as silly as it may sound at first. There are many people who will refuse to have this conversation because of the absurdity of the idea. To many people, they feel that this conversation is below and beneath them and a complete waste of time. Which is exactly why we will be discussing this today. Before we get started, I just wanted to say that this video does not aim to sway your opinion in any way. It merely serves to give you an understanding of how and why people have come to such conclusions. To those people who have already looked into Flat Earth, I reckon to be careful or give this video a chance, because it's quite possible you've only seen the propaganda. It is difficult these days to find legitimate and real Flat Earth discussion and videos online. Google, the media, social media giants like Facebook, Twitter, Instagram, and other large media platforms have openly stated that they will censor and remove videos which discuss the Flat Earth. And they have been doing so vigilantly, while leaving up videos which are disinformation or there to make it look silly. Now, before we begin, remember that this subject will be drastically different from what you've been brought up to believe. You have to remember that the globe model is a core belief, something that we have believed from as young as we can remember. It will take some effort to wrap your head around this new idea. When alternate viewpoints to deeply rooted beliefs are questioned, it can rile up emotions. Please try not to get emotional. It is not my intention to rile emotions. Just know we are not signing any contract or accepting any new beliefs. We're merely investigating why a large group of people have come to believe in such a widespread growing idea. So, for the next 60 minutes, I ask you to temporarily suspend your belief system. Be able to entertain an idea without openly accepting it. Oh, and just one more thing. Feel free to pause this video if there's any text on the screen. I know it can be hard to listen to me and read text at the same time. Let's begin with what the Flat Earth looks like. First of all, Flat Earth is not this, or this, or this. These type of photos are deliberately created to make the Flat Earth look silly, and to program you to think this when someone mentions the Flat Earth. A lot of people like to think that space, as they currently know it, just replaces the Earth with a flat disk, sort of like this. This couldn't be further from what the Flat Earth model actually is. In actuality, the most widely accepted Flat Earth model looks more like this. Let me begin by briefly explaining the differences between a flat Earth and a globe Earth. The model that most people have been brought up to believe is a heliocentric cosmology. Helio meaning sun. Heliocentric is a sun-centered cosmology. This system has the Earth along with the other planets orbiting the sun. When the Earth is at the center, it's called a geocentric cosmology. Geo meaning of the Earth. All flat earthers follow a geocentric cosmology because they have the Earth at the center, with the stars, sun, moon rotating around us. In a geocentric cosmology, the Earth is fixed, solid, and unmovable. It's much different from a heliocentric cosmology because we are not moving at all. Everything above us is moving instead. The key differences between these two models is whether the Earth moves or not. In the geocentric model, the Earth is stationary and everything moves around us as it appears from our perspective. In the heliocentric model, everything is moving, including the Earth. In the flat Earth model, the Earth is a circle and the North Pole is in the middle. The Sun is not 93 million miles away and is instead relatively close. The Sun and Moon both make predictable circles around the magnetic North Pole, sort of like hands on a clock. The Sun acts as a spotlight and is only able to shine its light on a portion of the plane at a time. Then we have a ring of ice all the way around the circle holding in the world's oceans. This ring of ice is Antarctica. On the ball Earth model, Antarctica is this continent at the bottom of the ball. Yet in this model, it's all around you as a ring of ice. Antarctica all the way around. This Antarctic ice wall is about 100 to 200 feet tall all around. When you climb up on the wall, it's a plateau of ice which goes on and on and on. Where's the edge? Where is the edge? This is such a great question. A lot of people like to think that the Earth has an edge, as depicted in photos like this, and this, and this. Before I explain where the edge is in a flat Earth model, let me ask, where's the edge in a heliocentric model? The most commonly accepted theory on the ball Earth model on what is beyond the edge of space isn't really known among scientists. They don't really know. It doesn't seem fair to have an answer for one question when we don't have an answer for the other. Scientists on both sides of the discussion aren't really sure, but they both do have some theories though. Let me just get this out there. Edges are hard. Space or flat, both are hard to explain. Both models, whether heliocentric or geocentric, simply do not know what or where the edge is and what's beyond it. And that's okay. I personally would rather not know than know the wrong thing. In my view, the edge of a physical realm is a hard concept for us to grasp, whether flat or round. With that being said, there sort of is an edge though, or what I would call the nearest edge. That would be Antarctica. If an edge exists, it is beyond Antarctica, which is off limits. How far and long does the ice go on for? There isn't really a firm answer to this question at the moment. Some people speculate that the ice eventually reaches some sort of dome barrier that many ancient cultures seem to suggest. Both the Holy Bible and the Quran seem to suggest a flat Earth cosmology with a firmament or dome above us. Others speculate that the ice goes on for quite a ways and could possibly lead to more pods, which we are one of many. There are others who think that the ice goes on infinitely and it's just darkness, snow, and ice as far as we can tell. Some people think that there are more continents, more land that is being hidden from us, where other civilizations could live. What is beyond the ice wall of Antarctica is open to speculation at this point in time. It's worth mentioning that most flat earthers postulate that the Earth has a dome or firmament above us. The idea of a dome also parallels with many ancient cultures' mythologies, religious texts, and scriptures. I know. This part sounds pretty strange if it's the first time you're hearing this. A dome above us? Really? When I first heard this, I thought it was quite ridiculous myself. But there are reasons to support this idea, and to me, it's one of the most interesting parts about the flat Earth. In a future video, we can get into how rainbows only work outside and how sun halos support a dome, the physics of gas pressure systems, and the many ancient cultures mentioning of a firmament to describe some evidence which supports the idea of a dome. This here is Encyclopedia Americana from 1958. This was before the Antarctic Peace Treaty, which took effect in 1959. This encyclopedia says that there's a dome at the 80-degree parallel in Antarctica, at about 13,000 feet high. I would like to point out that travel below the 60-degree parallel is strictly prohibited. Flat Earthers hypothesized that the dome would be short near Antarctica and much higher near the main continents. So, on the subject of a dome, Flat Earthers are arguing that government rockets like NASA always curve and do not go straight up, because if they did, they would hit the dome. Rockets are always done near the ocean, whereas some rockets cannot be seen landing into the ocean. While we're on this subject, I'd like to briefly show you a video which has been circulating across the Flat Earth community. This is of a rocket that goes straight up instead of curving. Some Flat Earthers are proclaiming that this civilian rocket actually hits the dome. The Civilian Space Exploration Team is a team of around 30 civilians who have an interest in rockets. They are a non-governmental civilian group of citizens who were able to fund and build their own rocket, which was used to set a world record for the highest altitude achieved by a civilian rocket. In short, a non-governmental group of civilians sent a rocket up higher than any amateurs have in the past. The rocket they launched abruptly stopped spinning at a certain point. As far as I'm aware, this video is real and has not been doctored in any way. A lot of Flat Earthers are saying that the rocket stopped because it hit some sort of dome or barrier. The answers are far and wide on what the barrier could be made of, ranging from liquid to plasma to some sort of dense medium. Globe proponents are saying that the rocket stopped because of a yo-yo despin mechanism built into the rocket. Flat Earthers are having a hard time believing that such a rocket could stop so suddenly from cables, and it doesn't seem intuitive to build extra weight into a rocket which is trying to achieve a high altitude record. They're also skeptical because of the two cameras on the rocket failed to film any of this despin mechanism. It also took several years for the Civilian Space Exploration Team to give a response about the despin mechanism after this video caused a commotion on the internet. In my opinion, this video is not proof of a dome or a firmament, and more tests should be done like this in order to form more of a general conclusion. I am hopeful that over time, more awareness can be brought to this subject so we can perform more tests like these, to add more data to the scientific community. The next reason that Flat Earthers use to support their claims has to do with the horizon. When independent, non-governmental weather balloons are sent up with cameras on them, something interesting happens. The first thing is that the horizon always remains flat no matter how high up these balloons go. These balloons are going up as high as 33 miles. That's 107,000 feet. The clip being displayed right now shows an independent balloon reaching an altitude of 120,000 feet, or 22 miles straight up. Notice what the horizon looks like here, and here, and here, and here. Not only does the horizon appear flat, more importantly, it always remains level with the camera. No matter how high up you rise in elevation, the horizon will always be level with your eyes, or camera in this case. If the Earth were a ball, no matter how big, the horizon would stay fixed, and we would rise above as we ascended. Instead, the horizon remains at eye level as we gain altitude, no matter how high up we go. You won't see videos like these on television or on the media because it contradicts what you've been taught in school, and what NASA shows us. Flat Earthers claim that the only time we see curvature is in NASA photos and videos where they are using a fisheye lenses or video effects to distort the horizon to give it a curve. Probably the biggest piece of evidence that Flat Earthers use to support their beliefs is the lack of measurable curvature in this Earth. Balls curve. If Earth is a ball or sphere, then Earth must curve. And if it curves, then we can measure this curve over a distance. Flat Earthers suggest that there's no curvature. In Explain Like I'm 5 version, we can simply see too far. If the Earth were a ball, then things far away would not be visible because they would be behind or below the curve of the Earth. This has been tested over and over again, and the Earth simply does not have any measurable curvature. Here is a slightly more technical Explain Like I'm 12 version. The Earth is purported to be about 25,000 miles in circumference. This means we can measure this curvature to verify this claim. That formula is 8 inches per mile squared. This means for 1 mile, there's an 8-inch drop in curvature, and for 2 miles, 32 inches. This grows exponentially as the miles go further out. In this diagram, it shows that there should be 42 feet of curvature at only 8 miles. The gap starts small, but grows the further you go out. At 40 miles, there should be over 1,000 feet of curvature. This is a news broadcast that was taken from Michigan. This made the news because the atmospheric conditions were just right on this day where people could see Chicago across Lake Michigan.
We typically would not be able to see this from the Lake Michigan shore. We talked about this last night. Conditions are right on the lake that we're actually seeing a mirage of the Chicago skyline.
At a distance of 52 miles, the skyline of Chicago could be seen. There should be about 1,800 feet of curvature at this distance. The entire skyline should be under the Earth's curvature. We should not see any buildings at all. The media claims this to be a mirage, but flat earthers are not buying it. They claim that mirages look more like this. Or this.
And we're also going to be seeing a lot of sunshine. So mirages on Lake Michigan usually unfold on weeks like this. They're most common on days when the wind is light, on hot days when Lake Michigan is still cold, and it's most likely to appear as an image floating above the horizon, which you can see on the right-hand side of your screen there.
Here's an even further example where a city could be seen at a great distance.
We do have a rare view of Milwaukee for you. It comes from the other side of Lake Michigan. Now check out this picture. It's of the city lights that were taken last Thursday night in Muskegon, Michigan, some 70 miles away from Milwaukee. So why does Milwaukee look so close? Well, scientists have a name for it, but it's best explained as simply a mirage.
It is cool. I know if Jesse,
That is amazing.
If Jesse Richter were not off today, she would tell us the exact
She'd have some more
term.
details on that, yes.
This is a photograph of Milwaukee taken from Michigan. At a distance of 80 miles, the top of the highest building in Milwaukee should be 3,102 feet below the horizon. Here's a horizon test done by a user known as BMLSB69. In this experiment, he has a camera set up which is filming 3 distant oil platforms. One platform is at a distance of 11 miles, the second at 22 miles, and the third platform at a distance of 26 miles. He was filming at an elevation of 105 feet, where the camera is, and the horizon line should be at a distance of 12.6 miles. Anything beyond 12.6 miles should not be visible. This means the second and third platform should not be visible. Here we can clearly see that all 3 platforms are visible. The third platform should be 133 feet below the horizon. Did you know there's a website dedicated to photographers on who can take the farthest pictures on Earth? Beyond Horizons is a repository for photographers who can take record-breaking photos of objects being seen from very far away. It's sort of a competition on who can take the farthest picture. These people are not flat earthers, they just merely like to take long-distance photos. There are dozens of images on which shouldn't be seen using the globe model. Here's a current world record, Peak Gaspard, taken at a distance of 275 miles or 443 kilometers away. After applying the math, the very top of Peak Gaspard should be 3,700 feet below the horizon. It should be 3,700 feet below, but here we have a photo of the whole mountain. It should also be worth mentioning that buildings, mountains, clouds, airplanes, etc. never appear leaning away from us. For instance, buildings very far away should appear like they're leaning, like the Leaning Tower of Pisa, because of the curvature of the Earth. Yet buildings, mountains, clouds, airplanes, everything ever seen never even remotely appears leaning away. What do we do when the evidence that we gather contradicts the model that we've been grown up to believe? Do we allow ourselves to question our beliefs? There are literally hundreds of more tests like these which have been done. Objects are being seen further away than they should be. Flat earthers contest that we can simply see too far and there isn't any measurable curvature. There's a place in Bolivia called Salar de Uyuni, which is a salt flat. It's 100 miles wide one way and 80 miles across the other way, and it is said to be perfectly flat. Sometimes, when you're lucky, it rains here and you end up with an inch of water all over this salt flat, and it looks like a perfect mirror. Flat earthers contest that if the earth were a sphere, then it would not look like such a mirror. Perfect reflections don't form on convex surfaces. If you're at one end of this salt flat, you can see perfectly clearly the other end 100 miles away. This is unique because it's a long distance of water without the effect of the waves and wind that you see in the sea, so you can see a whole lot further.
We just drove 70 miles into the middle of the salt flats to this island. Once we got like 50 kilometers out, you could start to see it, and it felt like we were gonna be there any minute the entire time. The depth perception here, because it's so flat, is so messed up. Also, we learned that we're super lucky with the rain situation going on, because if it rains too much, it's flooded and you can't make it to the island. But if it doesn't rain, then you don't get this beautiful mirror effect.
This next one has to do with the extreme vacuum of space being next to Earth's atmosphere. Space is considered to be one of the most extreme vacuums in existence, more powerful than any vacuum that we can recreate here on Earth. Space is a very powerful vacuum. Earth has an atmosphere. Having an atmosphere means that there's a pressure system. The question is, how does an atmosphere exist adjacent to a vacuum? Anytime two opposing pressure systems come together without some solid membrane separating them, an equilibrium is quickly achieved. Flat earthers are asking for a demonstration of two opposing pressure systems without any solid barrier between them that do not equilibrate. Since this cannot be demonstrated in any experiment, it is hard for flat earthers to believe the idea of a vast and endless vacuum of space. Flat earthers argue that those who do believe in a vacuum of space without any type of demonstrable proof are falling into a wishful thinking train of thought. Bodies of water will always seek and find their own level. This is usually one of the first things you will hear if you've ever encountered a flat earther. The idea that water does not bend or curve. In the globe Earth model, the globe is comprised of 70% of oceans. Since the globe is a sphere, with the ocean sticking to the outside of it, then the water must curve and bend. Flat earthers haven't been able to find any definite proof of the ocean's curving using various tests. The curvature of the ocean doesn't seem to be happening. Moreover, water curving and sticking to the outside of a container has not been reproduced in any experiment. Modern scientists will say that water curving and sticking to the outside of a sphere will only happen on a scale that is as large as the Earth. Basically, modern scientists are saying that water doesn't bend in small scales and only happens in a planetary condition. Since this really can't be verified, it must be taken as a belief instead of a knowing. Belief versus knowing. When you do some deep inner reflection and ask yourself, do I know the oceans are curving? Or is this something that I believe? Flat earthers really stress this type of thinking across their whole entire way of reasoning. Whether water is in a cup, a bathtub, a swimming pool, a lake, or an ocean, it's always flat and level. This is the natural physics of water and other liquids. Flat earthers say that it is unproven and unscientific theory with no observable, measurable, or repeatable evidence to claim that bodies of water can somehow bend, cling to the exterior shapes, and show bending upon their surface. Antarctica is very important to the Flat Earth. It is one of the keys to unlocking the truth or validity of the Flat Earth model. Unfortunately, Antarctica is off limits, and a treaty involving 54 nations aims to keep it restricted. The mysteries of Antarctica and why it's prohibited to independently travel to is one of the main reasons people believe in a flat Earth. It is rather strange that such grounds and laws are in place to protect ice. And then we have all these olden day maps showing Antarctica as a ring of ice instead of a continent. Something seems a bit off here. Tours do exist to visit Antarctica, and I'd just like to point out that these tour companies are all owned by the same parent company, and they just take you to the outer edge while under their direct supervision. Traveling further into Antarctica without the supervision of a tour company is not easily possible. Because of a lot to cover in this video, I can't go into depth on any one subject. The reasons for Antarctica being off limits is too much to say here for now. Just know that Antarctica is off limits. And despite all the wars and fighting that we do, the nations all seem to agree in this one thing. Antarctica is off limits. Whether you believe in a ball or flat earth model, I think a lot of people would agree there might be something fishy going on with Antarctica. Can you name any other treaty that hasn't been questioned for over 60 years? This is the map that we are all familiar with. It's called the Mercator projection. It's just one of many ways to show the arrangements of continents on Earth. They say there isn't a single accurate map out there. None of them are 100% accurate. The Mercator projection shows Greenland as almost the same size as Africa, when in fact Greenland is much, much smaller. There are a lot of different map projections out there. Some of them are more useful than others for specific purposes. And if you go on Wikipedia, you can see the date and person responsible for the invention of each different map projection. The earliest known globe is from 1492. Maps existed far before globes did. So what about the flat earth map? This must be something flat earthers came up with, right? No. The flat earth community has taken it upon themselves to form a flat earth model. At the center of this model is their map. The map they have chosen to use is called the azimuthal equidistant projection, sometimes called the AE map, or in this video, the flat earth map. AE maps can be traced back to the year 1000. They are older than globes. I also think it's worth pointing out that the United Nations and World Health Organization both have flat earth maps as their official logo. Flat earthers are finding this to be a little curious. Take a look at this map that was found hidden in a Japanese temple. This map is over 1,000 years old. It was found in a temple high up in the mountains in Japan. Here's a newspaper article from the Hawaiian Gazette from 1907. It says the map was believed to be made by Chinese priests 10 centuries ago. Not only is the map a flat earth map, but it shows more land and other continents. The article says it was hidden because such a map would have been destroyed by authorities. You might have noticed the differences between the normal Mercator map that we see regularly and the flat earth map. The sizes and locations of the continents are arranged much differently between the two maps. We fly east to west all the time. Thousands of flights fly east to west and west to east every day. Circumnavigating the Earth east to west on a globe would look something like this. And circumnavigating the Earth on a flat map would look something like this. As you can see, both models can equally support the idea of east to west or west to east circumnavigation. What about north to south circumnavigation? This is where we run into problems. North to south circumnavigation does not work on a flat Earth, because once you reach Antarctica, you'll just end up going further south and never return to where you started. North to south circumnavigation theoretically works on the globe, except that we rarely, if ever, do it. It is claimed that only a few people throughout history have circumnavigated the Earth from pole to pole. But flat earthers are really skeptical on trusting these claims. Circumnavigating from pole to pole has been done less than 10 times throughout all of history. Flat earthers are contesting that the people who have claimed to have done this are part of a campaign to fake these trips in order to sell the idea of a globe. Whether these trips have happened or not isn't clear, but it is clear that these trips rarely do ever happen. The official reason for the lack of circumnavigation north to south is because it's too cold and expensive to fly over Antarctica. Because north to south circumnavigation rarely, if ever, happens, flat earthers see this as a proof, reinforcing their model. With all that being said, there is a small community of flat earthers who do not endorse the flat earth model, and I wish they would get more attention. I personally think all flat earthers should abandon and stop using the azimuthal equidistant projection as their model, because it is a failed model. A few reasons to support these claims are: the sun must travel 70% faster between summer and winter, but this is not observed. The sun rises in the southeast in Chile, South Africa, and Australia during winter months, and this is not compatible with the AE map. The sun travels straight during the equinox and not in a circle. We can see the moon in light and in darkness at the same time on different areas of Earth. I know, I'm not going into much detail here, so you might not follow along. I just felt compelled to include this section because I personally do not endorse the AE map. But I felt it was necessary to include this section because the large majority of flat earthers are following this model. So why are we even here discussing what the Earth looks like when we have absolute proof of what the Earth looks like with pictures? There are thousands of pictures of the Earth. Or is there?
Last month, for the first time since 1972, NASA released a blue marble, a single snapshot of the Earth taken from outer space.
Most of the pictures that you see of the Earth are composites. They aren't single-shot images. Instead, they are created from a collection of data which space agencies piece together to make a picture. A lot of the times, they're collecting flat images and then later wrapping this data around a computer-generated ball. Here's NASA analyst explaining how he created the famous 2002 image of Earth, which was the default background on original iPhones.
Blue Marble 2.0. NASA's Rob Simon made this. Simon's job is...
It's primarily taking data and making pictures out of it.
That's what this is, a composite of data sets from several different instruments translated into a picture. And the tricky part here was the weather.
So we actually had to take clouds out.
They stashed the clouds for later, went onto the ocean. That came from an instrument that measures phytoplankton in the sea.
Where it was low, I colored it dark blue because they're low mostly in mid-oceans. And then where it was a little bit higher, it was like a little bit brighter green.
Then add the clouds back in.
There's a small problem with it because there's a very slight gap in between each orbit.
So some of those are painted on.
It is photoshopped, but it's has to be.
Then
there was another layer to sort of simulate the atmosphere.
And then there's this little bright spot.
It's called the specular highlight. So it's the reflection of sunlight off of water.
Those are the pieces, but you can't just slap them all together.
It just didn't look realistic. It looks kind of flat, or the clouds are sort of too see-through. So I just hit Command Z a lot.
There's artistry to creating the world.
What I imagine it to be. Unfortunately, I'm not an astronaut. I've never been to space. But I've looked at these images over and over again, trying to sort of get the essence of it. It is photoshopped, but it's has to be. It is photoshopped, but it's has to be.
When examining pictures of the Earth, we are finding some anomalies which really raise an eyebrow. For instance, this is an official NASA photo of the Earth which appears to have the word sex within the clouds. Furthermore, we are finding that the clouds that you are seeing in some of these images are just pasted on. Here, we can see that the clouds are duplicated, copy and pasted to appear to look like real clouds. Because the photos of the Earth are admittedly created in Photoshop, this has a lot of flat earthers to be skeptical on if Earth is really a sphere floating in space. Flat earthers are also finding a lot of variance between the different photos of the Earth. It's not just pictures of the Earth either. NASA made headlines recently because they discovered that the TRAPPIST-1 system had 7 Earth-like planets within it. 3 of these planets are within a habitable zone. The image they released looked like this. Most people see this in the news and assume, oh wow, that's incredible. But most people don't look into how this image came to be. What instruments were used to determine this? What data are they basing this on? This image was created from data which looked like this. NASA will admit that this is just an artist's rendition of what they think those planets could look like. We've all seen pictures of people in space, doing spacewalks, interviews in space stations, and even pictures of the Earth from space. These images and video were to be taken as undisputable proof that we are indeed on a ball. The final nail in the coffin to seal the deal that we are indeed on a ball. Remember now, you've likely only heard one side of the discussion. Hypothetically speaking, if an error were to be made on camera, would the mainstream media show you? Flat earthers are saying that all of the photos and videos that you see in space and in the space station are heavily doctored or just plain fake. There are hours and hours of video dedicated to this very one subject. However, because of time and brevity, I am going to go over what I thought were a few compelling clips from space agencies.
Hello. Been here once before.
Nice to meet you. Good. How are you?
Pleasure. Hello.
This was a special day for NASA because George Bush Sr. visited NASA headquarters. Houston headquarters doesn't often get press attention like this. Was it a mistake that the blue screen was left on one of their monitors? Why do they even need a blue screen? Flat Earthers are saying that it is because they are using it to fake the object that needs to be floating. Flat Earthers are suggesting that NASA is faking low gravity using wire harnesses. In these next few clips, it shows what appears to be an invisible wire harness attached to the astronauts. In this clip, when he tucks down to pick something up, it appears that there may be a wire protruding from the outside of his shirt. In this clip, you'll see a guy float by in the background who appears to have a wire harness around his waist and legs. There are those who claim that some of the objects which you see astronauts handle are nothing more than digital objects. The objects can literally be teleported in because they are not really there. With virtual reality technology, it is possible for you to grab and manipulate digital objects just like they were there in front of you, and then have them appear on a different screen. Some people think that the digital object which he's supposed to be holding wasn't teleported in on the clip which you're viewing right now. This video shows the astronaut being faded out before making it out of the viewer's sight. This would only be possible if the video had a green screen layer for the astronaut and then a separate layer for the background.
So with the special shape of this cup, and you can see I'm continuing to suck the coffee out, or actually sip the coffee, because we're no longer sucking out of a bag now. We're drinking from a cup.
This video is showing an astronaut drinking liquid coffee from a plastic bag in zero gravity. NASA skeptics are claiming that the coffee is instead a digital layer superimposed over the plastic bag. The reasoning is because a glitch happened when the bag floated away and the coffee layer did not track the bag properly. Wire harnesses and green screens are what flat earthers claim to be the most common method of faking space. They also claim there's another, less common method which is sometimes used, using zero-G planes. If you have $7,000, you can purchase a ticket on one of these zero-G planes. The planes will basically fly down at a very steep angle which gives the impression that you are weightless or in zero gravity while you're inside of the plane. Since you're falling, the walls are falling, and the roof is falling, it's like being in zero gravity. Notice what hair looks like when you're inside of the zero-G plane.
Is this a hoax? Are you really in space still?
See the hair? See the hair?
NASA skeptics are claiming that they're just perming the women's hair or giving it a bunch of hairspray to give it a big poofy look.
So, I mean, like on the space station, how many of these would you have?
7, because we have 7 windows.
What happens if you get a leak on that?
Then you have a leak.
You just have a leak.
And what you would do is...
You lose air.
Yeah, you would probably seal the whole cupola off. And then there's probably a plan, I don't know off the top of my head, but there's probably a plan for replacing the mechanism. Might require a spacewalk.
Astronaut Chris Hadfield tweeted this image of a hole which happened in the ISS. The only thing is, this image is an old image which was used as an album cover for a band called Remedy Drive. When an object reaches a certain altitude, it is then considered to be in Earth orbit. We have 3 categories of orbit depending on how high the object goes. Low Earth orbit is for objects which go less than 1,200 miles up. Medium Earth orbit is for objects below 22,000 miles up, and high Earth orbit is for objects more than 22,000 miles up. Although we allegedly went to the moon in 1969, we are not able to go anymore. The technology has been lost. With our current technology, we are only able to send people into low Earth orbit. That means humans can't go past 1,200 miles up.
One thing I really want your generation to embrace is that the Earth is a closed system. We cannot leave the Earth. There's no place to go. The Earth is a closed system.
Now, we only can fly in Earth orbit. That's the farthest that we can go.
The kinds of technologies that we're testing out on Space Station are definitely helping us with our goals of going beyond low Earth orbit.
Early in the next decade, a set of crewed flights will test and prove the systems required for exploration beyond low Earth orbit.
And this is really the beginning, I think, of human beings leaving low Earth orbit.
This picture is drawn to scale to show you how far away the moon really is. Remember now, we can only travel at most 1,200 miles today. In 1969, we were able to make it 283,000 miles to the moon. But nowadays, we can't leave low Earth orbit. Those who are skeptical about the moon missions are asking NASA to go over the original photographs, video, and telemetry data from the original Apollo missions. Unfortunately, NASA accidentally destroyed this data and the technology to go back to the moon.
I'd go to the moon in a nanosecond. The problem is we don't have the technology to do that anymore. We used to, but we destroyed that technology, and it's a painful process to build it back again.
I haven't seen anything that indicates the telemetry data is even in existence, and as I said, even if we had it, we don't have the machines to play it back.
Unfortunately, I'm afraid I can't really give you much of a clue as to where this data ended up and whether it still exists or not.
It's not just these people saying this though. This is an official NASA statement. The tapes, footage, and telemetry data is gone. And it's a painful process to rebuild this technology. To be clear, we no longer lack the technical know-how to go back to the moon. We forgot how to do it. Let me ask you, when in the history of forever has technology gone backwards? According to NASA, it would cost too much for us to rebuild the technology that went to the moon. Flat Earthers see this as a huge red flag.
They just start making stuff up. Yeah. Like that Neil Armstrong guy. Have you seen him on the talk shows?
Neil Armstrong, you mean the first man to walk on the moon?
Talk about a fish story.
Yeah.
Man, and they're buying it.
Oh, yeah.
Most flat earthers believe the sun and moon to be lights in the sky of an unknown material, if they are even material at all. There's a lot of discussion on what they could be made of. Some ideas range from electromagnetic phenomenon, plasma, projections, a facade, or something else entirely. In flat earth theory, the moon's light is not a reflection of the sun and is instead its own light source. Most flat earthers believe the moon to be non-terra firma, meaning it's not a physical object you can walk on. A whole lot of discussion and experiments are being done on whether the moon is its own light source or not. The Bible does suggest that the moon is its own light source, and flat earthers are taking it upon themselves to test this. Flat earthers believe the sun and moon are a duality, yin and yang. The sun produces a warm light, and the moon, being its opposite dual nature, produces a cold light. Yes, you heard me right. There are people conducting experiments on the temperature of the moon's light, and it goes against everything we've been taught in school. Flat earthers are finding that when the moon's light is measured with a thermometer, particularly on a full moon, that emits a colder temperature than the shade.
Wow, it's way warmer in the shade.
Check out this scientist being interviewed by an Australian news outlet in 1965.
What is your theory? Well, it is by now rather more than a theory. 10 or 11 years ago, I stated to various scientists that the moon is not a piece of rock, but it is a plasma phenomenon, cosmic plasma, and that this fact will eventually be confirmed. I made certain predictions which were already confirmed in 1958, and the situation now is coming close to a complete confirmation.
While we are on the subject of a moon, I'd like to show you a really cool phenomenon which has been making waves across the internet. It's called a lunar wave. The clip being displayed right now is of the original lunar wave, which was first discovered by a user known as Crow in 2012. Flat earthers feel like the world has been misdescribed. There currently isn't any known explanation for this interesting phenomenon. Here's another lunar wave, which was captured by a user known as Deceptive Little Universe in 2019. The lunar wave has been filmed over a dozen times by people who like to film the night sky. Because most flat earthers believe the moon to be non-terra firma, they don't support the idea of a moon landing. Really quick, here are the things you need to believe to accept the moon landings as truth. This is Apollo Lunar Module. This here is a craft which flew 282,000 miles to the moon in extreme temperatures, both hot and cold, and then was able to fly back. Flat earthers have a hard time believing that this thing went to the moon. Its structural integrity does not resemble other high-end craft, and is questionable on the materials used to create it. This is a 7,500 pound thruster. Notice how much dust this thing kicks up. Look at its power, heat. Look at the size and heavy-duty construction of this thing. The Apollo lunar lander had a bigger thruster at 10,000 pounds. There's a lot of discussion about how the lunar lander did not throw up any dust, nor create any sort of blast crater from when it had to gently land on the surface of the moon. This is the moon buggy which was sent up with the astronauts. Moon landing skeptics have a hard time believing that NASA would send up such a heavy object which didn't appear to serve much of a scientific purpose. It also would have been very dangerous if an astronaut were to ride over a heavy bump and possibly rip, tear, or get injury on this dangerous moon mission. Then we have the moon rock, which was given as a gift to the Dutch National Museum. This was a rock which was allegedly taken from the moon during the Apollo missions. When the rock was examined, it was turned out to be a fake since it was made of petrified wood. One last thing on the moon missions, which isn't so commonly talked about, it has to do with human behavior. They say that body language and facial expressions are responsible for a large part of our communication. Can you imagine going to the moon when it's never been done before? I don't know about you, but for me, I get nervous even if the airplane I'm in makes a bump. And airplanes are statistically really safe. Can you imagine going 25,000 miles per hour and never been used technology before? That's 13 times faster than a bullet. Even walking on the moon, I'd be nervous as we only have so much oxygen, batteries, fuel, and we still gotta fly back. Then, making it all the way back after landing in the ocean, the entire world is thrilled. Celebrations are all around. You've literally made history. Take a look at interviews or speeches from when other people achieve accomplishments. It's almost always matched with pride, esteem, and excitement. When the Apollo astronauts came back from the moon, there was a press conference. I'm just going to run this clip right here so you can see why some flat earthers might be a little suspicious on the validity of their claim.
Neil?
It was our pleasure to have participated in one great adventure. It's an adventure that took place not just in the month of July, but rather one that took place in the last decade. Things that occurred on and about the moon. We will use a number of films and slides which most of you have already seen, and with the intent of pointing out some of the things that we observed on the spot which may not be obvious to those of you who are looking at them here from the surface of Earth. the flight, as you know, started promptly.
Many of us and many other people in many places have speculated on the meaning of this first landing on another body in space. Would each of you give us your estimate of what is the meaning of this to all of us?
You want to try that? After you.
Most flat earthers have spent a lot of time researching the moon landing and have come to the conclusion that we did not go. So then they're left with the question, why would they fake it? We've gone over a lot of reasons that support the idea of a flat earth today. It just so happens that pretty much all ancient civilizations have believed in a flat earth cosmology. Just to name a few other societies who believe in a geocentric cosmology are ancient Greek, Navajo, Babylonian, Japanese, Persian, Viking, Indian, Mayan, Inca, Hebrew, Chinese, Celtic, Sumerian, Romans, and African civilizations. All believed in a flat earth. Year after year, night after night, we see the same stars in the beautiful night sky. Modern science will tell us that the stars are light years away, a distance so astronomically far that your brain can't even comprehend the distance that these alleged massive objects are. Flat earthers have a different take on what the stars are. Given what I've told you so far, you might not be surprised to hear that flat earthers feel like they've been lied to. Since they've been lied to, they don't know who to trust anymore. They go back all the way to their original mindset that they had as a child and review what they believe and what they know. Why do they believe what they do? A lot of times we've been taught things when we're really young, before we've developed critical thinking skills. When we allow ourselves to come back to it with our adult mind to question things, sometimes we can find new revelations. Flat earthers put a huge emphasis on what their senses tell them. They will say that their senses tell them that the earth appears to be flat. If no one told them otherwise, they would likely assume it to be flat and motionless. They feel like flat earth is an observation and not a claim. An example of a claim would be earth spins or earth curves. Since the burden of proof lies on the person making the claim, they continue to trust their senses until further evidence can reveal new information. Flat earthers, when trusting their senses, see the sun and moon to be the same size. But it's modern science who comes along and says, no. The sun is 400 times larger, but also, coincidentally, 400 times further away. Don't trust your senses. Trust us. We have the answers. Your senses are wrong. Flat earthers' senses tell them that the moon doesn't appear to spin, and that is why we only see one side of the moon. It's only modern science who comes along and says, oh no, the moon does spin. It just so happens that it spins at the same exact rate that we do. So we only get to see one side. But the stars appear to be moving above us. But then modern science will say, in actuality, it is we who are moving. Don't trust what you see or feel. Trust what we tell you. When we see shooting stars, they always come down from the sky.
This evening, it's a special full moon tonight. Oh my goodness, look at that. We just caught ourselves a falling star. Make a wish.
Flat earthers contest that if we were indeed on a globe, then we should see shooting stars coming from all sorts of directions. Some going horizontal and some flying up from the horizon. But wait, what is a star? What do flat earthers think of stars? I want to preface this by saying that I hope one day each one of you has the opportunity to look at the stars with a good pair of binoculars, or even better, a telescope, so you can witness this yourself. Until then, I'm going to show you a collection of what stars look like from a good amateur telescope. Some stars look like amoebas, some change colors from red to blue to green, others appear to be underwater. Some stars have legit holes in the middle of them. Cymatics is the study of how sound affects matter. NASA provides us with CGI illustrations of stars and planets which do not look anything like what we can actually observe ourselves. And even our own sun never twinkles, like how we see the stars rapidly doing. What about the planets? Are those also flat? In the night sky, all of the stars move at the same speed and will form perfect circles if you do a time lapse. Some stars move differently though. While all the stars are moving at the same angles, these other stars are sort of weaving in and out and doing their own thing. In ancient times we called these other stars wandering stars, but nowadays we call them planets. They, the planets, resemble stars in our sky except that they will perform their own elliptical motion throughout the sky. Modern science tells us that the planets are much closer and not as big as stars. They are terra firma, meaning something we could land or touch. With flat Earth, planets are like stars, lights in the sky, except they have their own motion paths. Earlier I showed you footage of the high altitude balloons. One thing flat earthers can't explain is the fact that once we reach a certain altitude, then all the stars in the sky disappear. The stars are a really interesting phenomenon, and the flat earth does not have an answer for what they are outside of lights in our night sky. They do have some theories though. I personally love it when science says they don't know how something works. I think it's perfectly fine to revel in the mystery of things. Are we meant to know the answer to everything? There are a lot of unknowns with the flat earth model. I personally would rather not know than know the wrong thing. There's a phenomenon that modern science will admit that they don't know how it works. It's called sonoluminescence. Basically, if you have a tank of water or liquid, and if you make a bubble in it, and then you shoot a sound wave at this bubble, the bubble will first collapse into itself and then get super hot while emitting a bright light. We're creating an immense amount of energy from just a bubble and a sound wave, and it looks like a star.
He says, praise him, sun and moon, and praise him, all you shining stars. That's not just a poetic idea. That's really happening because stars don't just shine, stars also sing. It's singing. The stars are singing to him. I recently stumbled on 47 Tuc. It's a beautiful cluster of stars. We'll show you the picture of it here. There are 12 of these super giant blue stars in there, but the things that are of interest to us tonight are these millisecond pulsars. And right now tonight, while we're sitting in this room, the 16 recorded millisecond pulsars in 47 Tuc are making this sound right now. That was a little out of tune. Beautiful. Who knew? No, God has his own string section.
$56 million a day, of course, you've heard that 56 million times probably this weekend. But we need to talk about how big the space economy is, okay? The video game industry, $137 billion, one of the biggest industries that there is. We can add those all together, combo of everything music that you've ever seen music, home entertainment, movies, box office, Hollywood, video games. That includes on your apps, on your phone, Xbox, PlayStation. That's the space industry. $410 billion. So when people ask why the lie, well, what good does it do? What difference does it make? Well, it makes a huge difference to those that are involved.
Why the lie? Why would they lie? With modern scientism, they want you to think that we came from nothing in a big bang. That something came from nothing and it just happened chance that we exist. They want us to not understand our origin and to go on thinking that life is meaningless. That we are one in septillion other planets floating through infinite space. We aren't very special because there's a possibility of so many other planets and life forms. Instead of everything being random, with the flat earth, it puts us at the center of creation. The sun and stars are revolving around us. We are at the center. Suddenly we matter. We are special. Also, if the idea of a dome is true, then that kind of points towards intelligent design. Who designed it? When you wrap up all the land and put it on a ball, there's nowhere left to go. Everything has been discovered already. What's beyond the 60-degree parallel line? What's at the edge? What's it made of? If we can lie to you about where you really are, where you really came from, if we can convince you that what you see and perceive is wrong, and to instead trust what we tell you to be true, then that sets an easy foundation for us to control you. The three biggest reasons that I see for why the lie be for control, for money, or to hide God, to hide that you're special. At the end of the day, Flat Earth moves people to God, and then it convinces people that they're special, that they matter. And I think that's a good thing. To quickly summarize the points that we went over, number 1, we went over the Flat Earth model and how it differs from a heliocentric model, how the Earth is stationary, surrounded by an ice wall and possible dome. Number 2, how the horizon will remain level with your eyes as we rise in altitude. Also, how it appears to be noticeably flat when viewed from a high altitude weather balloons, reaching altitudes as high as 170,000 feet. Number 3, how there doesn't seem to be any measurable curvature on this Earth. Additionally, objects are being seen much further away than they should when applying globe math. Number 4, how there hasn't been any sort of demonstrable proof of a vacuum, such as space, existing adjacent to a pressure system, such as Earth's atmosphere. Number 5, we went over the natural physics of water and how water will always seek and find its own level. Water does not bend, curve, or stick and cling to the exterior of shapes, such as a ball. Number 6, the mysteries of Antarctica, the Antarctic Peace Treaty, and the rules which highly restrict travel to this forbidden area. Number 7, the different types of maps and how circumnavigation would work on a flat and globe Earth. Number 8, various clips from space agencies that showed questionable clips of astronauts being in space, how photos of the Earth are created. Number 9, what the ancient civilizations thought about all of this. Number 10, how stars fit into all of this, what the sun, moon, and luminaries above us are in a flat Earth model. And number 11, why would they lie? It was not my intention for you to believe this yourself. That was not the goal of this video. My intention is for you to have some understanding or compassion if you come across someone who believes in something like this, or something else, something different from what you believe. Sometimes we will judge, mock, or ridicule people when we have no understanding of their beliefs. In these crazy times, I think it's so important for us to be kind to each other, even with our differences. Whether we acknowledge it or not, humankind has a moral stake on being kind. the word itself reminds us of this absolute truth. Normally, I would tell people to do your own research or look into this yourself. However, I feel hesitant to say this now, only because of such heavy censorship of Flat Earth. It's no longer possible to just hop onto Google or YouTube and find legitimate discussion on this subject. You'll need to know a direct link to an actual source, since the actual sources no longer appear in searches. I recommend joining a group or online discussion if you'd like to know more. Sometimes the truth can be found in the reactions. If Flat Earth is so crazy and outlandish, then why do they need to go to such great lengths to discredit it? More importantly, why do they need to censor it? If the Earth is a ball and true, then truth should not fear investigation. My hope is that someday more money and research can go into the Flat Earth discussion, if society can allow themselves to question their beliefs. There are issues with the Flat Earth map and model. There are issues with the globe model. I myself still remain skeptical and will continue to remain open to many possibilities. If we can remove our ego and allow ourselves to be teachable, then exploring by learning new things can be quite fun, even if they go against our own worldview. This has been a fun project and I have learned so much. It really has given me some perspective on why people believe in a flat earth and what has brought them to these conclusions. At the end of the day, be kind, open your mind, and much love to all.
2 in the chat, not a measurement. 1 in the chat if it is a measurement. Because he's asking, right? Oh, so if we drive from point A to point B, that's a measurement, right? We need an answer for him. So what do you guys think? Twos in the chat. All right, so we got 2 twos in the chat. So the flat earthers don't agree. We got 3 twos. So no, we don't agree. 4 twos. No, that's not a measurement. How about that?
I mean, you kind of strawmanned it a little bit, right?
I don't think so. You go from point A to point B. Is that a measurement?
Point out the strawman? Can I point out the strawman?
Sure.
May I? All right. So the strawman is, I didn't just say drive from one location to one other. I said to also calculate the distance you're using, such as if you have like a meter that's at 0, so you can calculate the
If you don't
distance.
have a measurement of circumference,
Have, like,
then how do you
you're
get that
measuring.
measurement?
You're measuring.
You actually haven't, bro, because that's what you said. You said, is this a measurement? The answer is no.
Has been driven, then I've measured 1,000 kilometers, right? No. So a distance is not measured. That's interesting, because distances are important for measuring.
No one's saying that there's no distance between those two things. It's just that when you get in your car and then drive from point A to point B, I don't think I personally would consider that you measuring something. You did mention, well, what will you calculate? I don't.
Well, wait a second. Technically, if you have an odometer on your car, and you test the odometer to make sure that the distance around the wheel and all that can add up, I guess you could measure the actual linear distance you went. But would that give you a number that you could actually use in an equation to come up with an answer for something for science? I think that's the real question here, isn't it?
Perhaps, yeah. And two, like, what are we measuring as well? I mean, is this a hypothetical where we just like drive on a perfect?
Well, I was just saying, like, the way he's putting it, I mean, there's no sense in saying no, it's not true. You know what I'm saying? Like, parts of what he's saying does have is you know what I mean? Like, you get what I'm coming from, right?
I do. I get what you're saying. I'm just challenging the fact that, well, let's be realistic. Even if
of course. But I'm saying I think he does have a point on where his mindset is. You know what I'm saying? Like,
maybe
there's nothing wrong with that, of course.
Maybe hypothetically, right? It's because it's just like when folks say, "Well, just go straight." It works on paper, but not all things that hypothetically work on paper, just like calculations, work in reality. Right.
Well, I think the thing that we have to try to remember here is that, like, let's say you buy a piece of land or whatever. Okay, let's say there's a physical place. There's a tree somewhere. Okay, now we can all go visit that tree based on following a map, right? Okay, but it doesn't really matter where in space that place is. We know it's solid. It's not moving. It doesn't just disappear and reappear somewhere else. We know that if we go to that spot, it doesn't matter whether you've measured it. We just know it's still there, right? Like, we know New York City is in the place where they've told us it is, right? And if we travel there, even if we don't even measure our way there, we can still go there and say, "Oh, look, here's New York City. We found it," right? See what I'm saying? Things are there. The measurement really doesn't make any difference, because when you get there, it's still in the same spot. You know what I'm saying? Now, if we had things that moved, if we were talking about moving forces, like, let's say the Earth is rotating, that's a completely different argument. It has absolutely nothing to do with this particular argument. You see what I'm saying?
Yeah, we got you. I got you personally. I'm just saying.
And on top of that, when he's asking me to provide direct measurements of the curvature of the Earth, the size of the Earth, and therefore to measure its curvature, you would have to be big enough to measure it, and you can't be that big.
Hold on. Stop the show.
You're that's firm compared to Earth.
Say that to begin with.
Never.
Why do people always deny reality? Come on, man.
You guys always go into it with this default, like you already know. Listen to what you said, right? We haven't established what size the Earth is yet. That hasn't been measured. But you're like, oh, well, it's this big, so you have to do X, Y, and Z. Well, again, that has yet to be established, the size. It's not like anyone's measured anything. Again, your example is like, get in a car and just drive over there. Okay, well, if you really think about that, you're not really able to drive in like a way where you could measure the Earth like that. Because why? You're gonna have to turn left and turn right and go this way and go that way and maybe go a roundabout and stuff like that, right? So That I don't think that's really a good way of measuring things. I get hypothetically your example, like, well, if you dig 10 paces west, I get that, but that's not really what.
All right, and also,
For example.
Also, I would have to say that, like, when I'm speaking, you do cut me off, but when you speak, you have the full liberty of not being cut off. That's not very fair, my friend. You need to stop, like, fucking muting me
It
all
may
the
not be
time.
fair, but when you're arguing
That's
something
not,
on
that's
the
not
internet, you
honest.
have to expect a certain amount of, like, you know.
And like Rookie
Fun.
Monster was saying earlier, you can use reference points such as the sun, other objects, and stuff like that, distances, and use those measurements for proper calculations. Even if at the end you're
those
using
things-
calculations,
I
if
gotta
you
object because I'm sorry, but I
Here.
just said you take these things as default already known. That's my issue. You're like, well, we can use all these measurements. Not anything has been measured. You need a foundation first. Oh, well, we already know the distance to the sun. How? Well, we already know the size of the earth, though. How? Well, we know this other thing already. How do you know that? Well, we just know already this other thing. You see the problem? Nothing actually has been established. Well, how did you come to that knowledge? Well, we just already knew it. Like, that's not really helpful.
sorry, but like you're committing a lot of fallacies there, my friend.
You know, life isn't a debate, bro. You have to prove things to yourself by looking for the answers. You know, that's how you become knowledgeable and wise, is you go out and you seek out the truth of things. And you find it out so that you know the truth of it, not just assume it.
If I take a ruler and measure, let's say, the 30 centimeters, did I measure 30 centimeters with my ruler? Are you telling me that my ruler is inaccurate and just based off pure assumption?
Yeah, I'm
that
pretty sure that's
30
exactly
centimeters
what-
is not 30 centimeters?
Yeah, that's
Is that
correct.
what
That's-
you're like kind of arguing here? That we
Yeah.
can't measure anything because all our measurement tools are fake?
Yep, I'm saying exactly that.
Depends on if you're talking about philosophy.
Rulers are fake, centimeters are fake. Yep, that's exactly what I spent the last 10 minutes detailing. That you can't measure anything. A ruler is fake. All the numbers on there, they're lying to you. Yep. If that's what you took away, NPC, I don't know if you're in the right place. I don't know if you're in the right place. If that's your takeaway, is that flat earthers are saying measurements are fake. We're calling you out because you don't even have anything measured.
Do you have anything measured?
You don't. That's the whole point.
Do you?
Yeah, we do.
Okay, what are your measurements?
Well, not of a curved earth.
What's your measurement that Earth is not curved?
So look at this, folks. Let's take a listen here. Notice how he's going to
Technically, you
start.
don't need a measurement because the horizon is level and flat. It's pretty simple, bro.
Yeah, we don't even. Yeah, measurement. What do you need a measurement for? We just calculated it, bro. We stood on the beach, then we laid down.
If it didn't work, we wouldn't have like, you know, we wouldn't be able to travel around on this whatever we're on, right? Like, think about it. Things are just how they are. It doesn't really matter how you assume it in your mind. That's just a conception. Philosophical. It's not physical. We're talking about the physical aspects of something, and you should be able to measure it. And no matter how big something is, if it has a curve to it, you should be able to measure that at some point. And we're talking, we've got measurements where we try to take calculations and try to take measurements at certain distances, and it doesn't match up with what they're telling us. So somebody's telling us a lie. Either somebody's lying to us, or we're seeing the information wrong, but you're never bringing us the answer to that question. You're always just telling us that we're wrong, and you're pointing at another thing that you can't prove that makes that right. And that's not how you figure stuff out. That's not how science decides what caused something. Do you understand?
Sheesh. Homeboy cooking. Nicely done. But
Now,
yeah,
if we're talking about, if we're going to talk about like psychologically, then that's a completely different argument, right? Because psychologically, people that are wrong will and absolutely do every day argue with crap that doesn't make any sense to try to defend their argument because they don't have an argument, right? Everybody knows this happens, right? But life isn't a debate, bro. It's not about whether it's a fallacy. The point is that when you start looking at all this evidence and you start trying to figure it out and measure it and put it all together on some kind of a map or try to form this thing in your mind of an idea of what the earth is, it doesn't give you enough information. That's what we're trying to say. Okay, we're saying that it doesn't match the information. The stuff doesn't look right. So let's go and find out what it really is instead of arguing about, well, they already figured it out. Because I don't think they did. I think they assumed, and they assumed more, and then they assumed some more. And they got lucky, and then when they aren't lucky, they just change math, and they just weave it differently. And that's what somebody that's wrong would do. So it's a natural response. It's not hard to understand that when somebody says something and it's wrong, and it turns out they get caught in some kind of argument where it makes them look like they're wrong and they're being deliberately deceiving, right? They don't want that to happen because then that makes them a liar, right? And once people, taint you as a liar, then they don't want to listen to what you have to say. So if you're a scientist, that's exactly what you're going to defend, right? So why would you even go into this with an aspect of debating it when you don't even have enough evidence or information to fucking actually prove what did it? Nobody does. That's what we're trying to say. Enough evidence. It's not out there, and it doesn't make any sense when you do put it together. So show us something that makes that reality, makes this physical, that we can look at it and measure and go, okay, this is exactly where the curve is. But you can't do that, and that's why we're upset with you, because you're not bringing us the evidence. Bring it, dude. Bring it. Show us. Where did you measure the curve of it?
Satisfied with the evidence. The curvature of a circle or sphere is measured by
Would
its
you be
radius.
satisfied
So
if I told you my fish that I caught yesterday was longer than yours, but I couldn't show you on a ruler how it was longer? Would you just trust me? No. You'd want me to measure that fish, wouldn't you? Because if that was what we were basing the win of the damn contest of, you'd want me to measure that fish, right?
And when it comes to the curvature, it's measured by the radius.
Holy shit.
You
You don't have a radius. If you want to get that smoke out, you can get it back. You don't have a radius. And if you were going to say that you do, well, you're going to need a measurement for that.
And you can't measure that because it's an assumption. It's so dumb. It's like you don't understand the differences between scientists and how they can react with each other. It's like you go into these little denial things where you read something and someone tells you, oh, this is evidence against them. And then you run over here and you start talking about it like as if you even knew what the hell is going on, bro. It's really obvious.
I mean, bro, really? Your last sentence was, did you know that a circle means it has a radius? No shit. That's what we're challenging you to go get measurements for, bro. That's how you would know if the Earth is a sphere or not. Well, you would have to have
Well,
a
if it was a
specific
line,
size.
you could if it was a line with the segments on it, you could measure the distance from one to the other, right? But when it's a circle, then what do? You have to find the center, then you measure from the inside to the outside, and then or you can measure the distance all the way around. But that's just a mathematical thing to figure out things, to understand things. It's not an exact science. The exact science is when you come down and you engineer it, right? And then you put that from your mind into reality by building those physical parts to put together to make that thing, right? That's completely different from what you're saying.
No, because you can calculate the radius from the circumference or the diameter. In the case of Erasmus,
Those have to be established first. See, we already called you out on this, NPC. Well, we just already know this other thing. No, you definitely don't. Go ahead, Jedi. Please cook this dude. Well, we know the circumference already.
Yeah.
No, you don't. Sorry, Jedi. Go ahead.
No, I just jumped in, man. It's not fair that I jump in straight away.
Oh, well, he's just saying, like, well, how do you know the radius? Well, we know the circumference. Well, how do you know the circumference? Well, we knew the diameter. How do you know the diameter? Oh, well, we knew the radius. Well, you see the problem here? Something has to be done first to establish these things, NPC.
Yeah, his argument keeps shifting back and forth because he doesn't seem to have an answer for it either. So, yeah.
He's right. You're right, Rookie. He's like, well, you calculated. Oh, no, we measured it. Okay, how? Well, we calculated it.
But that's what we're trying to say is that if you don't have an answer for it, then you need to figure it out, right? Then we're not. Somebody's wrong here, so we need to figure out what's going on.
Okay,
What's up,
how about
guys?
this? Take an airplane and travel the whole distance of the world. You have the circumference right there. Boom. That's a measurement.
We just covered how it's not.
It is.
Hold on, what did you do?
What if the wind was blowing you in one direction or the other? Then how would you know that you weren't measuring some extra wind that was
Now
blowing?
you're special pleading, my friend.
Special pleading. You don't even know what the fuck that means. Hey, what's up,
Okay,
Jedi?
whatever.
The whole chat disagrees with you. That's not a measurement. Twos in the chat means going from point A to point B.
The
Ain't
whole
measuring
chat is
shit.
flat earthers, so I mean, I can understand.
Well, I mean, there is that argument that, just because everybody in the room agrees doesn't mean that it's true either. But, I mean, The problem is we're not claiming anything. We're just claiming that your stuff, the stuff that they're feeding us, doesn't make any sense, and we're asking you to show us how it does make sense, and you can't do it. And that's the problem. See, this is the thing: is you're having the same trouble that we did, and this is why we're arguing that we don't believe it. Why would we want to believe something that doesn't fit together right? You know what I'm saying? It just doesn't make sense to me.
All right. So how long we been going with this guy, CB?
Hour maybe. I don't know.
I don't know. Maybe an hour.
Oh, Jedi, did you go in on him yet?
Oh no, I've only just jumped in, mate. I've only been here like 2 minutes.
Yeah. All right. Yeah, I muted him for a reason. So if anybody muted him, unmuted him, I muted him for a reason. So I just wanted to get something out of the air. Then I'll unmute him right now. But yeah, if you wanted to, I don't know if you wanted to talk to this guy, Jedi, because since you just got here. NPC, actually I started first, and then CB, and then I guess Rookie was in there.
Yeah. For context, we've just been chasing his tail for the last 30 minutes because he was like, well, you can definitely verify 100% the Earth is a sphere. So we've been trying to get that out of him, twist his arm for the last, I don't know, half hour to try to get those answers out. But
well, actually, mostly what he's been doing is claiming that his mathematical assumptions are actually measurements. I think that's really what the argument is here.
Yeah. All right. So, well, he's pretty much caught up, I think. All right. There you go, NPC.
All right to be biased. Good job on the bias, guys.
No, I'm not gay.
And dishonesty at the same time, man.
Awesome
Bias
stuff,
and
bro.
dishonesty.
What can I do to verify that the surface of the Earth is curved? To start there.
I mean, you can try and make certain measurements by taking reference points, just like the sun, other stars, other things, and using these distances, using information and actual science that you probably can't understand.
All right, you're being very
to determine the circumference of Earth and then get its radius and then measure it.
That's very ambiguous. Can you be more specific, please? What can I do to verify that the surface of the Earth is curved? You said stars and planets and distances and
no matter what I say, you dismiss it. If I bring you up the double sunset argument again, you're just going to mute and mock me or blah 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 instead of trying to understand it. Actually,
like I said,
no matter what I'm going to bring up,
again before you ramble on, before you ramble on, I've only just joined the chat. I asked you once. You gave me nothing. You gave me very ambiguous word salad. I've given you the opportunity again. You've just said, I'll fucking deny it. How about you try and give it to me and see what happens? So let's start again. What can I do to verify that the surface of the Earth is curved? Don't give me more bullshit, mate. Come on.
Do the double sunset experiment, and then use the measurements from the experiment, such as the position of the sun from the two angles that you're using to make your double sunset experiment. You use the mathematics with that, and you get the circumference of Earth. And using the circumference of Earth, you then get the radius. Dude. But of course, you're just going to say that that's wrong, it doesn't work, it's fake, blah, blah, blah. You just dismissed it already with your Mario Bros soundboard. Congrats.
So, you've just said the double sunset experiment. You're going to have to be more specific. What's that? Does that come from Princeton?
It doesn't come from Princeton or whatever. That doesn't really matter at all.
Okay, how do I do it?
You could, like I said earlier, they just laughed when I said laying flat on the belly on the beach and then standing up because they didn't want to listen to the rest of that. Because when you're laying flat on your belly, you have to measure the sunset you have. And when you're standing up, you have to measure the angle that you have again, and you have to compare those with the triangle. Do you know Pythagorean theory? You use that to get the circumference. It's that simple.
I didn't understand that word. Did you say triangle?
Yes, because if you stand up and flat on the belly and have two sunsets from those, you have a square triangle where you can use Pythagorean theory.
Fuck you have a triangle and a
You told me to try you, that you won't pre-mock and pre-dismiss, and look at you doing that.
I'm trying to ask you a fucking question.
Yeah, looks like I was right, man. Thanks for proving me right.
I'm trying to ask you a question, you very excitable little child. What the fuck?
What's with the soundboard, then? What's with the soundboard?
That's not my fucking soundboard.
All right,
pay attention. How the fuck do you have an angle on a curved line? What the fuck are you talking about, mate?
What do you mean by a curved line?
The surface of the Earth, which you said is curved. You
Okay,
said measure
yeah,
angles. How do you have an angle off of a curved line? How'd you do that?
Okay, do you understand how big Earth is?
You don't. We're trying to establish that.
So when you see towards the horizon, you see, even if there would be the slightest curve, I mean, there's a
What's the
slight curve,
horizon?
yeah. Slight,
horizon?
very slight curve.
What's the horizon?
It's so slight that it's not
What's
going to
the
affect your measurements
horizon?
at all.
Very excitable little child. What's the horizon?
The horizon is the furthest point you can see with your eyes. Eyes that are, by the way, flawed.
Okay, so if I used a camera or a telescope, would horizon be in different location?
Perhaps.
Perhaps. If I stood up or jumped up or climbed a tree, would the horizon be further away?
Not the horizon, but the objects you're reference pointing, yes.
So if
not further
so
away,
how
but you mean you would have a different
I'm
angle
fucked.
of view. You see,
Right,
you would have a
yeah.
different angle of view.
Idiot. So the
If you're looking at an object at the horizon, such as the sun,
wouldn't
no,
change.
listen.
I'm trying to ask you a fucking question, you idiot. You've said something I don't agree with. So with altitude, would the horizon change location?
Angle.
Pardon?
To view that thing at the horizon. At the bottom of your horizon, you see it on an angle from the highest vantage point. That is your triangle. You use both angles, the one when you were low and the one you were high. So you have a height here, and you have a line all the way to your horizon, and then you have this diagonal line from your vantage point, your eyes at the height, towards the object that you're looking at. That's your square triangle. Pythagorean theory applies after that, and then you can use that to get the circumference of Earth. It's that
how
simple.
How the fuck do you get a square triangle or any angles or straight lines on a curved surface?
Do I have to send you a visual? Do I have the image prints? I'm going to send you a visual at this point.
You're going to have to give me something that I can verify, mate. And at the moment, you were just saying a load of bullshit.
Like I'm going to show you this, how you can get this square triangle.
Okay. You have fun doing that.
I have a question. I just have one question. What type of pie is Pythagorean? Is that cherry? Jubilees? I don't know.
But it ain't fucking apple pie.
And where can you find all this spectacular space food? At Spacey's. Now with our new Raditz menu. Spacey's. It's good food in space.
Hey, you got to be on point with that soundboard, man. I'll tell you what.
Yeah, what I don't like what you're about to do, NPC, is you're doing this thing where you're pretending like flat earthers don't understand you.
Hey, so NPC, real quick, is it true that you think that we're just like ants on a beach ball? And if you do think that, can you explain that?
There's a difference between me and you also, guys. I am able to speak with you with a form of respect, while you have absolute zero respect towards me. So right there, right there.
Dude, like, I mean, do you need a shoulder to cry on? Like, I don't
Is that
know.
all you got, though? I mean, is that all you got, that you're getting ganged up on and that we're picking on you, even though you came in here to argue with us?
Pointed out that, like, I'm debating honestly.
Shut up. Fucking
I'm just
hell.
pointing that out.
Faggot.
Okay. What's the horizon? Tell me that again. That was funny. What's the horizon, NPC?
Does he have you turned down? I mean,
No, he's ignoring you.
I know he can hear you.
He's Googling shit. Hold on, you got to give him a second to Google his worldview, guys. He's trying to figure it out.
I think he's emailing McToon to get information, probably.
He's like, dude, I need help.
Back up. I need backup.
These damn flat earthers are getting me again, man. I need help.
And we got Captain Save-A-Hole's going to come in here. We got a few of them. They're probably listening.
Captain Save-A-Globe.
He's Googling, these flat earthers don't understand me when I speak English. How do I get them to understand me more? Like, bro,
What I don't understand is why don't they ever take it all the way and go to the college professor and actually get the college professor to argue and show him what we're asking for, right? Like that's where it went with me. That's how I got it. Was I started going and asking the right people, and they weren't giving me enough answers, and I'm like, wait a minute, so you don't really know? And I'm like, wow, that's interesting.
And you got to think about it too, man. It's a high level thinking when you say, you know what? When we start to really analyze what the Earth is, all we have to do is get down on our bellies and then look at the horizon and then stand up. And there you have it, folks. The Earth is a globe. Oh, and by the way, let me add an addendum to that because I didn't finish. So the next thing you got to do is lie back down again. And then you'll see that it confirms that the Earth is a globe. Dude, that's what you sound like, NPC. And then you wonder why what we're doing now. Like, come on, man, let's get real here. You offered nothing. You're just, that you're in here. Come on, stop playing around, man. You don't really think like that, do you?
Doesn't mean I offer nothing, dude. You're just not satisfied because
NPC, you don't really think that way, dude.
Would you be satisfied if we had the same arguments?
You sound like you're trolling, bro.
He said you don't get it, bro. I just told you. It's not a lack of understanding on the flat earthers' part. You can't sit there and pretend what you're saying is so difficult to understand.
Yeah, and it's not deep either. It ain't deep, bro.
You ain't deep. One more thing, dude. It's like NPC. That's why I named you that. Your name was something crazy before. Maybe we can just change it back to Perfect Storm or whatever. But your contestant number 30,000, bro. So we can't sit here and pretend like you're the first person to ever say this. And the flat earthers, they've never heard this before. They definitely don't understand. Like, bro, the last 2,000 people before you said the exact same thing. It's not a lack of understanding on the flat earthers' part. It's a lack of like cowbell on your part.
He's right.
He was just talking right through you, CB.
You ain't got no meat on that sandwich, man. It's all bread and lettuce or some shit.
Well, I'm not biased, at least.
Mustard.
Yeah, you are. The flat earthers have already considered both positions. You are biased.
I mean, my position has rational explanations. Yours doesn't.
Rational? Get the fuck out of here. You're rational.
We've asked you to rationalize your worldview.
Bit you in your arse, man.
We've asked you to rationalize your worldview at every angle, and it's always substantiated by something that you already claim to know. And then we ask you, well, how do you know that? Oh, well, we just know this other thing. Well, how did you know that? Oh, well, we just already knew the original thing I claimed I knew that I didn't know.
Do you even know our position?
Ooh.
Get him, Flatsy. I gotta get going, so I want to listen to you. Get him.
Also, how did you get to the top of the mountain? No, you're not going to go like step by step and like climb the mountain. You have to go at the top instantly. You can't explain how you went to the top, not how you climbed
answer what Flatsy has to tell. Dude, why don't you, Jedi, get him? This fucking guy doesn't answer any question. Just answer the question.
Do you guys even answer mine?
I've asked you 5 and you haven't answered one yet.
Yeah, sure.
Yeah, so what's the horizon?
I mean, that's a pretty basic question, my friend. Why are you asking me that?
Then, basically.
What's the horizon to you? Because, I mean, no matter what I'm going to say, you're probably going to use your own definition, so use your own.
I want you to explain to me, with words that a 5-year-old can understand, what the horizon is. Can you do that for me, please, Sunshine? No. Can you not use words of a 5-year-old? Can you not explain to me what the horizon is, being as it's in your experiment, quote unquote?
What do you mean?
What's the fucking horizon?
The farthest point you can see with your eyes? No?
Okay, so like I said earlier, if I use a telescope or high-powered zoom camera, the horizon will change around, right? You're very slow, aren't you? Yes or no?
Stupid. But like, just like the line.
Why don't you just say? Why don't you just say what's honest?
Here to meet there.
Why don't you just be honest? Why don't you just be honest?
They don't
Why
actually
you
meet.
be honest?
Spoiler
Why don't you just
alert.
be honest? Why don't you just be honest? I'm not trying to make you say anything. I'm trying to understand what you say with regards to sitting down and standing up and sunsets. Now, the horizon is very poignant in this thing, being as it's said to be the curve of the Earth or the limitation of how far you can fucking see. It appears to me that, according to you, it is not the curvature of the Earth because the horizon will move around, which is going to be a huge fucking problem for your sunset experiments when we start going through that in a minute. Because that is going behind physical obstruction, you fucking idiot.
No, that has
No,
nothing to do with
not.
it.
It's
That
not.
has absolutely nothing to do with it. And
What, the
also,
horizon?
the horizon is just the line to which the Earth's surface and the sky appear to meet.
Why didn't you say that the first time?
Curvature.
Whoa, hold on. Why didn't you say that the first time when Jedi asked you?
Oh. Looks like I was right on what a horizon is.
No, you actually weren't.
Well, the issue is that if you're claiming that the horizon is something that's optical, that means that you're foregoing any claims of it physically obstructing anything.
Like your sunset?
Uh-oh.
Or your boats.
There's nothing obstructing the sunset, dude. The sun is not like hiding behind buildings here. The sun sets as the Earth spins.
Sorry, the sun sets behind what as the Earth spins?
The sun is not in Earth's atmosphere.
No shit. So what happens at a sunset? Why can't I see the sun anymore?
The Earth turns, right? And so the face that was facing the sun is no longer facing the sun.
Okay.
And so you on that face, you will see the sun descending towards the east as this Earth spins. And that's exactly what we see on the sunset.
Wrong way. It rises from the east. Sets in the
Rises
west.
from the east. So yeah, okay, I might be wrong with my east and west there.
Yeah, you
not
are.
cardinally
Why
perfect.
can't I see?
I'll give
So
that,
why
but
can't
like,
I answer the question, dumb fuck?
I know what I'm talking about still.
Not really. Why can't I see the sun anymore when it goes down? What's in the way?
Nothing's in the way. In fact, the Earth is actually in the way.
Nothing's in the way. The Earth actually in the way.
Okay. If you're on a sphere, the other face of the sphere is in the way of the sun.
What? Would you like to try a third question and be contradicting yourself within your fucking answer, you idiot? Would you like to do that?
Get him again, Jedi. That was great.
So is it or is it not the Earth that is obstructing our view to the sun? You said yes and no.
Well, I would just ask him, like, what's happening when I look at the horizon and I see only half of the sun? What's blocking it?
Yeah, what's happening there?
When you are on the surface of the Earth that is away from the sun, the part...
No, that wasn't my question.
Answer the question.
Okay, do you know how
my
a sphere
question
works?
You're not answering my question. See, my question was if you're looking at the horizon and you see half of the sun, right, which happens during a sunset or whatever, what is obstructing the bottom half of the sun?
The sphere. The side of Earth that faces the sun.
Okay. So now the horizon is, we're back to the horizon being something that physically obstructs things from our view, right? But that doesn't really work since you already said that it's just something apparent, optical. So which is it apparent and optical, or is it physical and obstructing?
Now you're literally being dishonest, my friend.
No, that's you. That's you. You're the one with the double position.
Don't lie. You've contradicted yourself twice. We're trying two things. One, for you to observe your own contradiction and be honest. And two, well, we'll get to number fucking two. So what's the horizon? Is it physical or is it optical? Which one?
Optical.
Okay, so not physical obstruction. When you gave the last answers, we can't see the second half of that sun because it's physically blocked by the sphere of the Earth.
Okay, if you're on a side of the sphere, okay, there's two sides to the sphere. Are we correct on that? Yeah, side A and side B.
I think they just dragged you like by your short hairs there. We already addressed this, so restating your position, it's already been shredded up.
I mean, no, you're not even letting me finish my position. You're like muting me after 2 words. I say 2 words, you mute me. So you didn't even understand shit of what I'm saying. You didn't even hear half the shit I said, dude.
Do you know the law of non-contradiction?
Yeah, that's the funny thing. We did hear what you said. You contradicted.
Anyways.
The law of non-contradiction means that
Side A faces the sun. Side B faces away from the sun. What blocks the view from someone on side B from seeing the sun? It is side A. Now, if you turn that a little bit, you can have half the sun appear at the horizon from side B, but still side A is facing the sun.
Okay, cool. So in this case, the horizon would be physically obstructing the sun, correct?
It's not the horizon, no. It's the whole Earth, the side of Earth facing the sun. That's what obstructing
Yeah. So when you see half, so when you're looking at a sunset and you see half of the fucking sun above the horizon.
Okay, draw a dot on a sphere and light the sphere with a light.
Sake, dude.
So that
Come on. Draw a dot on a sphere, really?
We already told you, NBC. We understand your position. I don't think you're.
He doesn't understand his own position.
Yeah. I'm going to get the clip where you said, well, it's not obstructed. It's obstructed.
Draw a dot.
It's not the horizon. Okay, the sun's disappearing behind the horizon, but it's not the horizon. Like, are you figuring this out on the fly?
But the horizon isn't Earth, right? It's a line between the surface and the sky, but the surface isn't the Earth, obviously.
you guys just twist everything that's said to make it look different.
Not really.
No, not really. We've just waited for you to open your mouth, and you've displayed yourself to be an idiot every time you've opened your mouth. That's us not putting words into your mouth. That's us listening to the shit that comes out of your mouth. You said this shit. You contradicted yourself. That's not our problem. That's your fault.
Actually, I said shit that's consistent.
What, when you contradicted yourself?
I didn't contradict myself. You just twist everything I say.
Oh, great. So now what we're going to do is we're going to listen to it on blast for the whole panel then. So I'm going to mute up.
No, I'm done, John. You guys don't listen to what I say, so it's okay. Plus, you're just going to mute me in the middle of my argument. Just to straw man it, because you're going to like...
Well, it's a good thing you're recorded, so we don't have to straw man you. We can just directly address what you said verbatim. Why don't we just do that? So give me 30 seconds, and we'll get the clip of you contradicting yourself painfully.
I just point out, dude, that this is going to go a lot easier if you try to be a little less emotional.
Oh. Yeah, my suggestion is you do a lot of research before you come and argue with people that you think don't know what they're talking about.
the law of non
And then for the flat earthers too, a homeboy gives me some Arwen vibes. Although I'm a big fan of Arwen, but it's kind of funny. He's like our Globy Arwen. Shout out to Arwen though.
The question, I know what I'm talking about still. Not really. Why can't I see the sun anymore when it goes down? What's in the way?
Nothing's in the way.
Okay, that's one part of it. Oh, let me get the rest. Nothing's in the way, right? Hold on. Oh yeah, I should have just let it play. Hold on one sec. This is great.
I can't see the sun anymore when it goes down. What's in the way?
Nothing's in the way. In fact, the Earth is actually in the way.
Something's in the way. Yeah, well, it's nothing. Something, but nothing's in the way. Well done.
I love how he's like, but I know what I'm talking about though. And Jedi's like, not really.
The question, I know what I'm talking about still. Not really. Why can't I see the sun anymore when it goes down? What's in the way?
Nothing's in the way. In fact, the Earth is actually in the way.
I don't know why did he give us two answers at the same time? I don't understand.
Oh,
that.
now
Is that
now
not
it,
right?
you guys don't understand context, and you don't understand my English. Yeah. Oh, that's what it is. Flat earthers just don't understand words now. That makes sense. Let's listen to it one more time.
Language barrier.
See the sun anymore when it goes down. What's in the way? Nothing's in the way. In fact, the Earth is actually in the way.
Oh man, you flat earthers just aren't listening to me properly, and you didn't hear me correctly. I mean,
Maybe you just said your words wrong.
maybe one more time for shits and giggles, or what?
But still, not really. Why can't I see the sun when it goes down? What's in the way? Nothing's in the way. In fact, the Earth is actually in the way.
Oh Lord, should we continue or what? Like, man, now he's gonna try to weasel.
Now I want to get this reaction.
All right. Or what is in the way? Technically, there's nothing between the Earth and the sun. Buildings and mountains are not blocking your view, although you said that the sun was behind the buildings. All Earth, although is in your way, is in the way of your perception. The side facing the sun can see the sun, and the side facing. So, how many sides of a sphere are there?
Technically one, but you can take two sides when you have a lit sphere. You can have the unlit side and the lit side.
Okay, all right, we lit. All right, cool. I mean, but you see the problem here, right? Like, oh, nothing's blocking. It's actually behind the buildings. Oh, wait, no, it's actually behind the Earth, which is actually not the horizon, but
I just explained it. There's nothing blocking the sun from Earth, like, as a whole. But what's blocking your perception is the fact that the side facing the sun is on the other side facing the sun. Therefore, you're on the side of the sun that can't see the sun, or can only half see the sun until you're on the side that cannot completely see the sun. There's a big difference in context here. So, yes, play on the words all you want, mock them, do whatever you want. I understand the context, and if you don't, well, that's a
oh, well, we understand it better than you. That's how we're teaching you. But let's go back to Martot's question. When we see the sunset, right? And I see half of the sun. What is blocking the sun? Why can't I see that sun? What is
Nothing is blocking the sun. The only thing blocking anything is your view. Your view is blocked by the Earth, but nothing's blocking the sun. The sun's not blocked. The sun's lighting the entire side of the Earth that is lit.
You just contradicted yourself there yet again.
No, I just explained the difference between the sun not being blocked by an object between Earth and the sun, while the difference of your perception being blocked. It's not the sun being blocked, it's your perception being blocked. It's a big...
I think you gotta, I don't know, take 5 deep breaths, man. All right, let's do this together. Deep breath in. What's between you and the sun? The Earth. If you see a half sunset, then the Earth is the thing blocking the sun, apparently. But you keep saying over and over, nothing's blocking it. Oh, but the Earth is in the way. You see the problem? Sounds like
I know you're not going to understand again, but nothing...
It's not a lack of understanding on the flat earthers' part. We actually know the globe better than you. That's why we're essentially teaching it to you now. The horizons claim to be the curve of the Earth, but you're like, no, that's not true. The sun doesn't go behind the horizon. It's just
a double standard.
Yeah, we know the globe, man. You
Now
don't.
you're twisting and lying again, because when we talked about the horizon, I clearly stated that it's the limit of your perception.
Which was wrong. Wait, which was wrong because that doesn't match what you read out via definition afterwards, which was correct. And then you try to say, well, I was right all along. And you just repeated the wrong thing. So let's go back to Martot's question. What is the sun being blocked by if I'm seeing like half of a sunset?
The horizon is not the curvature, man. So I don't know why you're saying that I said that. I didn't say that.
Yeah.
The limit of your perception.
Bro.
That's the embarrassing part. That's what you're supposed to say, man.
Also, when it comes to what's blocking the sun, nothing's blocking the sun. Something's blocking your perception, but not the sun. You see the difference? Your perception being blocked and the sun being blocked. There's two different things that we're talking
What's
about
blocking
here.
the perception,
So the
then?
sun's not being blocked, but your perception is being blocked.
Yes,
There's a difference there.
What's that then? Our perception is being blocked by what?
Your perception is being blocked by the other side of the planet that is being lit by the sun currently.
So the curve of the Earth, then.
So if you're on a planet that's facing a star and you're on the other side of that,
We get it.
side, like
You don't have to restate your incorrect position. We're trying to help you out here, man.
Nothing's in the way. In fact, the Earth is actually in the way.
like seriously.
So is the Earth in the way, blocking your view, or?
I guess you don't understand, right? You have a lit sphere. You have a face facing the light and a face not facing
Jesus.
the light. So
Lord
your
help.
question is,
We don't have questions.
not facing from the sun. Simply put, what's preventing you from seeing the sun is the fact that you're on the side facing away from the sun.
How about this? The sunlight isn't able to reach you. Would that also prevent you from seeing the sun?
What?
If the sunlight does not reach you, does that also prevent you from seeing the sun?
That should, yes.
Okay. So
that should, yes. And
when I don't see the sun, cool. So when I don't see the sun, couldn't it just be that there's too much air in between me and wherever the sun is?
See the sun at night. Can you see the sun at night? Why can't you see the sun at night?
Why would I? You know what night is, right?
Yeah, night is basically you're on the side
when you don't see the sun in the sky, that's night. Yeah, when you don't see the sun, that's night. Cool. And what? I'm trying to determine if the sun is being blocked by the Earth is the only valid explanation for not being able to see the sun, and I don't think it is.
That's not the context that I was saying it in. I literally just explained.
Why are you so emotional, dude? Dude, calm down. Take a walk and come back or something.
Away from the sun.
Holy, this is painful. So on a globe, you have someone on one side and someone's on the other. And those two people can't see each other, not because the Earth's in the way, but their perception's blocking their own views of seeing each other. I mean, I don't know why you feel the need to explain a position that, number one, we all understand a lot better than you. So you don't need to restate anything. We're basically trying to help you out at this point. You're saying a bunch of things that are not correct or consistent with the claimed globe idea.
I don't know. He just sounds too emotional to even be able to listen to what we have to say.
I would agree. Let's take some deep breaths. You want to take a walk or something?
If you take 20,000 miles, yes, you will have curvature blocking you because there's 20,000 miles and the curvature will be significant enough. Do that with 3,000 miles and you will not be affected by curvature at all.
Really, that's weird because I have this.
1,000 miles, you will not be able to see 20,000 miles.
Sir, I wasn't finished talking. Thanks. That's actually really weird because they have this formula for predicting the horizon distance, right? Were you aware of that, or?
And okay, give me that formula.
Sure, it's 1.225 times the square root of the observer's height in feet. That's it.
Okay.
So what this comes down to is that if I'm, say, at the beach, the horizon is supposed to be, according to this prediction, somewhere 1 mile, 3 miles in between there, depending on my height, right? Whether I'm standing right at the water or I'm swimming in the water, it's going to change a little because obviously observer height will change.
Don't think
so. That's it. So you were talking about 3,000 miles and not being able to see any curve or whatever, but they're predicting
I'm not talking
that
about
the horizon.
not seeing the curve. I'm saying if you're looking 20 miles ahead.
They're predicting that at the beach you should only be able to see about 3 miles. That's their prediction. So I don't see why you need 3,000 miles when 3 miles is
Actually,
enough.
3 miles will not present enough curvature to block your view. No.
That's their prediction. Yes. If you want me to post a if you want me to post a math for you, I can do that. Maybe you can take a look at that and stop embarrassing yourself.
Yeah, we're gonna have to stop the show on that one, NPC. We're gonna have to address that one. Because now you're getting into BYOB territory where now you've got your own globe that you made up. You brought your own globe to the party. Well, you can keep that. Leave that globe at the door because we already know what the globe claims are, and you're not really aligning yourself with those claims. So you're like, oh well, 3 miles. That's not where the curve is. Well, now we have to address that. So what we're gonna have to do here is, we're in 24/7. I keep thinking we're apologetics. It's called How the Horizon Works. Let's see. Let me just get this clip and we'll take a listen together. And you can tell us, friend, whether you agree or disagree with this gentleman here in this clip, because he's going to tell you basically what we just told you. And he's not a flat earther. So let's take a listen. 60 seconds.
Hi, I'm Josh Clark, and this is Brain Stuff, and I'm here to answer a very pressing question. Have you ever been standing at the edge of water, say like an ocean, and looked out on the horizon and said, I wonder exactly how far away that horizon is? You know, where the sky meets the sea? That's the horizon. Well, it turns out because the Earth is curved that it depends on where you're standing and how far above water you're standing. Let's say that you are in the water, right? And you're up to, say, your eyes are about 8 inches above the water surface. Well, again, remember the Earth is curved, and despite the ocean seeming flat, they actually curve themselves, which if you've ever really looked at the horizon, it kind of goes like this a little bit, which is pretty cool. But it also goes like this, right? So if your eyes are 8 inches above the water, right then you're about a mile away from that horizon point where the sky meets the ocean as far as you can tell. If you're standing up above water and you're like I am about 6 feet tall, that means your eyes are about 5.5 feet above the water's edge, which means that you're about 3 miles away from the horizon. Isn't that amazing? Going from 8 inches above water, 5.5 feet above water, is the distance between 2 miles between you and the horizon.
Uh-oh. Let's get a quick reaction from NBC. Go ahead.
So you mean basically from 3 miles, you can see basically an inch of curvature. That's not going to block your view.
That's not what he said.
Yeah, you just completely missed the point, right? So let me summarize it for you real quick. If you're 6 foot height at the beach, you should have a horizon at 3 miles that is blocking everything from your view that is beyond 3 miles. Get it? Because 3 miles would be where the hump is, where the physical obstruction of the Earth starts blocking stuff from your view.
Will anyone post it in the chat?
Post what?
An image.
Well, how about you take a look at the formula I posted first?
I'm going to post an image to someone who will post it in the chat only.
No, we're not talking about images at the moment. We're talking about formulas and horizon distance.
Okay, but that's just calculations, right? It's not measurements.
Really?
Well, yeah. It's actually a prediction, a calculation that the globe makes based on the radius and observer height. The problem is that when we go outside to check this, it's wrong.
Just straight off Google, from the ground, a human's vision range is up to 3 miles until the horizon line.
Yes, that is the limit of the perception, though. Not the limit of curvature will block your view.
Let's be honest.
That is their exact claim. Yes, that's their claim. The thing you're saying that it's not, that's what they're claiming. Right? Because that's what's blocking the bottom of boats, right? The surface of the Earth.
If you're honest enough, you'll at least post this in the chat.
You're not even being honest with yourself, man. That's why we have to teach you things. So you're feeling like you need to teach us. Like you're getting this whole thing wrong. The reason why you can't see past the horizon is because
showing
it's
you.
be the curve of the Earth. So when you turn around and say, "No, oh, it's not the curve of the Earth," well, now you sound like a flat earther.
Hey, dude. In what I just sent to Effie Jedi, if he posts it, there is a perfect to-scale representation of what 3,000 kilometers and its curvature would look like on a 40,000 kilometer sphere, with 2 skyscrapers also on that the picture.
Oh, this should be good. This should be good.
All right, Jedi, you go on that. But like, what reality should look like, based compared to what it does look like.
Oh, there is a comparison. Go
Huh?
ahead, post it. Look at it.
But what is this a rebuttal to, that you can see past 3 miles, or what are you? What is
You
your
want to post it there or someone else?
what is your argument?
I mean, it's a picture that has arguments in it, yes, but
If it's a to-scale representation, that's not a picture.
I mean, yes, a to-scale representation can be done on a picture, yes.
So it's a picture of the Earth.
I mean, I could send you the pictures and videos of when I made a sphere out of the representation. Yes, I could do that too.
What is your argument,
I could
bro?
post all visual representations I made through this. Yes.
But what is your argument? What are you fighting against here?
He made his own globe.
Yeah, that's right. You do have your own globe, don't you?
That's not a own globe. I'm just using the official size of the Earth that is used, which is 40,000
Yeah,
kilometers.
so are we. So are we, and
All
that's
right.
where we get the prediction from horizon distance
So I'm
from.
using 40,000 kilometers here for my globe Earth.
As a circumference.
40,000
Sure.
kilometers. I'm not
Yeah,
changing that number. I'm using the same number everyone's using here. 40,000
sure.
kilometers. And then I'm dividing this 40,000 kilometer circle by 13 partitions, 13 partitions being 3,000 kilometers on its own. And I have 2 skyscrapers on one of these partitions, on both edges of them, and you see that there's barely any curvature blocking any view in, etc.
Hold on. So you're saying hold on. So you're saying that you have 2 skyscrapers at 3,000 miles, and there's no curvature blocking it.
Look at the image that I posted at 55 minutes past the hour.
And there's a second one, which is the circle I was talking about, which is to scale with 40,000 kilometers.
You know,
I'm sorry. Really quickly, you said this was a to scale image, right?
Do you know what to scale means?
Yeah, I know what it means. How tall are those buildings?
Okay, the top part is made by flat earthers.
No.
That's
How
debunked. That's
how
wrong.
tall are
The
those
bottom
buildings?
part is what you're see. The bottom part is the right representation. The upper part is a misrepresentation from flat earthers.
Both of these are complete. No, both of these are completely incoherent.
Skyscrapers are like 600 kilometers high, something like that, even 1,000 kilometers high. Whereas even on my to-scale representation, I do have, let's say, very large skyscrapers, and
Yeah, they're still a couple hundred miles.
They would still be to level. You see,
No, it
would still
wouldn't.
be to level.
But dude,
if make it
you need to look at the actual formulas for like horizon distance and obscured height at distance and all this, because a skyscraper should be gone at like 30, 40, 50 miles. You shouldn't be able to see a skyscraper at 3,000 miles. That's absolute insanity, and that would actually debunk the globe.
Well, if you look at the portion of curvature here, the curvature that we have from my circle, it's not
That's
really
a-
absurd because that's a
it's a
3,000 mile
cartoon.
distance. And guess what?
That's a cartoon.
Yeah, we need the actual math and data. So that's building height, distance, and then the formulas for horizon distance, obscured hidden height, etc. That's what we need, not some picture that you drew in MS Paint, for fuck's sake.
To scale my ass. We just went over how you don't have measurements for anything to reference a scale anyway. We're not going to go off of your little cartoon here. That's crazy.
Oh, he came in trying to double down on Eratosthenes, so...
Classic. And one thing to highlight, folks, flat earthers don't make that top image, bro. I've been in the flat earth for a long time. you're not going to find a flat earther presenting that as like, oh, well, this is their globe. Like, that's not a flat earthers don't make shit like that. At least from my understanding, we don't think the Earth is curved. So anyway, you got something else, man? Because about an hour and a half ago, we could verify the Earth to be a sphere. We haven't got to that just yet. To scale.
It is to scale.
You don't have reference to scale.
I do have reference. 40,000 divided by 13. I have a circle.
When I say you don't have reference, I mean you need measurements to determine whether that's really.
In slices, Okay. I don't think you understand how a scale works. I don't think you understand how a scale works.
Yeah, that's because you're not that intelligent. You think we don't understand basic things. That's cool, but it's not really helpful to the discussion, right? And if that is actually what you think, then why the fuck are you here trying to explain it to us?
Yeah, you're in the wrong place if you think that, oh, well, these flat earthers have never heard of the globe before. Like, we understand it better than you. That's why we're calling you out. So it's not a lack of understanding on the flat earthers' part. I think you're the one who might lack some understanding here, friend. So you don't have a reference to scale because there's no measurements to refer to.
Not even letting me post a reference to scale.
Because there's nothing to post. You don't have measurements.
Oh, really? There's nothing to post? What about my...
Should have posted those measurements probably, I don't know, an hour and a half ago when we requested them for the first time.
Saying.
So you don't have any measurements.
How about you post my circle, which is to scale?
You don't have a reference to scale.
Yes, it is a very good reference. Do you know how scales in mathematics work? You draw a circle.
You're arguing with emotion, not logic. Or data.
The fact that I'm challenging your reference to scale would probably highlight the fact that I do understand scale. So if you wanted to maybe counter what I'm saying, you would just post measurements of the globe to say, well, here's the reference. Here's our measurements. That's why I understand scale and you don't. I know my height as a human being. And if I wanted to scale that up or scale it down, I could, right? Well, you don't have measurements of the globe to then refer to some sort of scale to either compare or scale it up or scale it down for your little cartoon here. You're gonna need some measurements first to then start referring to, well, we got it to scale. So go get the measurements then. Or we can just rip the Band-Aid off and tell you they don't exist.
So you're basically saying that if I draw a circle and define this circle by 40,000 kilometers, and I slice it in two, I do not have a to-scale 20,000 kilometers on each side?
You haven't determined, where are you getting the 40,000 from? Because that hasn't been established.
We have established already that 40,000 kilometers is the general size of Earth, whether flat or globe, right?
No, hell no. No. You want to ask that again?
Okay, well, if your flat Earth isn't 40,000 kilometers for the whole thing, all right. But if I'm using a circle defining 40,000 kilometers and slicing it into 13 portions.
You get that part. I'm challenging the fact that before you even get to the 40,000 part, we have to get that.
Portion is 3,000.
We're not going to just pull those numbers out of our asshole. We have to go and determine, well, 40,000, why that? Obviously, your circle has to have a size. So
now we have to go back to how we get the circumference of the Earth. But to get the circumference of the Earth, I don't believe in the sun positions and stuff like that and the mathematics and calculations. So fuck that, yeah.
Really, what it actually is I think you just auto-believe that these are default positions and there's no need to even ask questions like, do we have the actual position of the sun to then make statements based off of this? What it isn't is flat earthers just calling things fake. We're addressing things face value. If you say, well, Eratosthenes measured the Earth, well, let's take a fine-tooth comb and go through it to find out whether that's true or not. What you're doing is just, well, it's automatically all true Don't even ask questions. Why would we do that? So we're gonna need those measurements, man. Sorry, there's no way around it.
It's okay to ask questions, but when you're asking measurements for things that you either can't measure or don't need to be measured,
Which you said have already been verified and measured.
yes.
So now it's
Yes,
now it's
using
now,
the method.
now it can't be measured and don't need to measure it. What changed?
Measured using methods that you're not satisfied with because
That has to do with I'm not setting any parameters for you. You have to measure it the way I say. I would just like some measurements to begin with. That would be nice.
if you want a specific measurement, position of the sun, measure the shadow it casts. Repeat that every day and do that on 2 locations. You'll have measurements.
Can we address that?
But of course, that's not enough for you.
Let's address it, because obviously we don't just take things. Oh, there's no need to even address anything. You just got to auto-believe Eratosthenes. Can we actually go through it and find out if this is valid or not? Or for you, it's a default, automatically true, don't even ask questions. Is that really your position?
It's okay to go through it, but if you're going to be denying things and like cherry picking, but that's not actually.
Let's not deny anything then. Let's actually go through it.
That's wrong, man.
Okay, well, let's not deny anything. Let's go through it and find out.
Yeah, let's go through it.
All right. So let's start with step 1. You're saying the measurement of the Earth. Let's be specific. So that we're going to go off of whatever measurement you think exists. So what would that measurement be that we can address?
I mean, you can measure it with the shadows, a sundial, anything shadows and the sun together. You can pretty much take measurements of that. The double beach sunset experiment, which you again mock and laugh at, but fail to understand the mathematics at which to give you an actual circumference of the planet you're living on.
You're not going to let us address things specifically, or we're just going to do this whole like coping. You guys don't believe me.
I don't care if you guys don't believe me. That's not my point there. I mean, you guys don't believe me, that's fine. But I mean, none of you, I mean, you yourself are probably making a better effort than the others to actually try and understand me and get to something, which I appreciate, and we're probably going to get somewhere because of that. But the others, they weren't like that at all.
I actually think they're more like me than you think. But anyway, let's just go through it. So give us a measurement, and then let's go through the method and make sure that the methodology is valid. So you can whatever you want to
start with. Can someone post that like little circle I was talking about because it contains measurements and so on? Maybe not from the real world, but you can compare them with real world measurements after that. That's not a problem. So
measurements not from the real world? What?
Let's draw a circle and then make measurements on that circle. Yeah, that sounds like a good idea.
On Discord here. I'm gonna go on a boat and do celestial navigation from my apartment. Come on, dude. Thank you for posting this service. Now.
Well, if you were a real glober, you would actually go out there and make real measurements.
Again, this is just representing what the curvature would look like on a 40,000 kilometer.
We're imagining
that. NPC, hold on. I gotta. You're gonna have to make me pass the mic because I'm gonna blow a fuse if you keep doing this thing where you're like, let me tell you what a globe would be like, as if no one here understands what a sphere or a circle or the nature of a circular object. Stop pretending like we don't know what a sphere is, man.
Okay, can we just agree that if that circle there is 40,000 kilometers circumference, that each portion, the 13 divided portions of it, are 3,000 kilometers on the surface. Can we agree on that?
We don't have any issue with the math. The math is mathing, all right? But the problem is we have to determine those numbers, essentially, I would say, you just pulled out of thin air or out of your rear end. We have to determine this.
Fine. I haven't give you the real world measurements. That's fair. But can we still focus and consider this before moving to that? Because, I mean, you can't just skip this.
Bro! We know
you're imagining.
Just like you do. You're like, but I need to know if 2 + 2 is 4 first before I measure this 2 by 4. We know the math works. Now we need to go and find out whether it matches reality. Stop presuming that we don't understand a globe. Well, do you understand that a globe, if you broke it down into 4 parts, 25% each, like, dude, we understand that part. Now we have to go and determine, is this matching reality? Measurements from the real world, like Zetetic called out for. Ryan in the chat, how did you get the value of 40,000? That's the whole point, bro. We don't need a cartoon of a circle to explain how it would work. I understand that. Now we need the actual meat, the freaking, we need the cowbell now.
Yeah. So how do we apply this with the real world to verify it? Right. That's good. Well asked. So what you need to do basically is you run the experiment. Let's say you choose that 3,000 mile distance, 3,000 kilometer distance, and you check if it's actually possible.
Wait, stop.
If the distances match from the views.
Stop. You just jumped. We don't even have a foundation yet. You're like, well, let's just pick 3,000. We're not going to just pick random numbers. You have to need measurements. No. That's not how this is going to work. We need to go and measure the real world. Okay, we're not going to just randomly pick. Let's just pick 3,000 and then go from that. Choose a distance. No. So we need something in reality that we can go and do to measure the surface of the earth to determine what it is. So we're not going to just, quote, choose 3,000, whatever the hell that means.
Okay, well, I mean, you could walk the distance, I guess.
We keep saying the distance as if that's a default thing we already know. We have to determine or establish what is the size of the earth. How has that been established? Let's not go into it assuming, number one, it's already a sphere and already has a known size. Those things are both unknown. So we actually have to go out into the field to do something to determine whether those things are true or not. For you, they're just default automatically true. And they don't really, for you, you're saying, well, I don't even need to measure, which is crazy. But we're trying to help you understand that you're going to need to measure to have these values.
Yeah. So when it comes to needing to measure and etc., do you need like it to be measurable by one individual person and that every individual person must be able to do it on themselves alone? Or would you accept that, let's say, a collective of people that can work together and use technologies to get these measurements?
Feel free to set yourself up with whatever conditions you feel most comfortable with. But now we're just
multiple people using technologies to.
All right, bro. Let's just get it, because the point is we need to get to how do we get that value. Well, is it okay if we all hold hands and do it? Do whatever you want. We just need the measurements now.
Not what I'm asking. I'm asking, is it okay if
stop asking and start just getting the measurements? People in the chat are getting pissed off, right? How do you get the value of 40,000? You need to measure before you assume. How do you get the value of 40,000? Before you start explaining, how did you get the value of 40,000? How? What technology is okay? We need to know how we're getting
from the double sunset experiment, because I did that one myself. So I got those values from the double sunset experiment that you all modeled.
Well, now what you said is what we could do is go through it with a fine-tooth comb just to double check the methodology. So let's do that. So let's start.
I did mention that anyone could do the same double sunset experiment and do the same calculation.
Let's do it together. Let's start with step 1. So let's start with step 1. Because we're gonna go through it with a fine-tooth comb and make sure it's valid, right? When it's not, we're just gonna accept it because you say so, right? So, what's the step 1 for the methodology? And are we measuring the Earth right now? Is that what we're doing?
I mean, if you want to take in all the factors, we're gonna be here for fucking weeks. So we should try to keep things more simple. But I mean, I do get that we should also try and commit to as many factors as possible, but we should find a balance here. Because, I mean, if you're going to ask me to calculate with using the sun, but then you have to prove to me that my calculation, that the distance that the light takes to take, the time it takes for the light to reach me is accurate, well, then I have to explain that and explain how the other thing. So, you see, we have to not go through that kind of rabbit hole either.
What we're also not going to do is
I can tell you that, like, we could use technology to determine how much time it takes for the light to reach us from the sun. And
Bro, you're waffling.
theoretically, what the sun.
You're waffling like crazy. We're supposed to measure the Earth to determine these values that you said. Well, let's just pick 3,000. Well, okay. Well, where do we get 3,000 from? Let's just get to it, man. You're wasting time.
Hey, like CD, let me ask you this.
Run by people.
Hold on, NPC. Let me ask you this, all right? Like, if you told me that you were a size 12 shoe,
Move the goalpost.
if you told no, you told me you were a size 12 shoe and you never measured your foot, how would you know you're a size 12 shoe?
Shadows. Just calculate. Just lay down on the beach.
Just calculate. Just draw a shoe size and that's it. That's what it is, dude.
That's what I mean.
You take a shoe and then draw it into like 13 sections, and then each section actually is mathematically, that's how it works. Just break it into 13 sections, and then you don't even need to measure it.
Do you see the absurdity of that, NPC? Like if you want to measure something, measure it.
Hello? Can we stay on
Measure
time?
Hello, we're waiting for
Measure.
the measurements. Yeah, go now, get measurements. That's what we need.
That's not fair, man. You guys keep moving the goalposts and asking me multiple questions on multiple subjects.
The same question we've been waffling around and tap dancing around for, I don't know, what is it now, chat? Let's see, 2:08. It's now been 7 minutes of people asking you for the exact same thing. 7 minutes. How many times has JPR in the chat asked the same question? How do you get the value of 40,000? We probably asked that for now, probably closer to 10 minutes. So
those
hurry
straw
up.
men? Can I clarify those things so you stop using the straw man? When I talked about the circle and the 3,000 kilometers, etc., it was about another subject, about the curvature of the Earth, to show that it would take even 3,000 kilometers and you would still see at that distance if you'd have the telescope too. Okay, that was the argument for that. It has nothing to do with how do you calculate the Earth's radius. Now, how you calculate the Earth's radius, you can use the sun to do that. And that's why I mentioned the light distance from the sun, because you need to know how far the sun is to have proper calculations. So, yeah, I'm actually trying to give you the right steps to consider the right things to measure and calculate to get to the Earth's circumference, but you're all going all over the place and cherry picking one word and one thing and then that and then. But the circle didn't have anything to do with that. So what?
How do you know the distance to the sun?
How do you know the distance of the sun? Exactly. Yeah. You calculate the time it takes for the light of the sun to reach Earth. See,
how do you know that?
You have the speed of light. It's a constant.
How do you know that? How do you know the distance to the sun?
Oh my god. So you're telling me that humans and scientists have never tested light at all and don't know anything about light, and we don't...
I didn't hear him say that.
How do you calculate the one-way speed of light?
That uses lights and technology is made by people that don't even know how...
All right, hold on a second. Hold on. You can calculate the circumference of the average...
We don't know
you can calculate the average circumference of the equator. Flat or globe. This doesn't prove your side.
It's honest. How do you know the speed of light?
You don't realize...
I'm not the scientist that discovered everything that there is about light, but I can understand things, and I can understand there is a speed
So
of
just
light.
say I don't know. So just say I don't know.
You realize, NPC, you're just talking while muted. No one's hearing you because you're not having a conversation with people. You're just rumpusing the shit out of
And that forms a circumference at the equator. This doesn't prove anything about the shape.
Guys. Keep being dishonest, I guess.
We're not being
To
dishonest.
yourselves and to me and to others.
No one's being dishonest.
So how did they measure the circumference of the Earth?
Kind of getting into, yeah.
How did they measure the circumference of the Earth?
I mean, so we can't agree on a constant speed of light?
That hasn't been determined yet. Again, these things
Hasn't
aren't
been determined yet. Okay.
Sir, you gotta keep this in mind. For you, what we don't do for you is just assume our position as default, and you must accept it because we accept
Okay.
it. We have to make an
Okay.
argument for your position. When you keep saying like, "Oh, so you just don't automatically accept what I'm saying as true?" No, that's the whole point. You have to back up or make a case for your position. Saying, "Oh, well, you deny," that's not an argument.
So scientifically, there is a consensus between the whole entire scientific community, which of course you're going to strawman as just fake. They have a speed of light constant.
Brother. Does anyone want to hear this garbage? That's an appeal to a consensus fallacy. That's not evidence for the thing you're
And
claiming.
their calculations are right. And if I read their paper,
Dude.
Bro.
so do I need to go look up the
You're talking to yourself right now, Storm. You're talking to yourself right now, dude. No one's hearing you.
Why is he even talking about the speed of light?
Do I need to read a paper on how to figure out the light speed? Really? Out loud?
Again, you would be doing this for your own
You guys
benefit.
can't look that up yourselves? I mean, maybe if you look up the speed of light and how to get it, I mean, you're probably going to get a very straightforward answer, better than what I can say.
You're just talking to yourself, okay? You've been challenged because we do understand it. We don't need to go read a paper. That would be for your benefit. Now, one more time.
Okay, so we can agree that there is the speed of light.
We don't agree on shit yet because you haven't established anything. You just move the goalposts.
I'm establishing the speed of light. You use the speed of light times 8 minutes, you have 90 million miles. What's the problem?
What's been established?
How do you know that? What did you do to measure that?
The time it takes for light to reach us, 8 minutes.
How do you know that? Did you
That's 90
assume?
million miles. It's simple.
Did you
if you're going 100 miles per hour and you drive for an hour, you will have done 100 miles. Oh.
Okay. So did you go to the sun and measure the two-way speed of light? Because you can't measure the one-way speed of light. So did you measure the two-way speed of light from the sun to the earth and back to the sun? It's fucking dumb, dude.
Did you go to the sun and turn on a flashlight and we waited till it got here? Is that how we measured it? You went to the sun?
So you're basically saying that we do not have technologies and ways.
No, you know what? No one's saying any of those words. Pretty sure you just said those words. I think what we're doing is we're holding you accountable to the words that you said. Right? Oh, we already know these things. Well, how do you know? Well, you don't know? Well, how do you know, friend?
That was hilarious. Sorry. You don't agree that we have technology ways. That's fucking funny, man. What the fuck?
This all started with the circumference of the Earth being 40,000 kilometers, and we asked how did they measure it, and that's literally what this whole conversation has been about. How do they measure the circumference of the Earth?
And just want to get in. You know, pretty sure I called it when I was like, "Well, we just already know this other thing." Oh, well, how do you know that? Well, we already know this other thing. Well, how did you know that? Well, we just already know this other thing. You see what I'm saying? When we start to go through your methodology, it ain't really valid because it's all based upon, well, we just already knew previously. And this confirms we were accurate all along. I don't think so. You don't have a leg to stand on. You don't
It's a classic spiral, though.
So somehow we've gotten to the distance to the sun. Awesome.
Oh yeah, because he wanted to talk about Six and Shadows, and that we knew the distance to the sun based off of the speed of light. That's how we know the distance to the sun.
No.
Fucking retarded.
No.
How is that retarded?
Where does that 8 minutes? Where does that 8 minutes come from?
Okay.
Where's that 8
If you're
minutes?
going 300,000 kilometers a second,
Where's the 8
and it
minutes
takes
come
you
from?
8 minutes
We
to
get
reach
that,
destination.
brother. We get that part. Now, how do you? What at Jedi? Can you ask your question again?
Where's the 8 minutes come from?
How'd they get 8 minutes, NPC?
I just said, if You're traveling at 300,000 kilometers a second.
We understand math, dude. Stop trying to teach us math. So if you're driving at 60 miles per hour and you drive for 1 hour, like, we get that part. You haven't explained now how you got 8 minutes from the sun to the earth.
I mean, do you want me to make it easier for you?
You can measure the redshift of the light of the stars, by the way.
Stop the
And
cap.
another way, you can also use other known stellar objects in the same
Other
neighborhood
stuff
and
now.
use
Why are you talking
parallax
about other stuff?
measurements
Dude,
and take
why are
them
you talking
6
about
months
other
apart
stuff?
as Earth orbits the
Why other
sun.
stuff?
And yes, you will have your measurements.
Okay, so how did
But
you
no,
get 8 minutes?
that's not
So
satisfying
why,
for you, right?
why
That's
8
not
minutes?
enough, right?
Where does this arbitrary 8 minutes come from? Why 8 minutes? Why not 25 minutes?
Second x 90 million miles. 8 minutes. That's
so
simple.
90 million miles. So how did you get the 90 million miles then? Was it because of 8 minutes?
Yes,
How
we
did
can
you get-
also do the reverse
No,
equation.
I want to know how you got the distance to the
We
sun.
can
You said
measure
8
fucking
minutes. Hold
light.
on. We can measure light. Okay, so it takes 8 minutes for the light to get here from the sun that's 93 million miles away. Okay, so how did you get the 93 million miles?
Yeah.
Okay.
What else did we automatically knew previous to that?
The distance of the sun alone? All right. Without using light? Sure.
No, I
Here
don't want
at
you to start
Venus.
changing.
Okay.
No, dude, I
No.
don't want
You
you to
measure
start
the
changing
distance from
goalposts.
Earth
I
to
want you to
Venus.
keep to the
You
goalposts.
measure the distance from Earth to Venus.
Stop. Jedi, please go.
Stop moving the goalposts. I just want you to answer the things that I'm asking you.
You
That's all.
don't even care to hear the answer.
You're talking to yourself, NPC. You're literally talking to yourself. You're not having a conversation with anyone here. You're talking to yourself. When you ask a question and then answer it on your own, you'll be like, so, but I'll give you evidence, but you wouldn't believe it, right? Yeah, you wouldn't. So I'm just gonna, like, you're talking to yourself, dude. Jedi has a question for you. Listen and answer the question.
How did you get the 93 million miles?
How did they get the 93 million miles? Ask them.
Oh, okay. I thought this was your fucking claim. I thought you knew about this. I thought this was to somehow.
I do, but everything I say you don't take. So I'm
No,
gonna
because I want you
tell
to back
do
it
your
up.
own
I
research
don't.
at this point
I
because
don't understand why you
no
keep
matter
talking.
what
This isn't a
you
conversation.
don't understand what I'm saying.
I don't
You're
understand.
talking to yourself again.
Fuck.
You're talking to yourself again, NPC. Stay focused here. There's other people in this panel who would love to speak with you and not just listen to you provide verbal diarrhea from the mouth to yourself. Okay? When we're not just not liking what you're saying. When you say, "Well, I know this," and we say, "How do you know that?" Well, you go, "Well, I already knew this other thing." All we're going to do is ask you how you knew that other thing. Then you say, "Well, I just knew already this other thing." You see the problem here? We're looking for
Yes,
where
I
you
mentioned
originally established
I
this knowledge.
mentioned this problem earlier, actually, when I was saying, look, you're going to ask me to like explain to you the size of the Earth and how I get to that, but for that I need to explain the other measurements that I'm getting. You're going to ask me how I get that, how I get that, how I
You
get
need
that, how
a
I get that. And
foundation. Yeah, you need a foundation to build upon. Right now, you don't have one.
to the how do you get that and understand that you can get that from what you already
You're still talking to yourself again. You've been muted this whole time. Okay, NPC, listen. Please listen, right? We want to have a conversation with you. Stop talking to yourself.
Okay.
Well, of course, we're going to ask you for
a real way to measure the fucking curvature of the Earth? Use GPS systems and satellites. Oh, of course, NASA and all space agencies are fake, so I don't believe
There we go. Why is he answering his own fucking
talking to
question?
yourself again, dude.
Why
It's
do
weird.
you do this? Think about this. Why is it every single time you make a statement, at the end of your statement, you'll feel so insecure that you have to poison the well? Why do you do that? You always have to come with some narky fucking comment at the end.
I wouldn't have to poison. I do admit that there's a little bit of well poisoning, but I wouldn't have to
understand
poison.
why you're talking. It's just showing insecurity. Every single time that you start talking, it's insecure because you don't want to listen to what's being said to you. Fucking weird behavior, man.
It is. It is. Just take a few deep breaths, man. Like, genuinely. I think Ethergris wants to chime in as well.
I was really just going to say, good afternoon, gentlemen. I hope all is well, but it was a bit noisy when I first stopped in.
What's up, Mr. Chris? Long time.
Doing good. Staying blessed. Anyway, y'all go your combo. Don't let me interrupt.
Gotta hit him with my basket of loose cables analogy. You essentially just have a basket with a bunch of wires, USBs, box chargers, mount, all bunch of technology and cords and things, right? So what we can do is some of those things will connect, right? This USB might plug into this and that might plug into that. The issue is that whole basket doesn't have any power. Nothing has any power, even though the things in the basket will connect. So what you're doing is you're essentially just connecting things within the basket, but you don't have any power to any of this stuff. What we're trying to do is get you to plug your whatever your original thing is into the wall so you actually have some power to now connect these other things. Or if you want to build a house, you need a foundation to lay it upon, and then you build atop that. Okay, you don't start with like, well, I know the color of like the baby's room when you don't have any foundation. There's no wood, there's nothing built yet. You need a foundation first. You even said, well, we know the speed of light, or the distance is 8 minutes, because the distance of the sun is 90 million miles. It's like, wait, so how do you know that? Oh, you're really just gonna ask me how I know all these things? Yeah, because you're claiming you have knowledge.
That's not what I said either.
Yeah,
Let's back
you
to the
said.
point. Back to the point. How do you get all this and na? All right. There are sciences. There are maths you can do. There are measurements you can take all over the place. You can check the density of the Earth. You can check gravity. You can check tidal forces. Yeah.
What's funny is we've been asking you for those things very specifically for the last 2 hours now, and now we're just going back to the bluffing. We're like, oh, I have the winning cards. Well, we've been asking you to put the cards on the table for the last, I don't know how long. So just telling us, well, there's tons of science and measurements and proof. Well, if there's so much, why did we just spend the last 2 hours trying to twist your arm to give us at least just one?
That you're just denying and predismissing.
There's no, you
Like,
haven't
for
presented-
example, I just
None.
mentioned satellites and GPS. If you own a satellite, you can see everything.
Didn't even get to address it because you started the cope immediately after. Oh, but you'd say it was fake. Like, okay, so we don't get to address your the claim. It's just automatically true, right? That's your issue. For you, your worldview is just default true. Anyone questioning it, oh, there's something wrong with you. It's like, so I don't know, man. This is wild. Jedi, save us, man.
Well, I don't know what to tell you, man. I tried to help him by pointing out his behaviour was weird. His next retort was weird fucking behaviour, exactly in the way that I described. Asking a question and saying that we'd fucking deny it. I asked you about satellites, but you fucking deny it. And oh, fucking hell. All right, well, let's talk about that then. You can't just throw out random fucking claims and say that we're just going to deny them without letting us fucking challenging you on them specifically. And it's within the specifics you'll find out that whatever you're throwing at us will just start to fall apart. But hey, we won't even fucking get to that.
You would end up tripping over your confidence with this whole GPS and satellites thing anyway, because what we wouldn't do is sit along and pretend with you that even if the Earth was a globe, that we would just spray and pray technology up into the sky without prior knowledge. Like, if we need to orbit something, you're going to need to know the size of the thing you're about to orbit. Like, if I, even just with simple things, if I bought a Roomba, one of those little robot vacuum cleaners that'll just like vacuum your house or whatever, like it goes around and sort of measures the room, and then after that, well, now it can orbit your bed or whatever. It has to make the measurements first. You don't orbit something if you just, well, let's just shoot it up there and hope it works. So no, your answer isn't GPS satellites. That's how we measured it. You would have to have measured it first before you just let's just hope it works, guys. I doubt you think your experts move like that. So that's not your answer or a valid one. So what else you got?
I get what you're saying here, but that's kind of not how I'm going through here. Okay, I could trust the experts. Yeah, sure. That's trust. Yeah. They say something, they have data, etc., and I can trust it. They use this technology, they use satellites or GPS to, let's say, calculate the radius of the Earth or whatever, and I can trust the expert and his data. Yeah. I could also ask more questions, yeah, and look into the paper. I could verify if what he's saying is true, for myself at least, but verify to myself, not verify to the world. Verify to myself.
Can you?
If it makes sense. Let me finish what I'm saying by reading his paper. If the paper is wrong, then I can verify that it's wrong, and if it's right, I can verify it's right, because if the maths don't add up on the paper, then it's wrong. If the maths add up on the paper, it's right. Something like that. So verify, not as in completely verify, you have the Nobel Prize and the whole world knows it. No.
What?
Verify the integrity, let's say, of that to myself. I can look at his paper. I can look at what he published. I can look at his studies. I can study his maths. I can look at what his math. I can look at his axioms. I can see and determine exactly what technology.
Bro, what are you talking about,
well, it's going to be in his paper. So, if there's anything to hide, I wouldn't even be able to see the paper. Now, if I look at the paper and it's consistent, then it is safe to trust. It's consistent.
What the fuck are you talking about? The paper, the paper, the paper.
What paper?
What is that movie? What is that movie, guys? Hey, get the papers, the papers. I mean, bro, who brought up anything to do with a paper? We're talking about. We're saying, like you said, the
I'm
measurement
talking about
of the
an expert, a scientist expert that
And I
makes an
said that they
experiment
wouldn't. Hold on, dude. Hold on. You lost
and
the
that
plot.
has results.
You lost the plot. We're asking you for measurements of the Earth because you kept saying the value was 40,000. Chat's getting pissed. Where'd you get 40,000 from? So we're begging you at this point for measurements of the Earth. Well, you said satellites. We just explained why that's not the measurement of the Earth, because they would have had to measure it prior before they just throw some shit in the sky and hope it works. So you telling me like, oh, well, this random vague, I'm going to imagine a scientist and he has a paper, and if there's math on the paper and it's right, then he's right. What is it? Like, we're asking you for measurements of the Earth, dude. Can you not be a vague earther and tell us that some imaginary scientist is right with a paper that you just made up? I mean, dude, what is going on here?
I'm just saying, basically, if you want the measurements, you can refer to the experts and look them up yourself. I'm not going to make measurements myself for you.
What did they do?
I told me I'm not going to go outside and start making some scientist experiment with tools I don't have to satisfy you. So I can't make those measurements myself now. I'm not home. But you could use the measurements of other people, the scientists who actually studied this.
Okay, we're going to need you to start. Let's name one scientist. Because you keep saying things in a vague way. All the scientists, all the measurements.
Don't worry about the scientists. More interested in what they fucking did.
Yeah.
Yeah, more interested in what they did. I don't care who it is.
Well, if he's saying there's a measurement, then they need some kind of measuring device. So how about he tells us what that is?
Yeah.
Go.
Well, yes, we have telescopes, first of all.
Okay. What does that prove?
We have sextants.
Hold on. One thing at a time.
We have computers.
Oh, now what? 3 things on the fucking table. Okay. Telescope.
We have computers.
NPC, stop talking to yourself, you weirdo.
Starting to sound like a Radiohead album.
Let's go with the first thing. Jedi's gonna deal with the first thing. One at a time, NPC. Calm down. Can hear you gasping for air.
Telescope.
Telescope.
Right. What does that prove?
Cherry pick one thing instead of take the whole.
Telescope.
Right? So
I'm going to go through them one by fucking one, sunshine. So you've put 3 things on the table: telescopes, sextants, and computers. Awesome. So we'll deal with those. Telescopes. What's that prove?
Well, I mean, telescopes, you can actually view astronomical objects. You can view the moon. You can view Jupiter. You can view the sun. You can view stars.
I see.
Anything but the Earth.
Yeah, so that doesn't really tell you anything about the Earth then, because you're not looking at the Earth.
Okay, so these things in perspective to the Earth will tell you. Okay, yes.
Yeah, they're completely unrelated. There are no observable similarities. So
No, they are related. That's the thing you didn't point
Okay,
out.
so
no,
Because you
go
can't
through all of
conceive
this.
how
Sorry,
these things
my
can
friend,
give you
listen,
actual
don't
data
be
that you need.
NBC, I'm listening in, man. That's pretty crazy. You know, like if I want to take a measurement, I ask my apprentice to go grab my telescope. Yeah, what a great measuring tool.
Dude, if you're going to look at the sun, moon, and stars, then you're just going to be looking at them. How do we prove the surface is curved, though? It's not going to be through telescopes, is it?
No, but you can use
Okay,
the other
so
fucking methods.
hold on. So
You can combine several things together and cluster the data to get more accurate results. Did you know that?
Yeah.
Did you
so
know
what are
that
we
you can
gonna
actually cluster data together? So you can use data you have on Earth, data you have on Sun, data you have on the Moon, and all three together will give you more data on all three.
Okay, I understand that, but you just said telescopes. So I've asked you, what about telescopes? And you said that you can look through telescopes at things. Okay, now you've started to compile all of these other things together and say, well, eventually at the end of the story, when I've shoved all of this other stuff in, we're going to end up with a ball. All right, looks like it's going to be a long
Why
fucking
are you
process to
cherry
get there.
picking a fucking word?
Not cherry picking, dumb fuck.
Oh yeah, I'm
Second thing that you said.
It was a mere example, dude. A mere fucking example. Let's cherry pick a mere example.
Second thing that you said. Sextant. Okay.
Yeah,
how does
okay, we can use the sextant too, yeah. That will actually give you the angles and positions of the objects you're looking at in the sky relative to you on the Earth.
So again, nothing to
A
do with
lot of data to actually celestially navigate on a sphere.
Awesome stuff. What's an angle? What's an angle?
Oh, okay. So a sphere is 360 degrees. An angle is one of those degrees.
Oh, so
Or
those
more.
5 degrees. Okay, I understand. So an angle would be two straight lines meeting at a point where you can measure the disparity between those two
I guess
lines.
something like that.
Yeah,
There might be other semantics. I know that things have multiple semantics in them, but yeah, sure, you can put it like that.
Words have meaning. So when we're having a conversation, it's important we understand what we're talking about. So yeah, it might be a bit of a semantical argument. Of course it will be. We're communicating using fucking words.
Yeah, we're trying at least.
So can you measure an angle off of a curved line? If one of your lines is curved and not straight, can you measure an angle?
No, but you can create an angle.
No, I'm asking you a very simple question. Can you or can you not measure an angle if one of those lines is curved?
Personally, I don't know, but like if you have
Personally,
one line curved,
you don't know.
I guess
Personally,
you have an
you
angle.
don't know geometry.
You'll have an angle anyway. You can still
don't know what
triangulate.
you're- Hold on, my friend. You said, personally, I don't know. So why are you talking about something that personally you don't know? Angles is the very basis of celestial navigation, measuring elevation angles to stars. It's the very basis of it. So why the fuck are you talking about it if personally you don't know?
I mean, like if you have something curved and two straight angles, yes, you have an angle. And yes,
Okay.
that's the point of triangulating. So that's the point. So if you can have a curve and calculate an angle from a curve, well, I mean, I guess you could on the you can kind of
Well, hold on. You said two straight angles. Do you even know what a straight angle is?
The two straight lines.
Okay, my bad.
And maybe I said angles mistakenly.
And you said triangulation. You said triangulation. You said
You
triangulation.
triangulate with two lines and you perpendiculate, and yes, you can.
We have to
kind of
do
make
say
angles.
yes or no when I ask you a
So
fucking
technically,
question.
yes, you can have an angle.
No, you cannot measure an angle if one of those lines is curved. That would be stupid. Do you know what a triangle is? You said triangulation. Yeah, that's
Yeah.
a triangle. Okay, so does a triangle have a curved fucking line in it?
No.
Excellent. Of course it doesn't. It won't be called a triangle anymore because one of the lines is curved and you cannot measure two of the interior angles of that triangle. So no, you can't
Still
measure
have an angle from those 2 points that are
cannot
meeting perpendicularly.
Where along this line do you measure that angle from?
Okay, if I have a celestial object on a sphere, well, I'm on a sphere and
No,
there's
I'm asking you about angles,
okay.
sunshine.
I draw a
I'm asking you about
object,
angle.
yeah, and I have an angle right there.
Angle? So do you measure elevation angles to stars in the sky with a sextant? Do you measure elevation angles to stars with a sextant in celestial navigation? Yes or no?
I mean, I don't understand the whole dynamics behind it, but
So you're going to be talking about something.
I've seen some of it at work and understood a little bit of the work. But I mean, yeah, it does kind of work.
You don't understand this. Personally, I don't know. First comment,
Look, just
and
because
now
I don't understand the
understand.
whole dynamics doesn't mean I don't understand some dynamics.
Okay, so we're at the moment we're trying to define what an angle is, and you've incorrectly defined what an angle is. You said that you can measure an angle. Why are you scared?
Doesn't know all the dynamics of the domain.
Why do you keep talking? I haven't finished giving you my response, and there will be a question at the end. Why do you have to keep talking through me? You've incorrectly defined what an angle is. You can't measure an angle if one of those lines is curved. So you don't know what you're talking about, do you?
True. If I draw two lines that have a 90-degree angle and curve towards them, that's
okay.
Still have my 90-degree angle with a curve on my shape.
Ground position? My friend, you said 90 degrees. Let's talk about celestial navigation. What's the ground position angle of Polaris on the surface of the Earth? What is that ground position angle?
I mean, I don't know personally. I don't remember from the video.
90
but I could post a video if you want.
It's don't need a fucking video. I'm going to educate you on your fucking subject that I need to go and watch a video about, apparently, that you don't personally understand. This is going to be an interesting conversation. Stupid. So, you said 90 degrees. Can you have 90 degrees if one of those lines is curved? The horizontal baseline of that 90 degrees. Would it be 90 degrees if it was curved?
Perpendicular line on a curved surface. The point at which the line emits from is, yes, 90 degrees.
If your angle has a line that's curved, you can't measure an angle because the line's curved. So you can't have 90 degrees. Can you?
You can.
You cannot. You don't understand basic geometry. If you have a curved line within your triangle, it's no longer a triangle, and you can't measure two of the angles because one of the lines is curved.
If I hold a needle on a sphere, and I put another needle that is horizontal at the same tip, I'm going to have a 90-degree angle. And I don't even need the second needle because the fine point that my needle is going to be touching will be at a 90-degree angle with the sphere. Yes.
So the needles prove Earth is a sphere. That's cool.
He's a dickhead.
Oh, wow, another
He
strong
doesn't understand celestial navigation. You don't understand celestial navigation.
So I find something on the subject. Oh, that means it's
That's something you don't know. Let's see where we go. So what's a GP of a star in the first instance? What's that then? What's a GP?
General position, if I would say.
If you would say, and I don't care what you would say, I want to know what it is within celestial navigation.
General position?
So in celestial navigation, what is it?
The general position? I'm not a celestial navigator, dude. I don't have a boat. I never went on a boat or whatever.
2 seconds.
But I do know Provabat, and I could ask him information about that, and yes, he would educate me better than you on the subject.
Why would he educate you better than me? Is it because I'm a flat earther?
Because he's an actual celestial navigator?
So high pitch at the end. So would you assume, being this is the first time that we've ever spoke?
I've seen one of his experiments, and it was very consistent.
Your voice, but it's really weird.
That's the question, basically.
So no, you're wrong when you say general position. It's a ground position. It's the vertical line.
Position. Yeah, ground position.
Directly underneath the star, where it intersects the surface of the Earth. It's ground position, because that's what you're interested in when you do celestial navigation. The ground position, because after you get the ground position of a star on a chart, the next thing you're going to do is draw a circle of equal altitude around that star. After you've gained,
that's what he did on. Well, that's exactly what he did.
Yeah, I'm not fucking surprised, because this is celestial navigation, and I do know what I'm talking about, which is why I'm not scared about this and trying to interrupt you. Trying to ask you what you know about, because this was your evidence. Now it seems like I'm educating
I'm not
you.
the celestial. Oh, you can ask him the arguments.
You don't need to ask him. I already understand the argument.
Just
crescendo to this point is this. The crescendo to the point is this. You can't measure angles off of curved lines. So you're not going to be measuring angles off of the Earth, which is not a horizontal line. It's curved. So
I'm sorry,
don't tell me.
the fixed point of the ground position you're going to have, you can have a 90-degree angle. Yes.
No shit. And then it's going to be up to 4,000 miles a horizontal line between that ground position.
Yeah. It's going to be a horizontal, make a horizontal line. And yes, you're following the curve, but you're making I understand that, but you still have that 90-degree angle. It's still consistent. It still works. It's still there.
Yeah.
That's what I'm saying. I'm saying on the fixed point, you're at 90 degrees no matter what.
And then
plus,
you can. Excuse me. Do you know what you're talking about?
The Earth's size, you can be on flat land as well. You could be on flat land, which
we're
would
doing
still
celestial
at
navigation
90 degrees. And you can have a bump up and then down, which goes down the curvature. So yes, you can be in a flat land. That can happen.
Yeah, no shit.
We know. Like in Kansas, no, I think it's Florida or Kansas that is like the flattest state in terms of
and all the oceans and the seas.
Topology, not in terms of Earth is absolutely flat because there's topological flat zones.
Topology? What the?
Sounds like a
English.
No, this is just one of those guys. Yeah,
topography, you mean?
English?
Well, if I could just like maybe make a suggestion for the gentleman, because so far you've brought up a couple of things that you don't apparently know much about. Maybe if you try bringing up an argument that you do actually know something about or specifics about, then we might be able to have a better conversation, right?
If you think that topology is in English, you can look it up, my friend.
No one cares. We're doing celestial navigation.
I want you to look it up.
Primarily with folks at sea.
You can.
After your GP, you draw a circle of equal altitude around it. Do you know what a circle of equal altitude is? Do you know the basis of celestial navigation at least? Like the basic shit. You understand the basic shit of celestial navigation, right?
Yeah, the circle you draw around.
Yeah. Why do I do that?
Because you have to compare with another star to draw another circle, and you have to compare with your own position to draw the third circle to get the right coordinates, right?
Awesome stuff. Well done. So at least you do understand what that is. Well done for at least understanding that.
I watched a demonstration from ProtoThad, which was very consistent, like I said. So yes, I know this because of that. I might not know all the dynamics, but I understood that, yes.
Yeah, well done. So you understand that you can't have a circle of equal altitude.
Yeah. It doesn't mean that. Look, I understand some level of basics, but it doesn't mean I understand the whole advanced mechanics. Unlike omniscient here. I mean, I study multiple subjects. I'm not like specialized in all of them.
Yeah. So you understand that the line between the ground position of that star and you have a horizontal line, right?
Yes, and I like what he did. I understood what he did, and etc. Like, don't remember it all, etc. I would have to rewatch it to refresh. Good. But on the hit, I did like pretty much understand. That's why I still know what I do know about it.
Good. So you understand that is a horizontal line.
So if you would give me demonstrations like that, that would work just as much flat Earth wise without having a straw man or like omitting actual important factors and stuff like that. I would actually take that and learn that. Except that I only see demonstrations like this working with globes.
No, because you understand the base premise. We've said the horizontal line between the ground position of the star and you several times, and you've agreed. That's a horizontal line, not a curved line. And that's 3 horizontal lines because you've taken 3 elevation angles off of that horizontal line to 3 stars to get their ground position, to draw circles around to triangulate your position along a horizontal axis, not a curved axis. It's horizontal.
Oh, really? Yes. I mean, I can post ProtoThad's video, and he's using those 3 circles on a globe, and it works perfectly fine.
Yeah, it works on a globe when you think that you are part of the celestial sphere coming out from a point. Of course you will. But you're going to need the flat Earth.
It works on a globe, right? It works on a globe, right?
Yeah, but we're not going to appeal to usage. Just because something works doesn't mean that it's completely 100%.
So if it works on a globe, though, it may be possible that other things also work on the globe with that, right?
Listen, you're not listening to the point. It works on a flat Earth as well. Did you hear what I said? Because you coughed all the way through it. It works.
I was understanding what you were saying, though. It works on a flat Earth as well, except that there's a big difference between the two. On a
Well, of
globe,
course.
your coordinates are going to be closer to the actual coordinates than if you use a flat Earth, because on the globe you're actually going to have curvatures taken in account for, and by doing so, you're going to be more accurate. So if you do it on a globe
That's
and
not
on
true.
flat Earth and
That's
compare
not true
with
at all.
a real world position, like
That's
the
not
guy
true at all.
Protothat did. Look, Protothat did this. That's how I know this. If you do this and compare with a real world position, you
Verbal
will be more
diarrhea,
accurate.
dude. Listen and learn.
Oh
You want
shit!
me to send it?
What do you?
No, I've already seen it. You think we don't know who Protothat is? What the fuck? The point is that it can be done on both, and you're going to need a flat Earth to begin with to even get your coordinate system.
The guy actually goes out to sea to get his coordinates. So
Well, it's a Cartesian coordinate system. Do you understand what that is?
here, he's using a globe,
I don't care what he is
and
doing.
he's
I'm more
more
interested in what
accurate than if
you
you
know.
use a flat Earth.
I'm here
You're
to
on.
tell you right now, we don't care.
Let me tell you,
Here's
we
a
don't
shorter
care.
one.
Why are you posting me stuff I've already seen?
Okay, you've
I
seen
told
that?
you
Good.
this. Yeah, I told you this earlier. It's like you don't listen to what people are saying to you.
Okay, it's
They
more
don't
accurate
post
than flat. And
You're just telling us your sloppy version of flat Earth doesn't match reality, bro. We're saying that reality is the flat Earth. So yeah, it does match. It just doesn't match your sloppy straw man that you've made up, that no one presents except for
Earth
you.
matches reality. I don't see how your flat Earth. I mean, even
Matches
the
reality.
way you were trying to explain it earlier, I don't see how that matches reality. First of all, you're saying that Earth is not an object. Then what is it?
We already went over this, bro. I mean, this just shows you don't know what flat Earth is to then compare it to reality. That proves my point ultimately.
Okay,
The
so
fact that
suppose
you
I go to
even-
Antarctica. Suppose I
Go
go to
on,
Antarctica. What's going to be there? Suppose I walk 1,000 miles on Antarctica. What's going
Not
to
so
happen?
fucking nice. Not so fucking nice.
just get our checkbooks out, start writing crazy values on our checkbooks, and hope someone will cash it for us. What kind of crazy hypothetical is that?
Suppose that I had $1 million, what would I do? Supposed, we don't care what you suppose, buddy.
That's not a thing of a supposition there.
Suppose I had a
I'm
Ferrari,
asking
what would
you
I do?
about your flat Earth here. Your flat Earth. Your version of flat Earth. I'm asking you to explain to me how it works with reality. Yeah? How is it consistent with the reality we live in?
Well, I go outside and I observe a flat horizon and motionless ground, so that works for me.
That's just one factor. You need more than one factor.
Right. But notice how
What do I need?
Sorry.
Because I mean the factor of the horizon, I mean we've already been through it. It's not very convincing.
Yeah, but I'm just telling you what I observe in reality. I observe a flat horizon and I don't observe the ground moving. So that's what I observe. That's reality.
Okay. Sure.
Yeah, we're not. I would agree with that. We're just dealing with reality as it presents itself, not your idea that it has to be like this out there. There must be thousands of miles of ice out there, and because it's not there, like that's your idea. We're just dealing with reality as it presents itself.
My idea here is, I mean, is there a boundary to this world that we live in? Is is it infinite, or is there a limit somewhere? Is there a border? I'm asking you relevant questions here.
All right. If you're generally asking, we already covered this. So we already gave you the answer. I told you.
I didn't hear it.
Your worldview is the exact same. I could just ask you the same right back to you.
You weren't listening.
Does it have a boundary?
Well, I mean, if I'm on a sphere, I mean,
hold
it's
on
not
1 second.
infinite,
We already
so the
addressed
boundary.
this. Hold on, brother. We already addressed this. I don't want to piss off the chat here, but your worldview does not just consist of the globe. It consists of this very large place that hasn't. You don't know the boundaries. All the questions you're asking me, well, where's the boundary? I could just ask you, where's the boundary of your worldview? You'd be like, well, I don't know. If you were being honest. Well, what's the shape of the world? Your reality. What's the shape of the universe? The only answer you could say is you don't know. So you don't have a gotcha when you're like, well, tell me what you imagine when you close your eyes. We don't do that. We just go outside. That's the flat Earth.
Except that you're kind of comparing a house to a universe. The planet is tinier than a house compared to the universe. So right there, you're telling me that I don't know the limits of the universe, But that means I can't know the limits of the Earth?
I told you
That's
earlier, this
that's a
NPC,
stretch, my friend.
that
That's a
it
stretch.
doesn't.
It's like,
You're
it's like
trying to
saying,
you're trying to compare the globe to a flat object. We already told you that earlier. That's not a good comparison because what you're now doing is you're putting a frisbee next to a globe, and you're like, but, how come? What do you mean? It's not like that. If you want to try to wrap your brain around how does this flat Earth thing really work, you're better off thinking of, well, my worldview currently is this huge space. I don't know the boundary. I don't know the shape. Well, welcome to flat Earth. You know exactly how it feels. We don't know exactly what shape all of reality is. We're not saying all of reality is a piece of paper or a planet or a coin. None of those things, okay? Wake up, man. This is the fourth, probably fifth time we've said it now. Pay attention.
but okay, well, we're talking about the Earth.
Yeah. So my issue was that you were trying to compare. You were trying to compare. My issue was that. My issue was that you were trying to compare. Well, I'm comparing flat versus globe, and then I'm going outside. Well, your idea of flat doesn't match because flat Earth is outside. Are you getting it? So leave your own ideas of flat Earth out of here. Like we're just addressing the way the Earth is.
Just gonna count how long it's gonna take before I get cut off. Word 1, word 2, word 3, word 4. Am I cut off yet? Hello? Word 5, word 6, word 7, 8.
It's not actually effective. So instead of taking the mic and doing that, you could maybe just address what I'm saying to you. Because the fact that we're having to repeat ourselves 4, 5, 6, 7 times, when my issue was you were saying, well, I'm comparing the flat Earth to the globe, and then I go outside and I have these two things, and well, you don't have the flat Earth to compare. What you're doing is making up some sloppy idea in your head, like what you tried to do earlier with this whole like, well, there must be thousands of miles of ice you can go walk on. Okay, so you want to compare the flat Earth, you got to go outside. So it's not your idea.
Speak, I listen to you. When I speak after 3 words, I'm muted when I'm not done. You're gonna have to stop muting me before I'm done. Mute me when I'm done with what I have to say.
Dude, shut
But
up.
if you don't,
Please.
See, noted. Just trying to address what you're saying, brother. So if you want to respond to something, you're welcome to do that, but we don't need the soap box crying in the microphone. Just respond to something anyone said. We were looking for measurements, we couldn't get those. Now you're trying to say you're comparing the flat Earth to reality when you don't realize that flat Earth is the Earth outside, which would AKA be reality. It's not an idea that you compare like, oh, well, I think of the flat Earth must be like this. And so when I go outside, it's not like the way I imagined, so it can't be flat. That's a lot of your guys' problems.
the way you presented this to me is like saying that because I don't know the limits of what's outside, I don't know the limits of the walls in my house.
What the fuck are you even talking about, dude?
He probably doesn't even know the limits of the
I'm
walls
talking
in
about
his
the
house.
planet Earth here, okay? You say flat Earth is the whole reality is flat, whatever, okay, sure. But Earth isn't extended on this flat plane or whatever you're suggesting.
You don't know.
However
You
you
don't
want to
know.
put it. Because the way you're putting it also right now doesn't even make sense. Not even the slightest sense. Funny how a globe Earth makes absolute sense.
Okay, 1 second. You're telling me that the pizza planet floating in space makes more sense.
Maybe.
No, bro.
I mean,
that's why you. That's why you have.
asking you the boundaries of Earth, not your universe and reality. The boundaries of your Earth.
The Earth isn't a disk in space, you dick. How many times do we have to tell you? If you want to think of flat Earth, it's all of reality, not a pizza within a large void. That's your idea.
If it's not a disk, does it extend horizontally forever, or is there a wall at some point? That's what I'm asking you.
Does your okay?
Is that so hard to understand?
Nope, no, it's not hard to understand. I've already asked you this directly to you, right? Let's keep it fair. Does your worldview have a wall or is it infinite?
Maybe the universe has a wall and boundary. I don't know.
All right.
But maybe.
Now, what if I told you I don't know either? Is that so wrong?
Is one? It could be observable.
Sorry, if you don't know and I don't know, what's the problem here?
Okay. The problem is, I'm talking about the universe as a whole, which is containing spheres where Earth is inside this universe.
Not well, brother. You have to address my position, not
And your position. No space, no universe. Okay, I get it. But you have a planet.
No,
right?
no.
I mean,
no, don't have a planet. That's the whole point.
Okay, you have Earth in its map, right?
Earth in its what?
Earth and the maps. We have maps of Earth, right? We have maps to know like where New York is, where Canada is, where Russia is.
Non sequitur to what we're talking about.
Yes, it is sequitur. I'm asking you about your flat plane here, okay? Your flat plane, which you refer to Earth being the entire universe.
Yeah.
Okay. If the Earth would be, let's say, the entire universe, I could walk, let's say, one distance, the straight one distance, right? Let's say north or south. I'll go south.
You can't do that. You can't do that. Let's just stop.
I can't just go south and keep my line straight.
Correct.
South forever until I meet the boundary of Earth.
Correct. Let's address that. Let me just ask you very simply. Let's just start with method of travel. We can go Dr. Seuss up in this bitch if we have to. Are we taking plane, train, bike, trike? Are we walking? Are we running? Are we driving, flying, boating, sailing? What's a trike? I believe that's a tricycle. But what method of travel would we need some method of travel. So we'll pick a method.
For the sake of argument, we have an infinite fuel jetpack. How about that?
No. We're not going to do that because here's what you're going to try to do, right? You're going to give this example and then try to cash it in, right? So, but what you're about, you whipped out a checkbook and you're now about to write a $3 million trillion check. Well, if we have a jetpack and the Earth is like some random thing that doesn't exist, and you do this thing, then it's not flat. Like, bro, no, you can't go outside by any method of travel and quote unquote go straight. Why? Well, if you're gonna walk, you're gonna have to phase through buildings and phase through trees and stuff like, I don't know. You're not gonna be able to walk straight. Obviously, can't drive straight, fly, bike, train, none of those things. You can't do that in reality. It works on paper, not in the field.
Okay, I turn left. And then when on my right, there's no more building, I turn right. I'm still in a straight line and direction.
Oh, how about that? You just didn't go in a straight line. Funny that
I was deviated from the building. There is a way for me to readjust my navigation back to a straight line.
AKA not a straight line. Wake up, dude.
Walk to Argentina.
This can't be done.
Are you telling me I can't go to Argentina?
No, not in a straight line.
Not at all, not even with an airplane.
No.
No. Oh, no. Not even with an airplane.
No.
Why not?
Why would you be able to do that?
What would be in front of the airplane to block it from actually going in a straight line?
Wind. I don't know. There's this thing called wind.
What if the plane and the pilot knows how to adjust his position according to the wind?
Okay, well, there you go. Adjust your position.
Mean, seriously, you make it.
Hello, adjust your position. Therefore,
not straight.
Oh my god, dude. Wake up.
Anyways, no. Instead of straw manning, how about you just assess this?
Okay? You don't understand what a straw man is if you say that. We're just addressing what you have said specifically. You can go straight. Telling you no, you can't. I haven't strawmanned you by telling you that wind is going to blow your plane around, water is going to move your boat around a little bit. You're not going in a quote beeline path to say, well, I haven't deviated. I now have gone straight. I've proven X, Y, or Z. You can't do that. It only works on paper, dude. It works in your mind. Like you said, oh, I got a jetpack. Okay, well, have fun with that. But you're never going to be able to do this in reality. That's the problem. So it's not ever going to be evidence of anything.
Oh my god, I'm walking. Oh my god, I turned left. I don't know what direction I need to go back to the straight line. Oh my god, impossible. Impossible. Oh my god. There is no way for me to readjust my position back to the same position I was earlier.
So not a straight line. You have to adjust. It's not a straight line.
I'm just going to read this off for you since you're just
okay. I'm not.
Hold on.
Like straight line, straw man, right?
Straw man, that was your example. So, when lost in the desert or a thick forest, terrains devoid of landmarks, people tend to walk in circles. Blindfolded people show the same tendency. Lacking external reference points, they circle around in loops as tight as 66 feet, interesting, in diameter, all while believing they are walking in straight lines. Why can't we walk straight? Only recently have scientists begun to... Okay, whatever, I'm not going to continue this, but you get the point. You're trying to make this weird argument like, no, just go straight, bro. If it's flat, you can go straight. No, you can't. You can't do that on the globe either.
If I'm drawing a line, I have my reference point to know how to be straight, you know?
He's going to quadruple...
let's say I'm drawing my line. So if I ever deviate, my line will curve. I just readjust towards the direction I was trying to go. It's not hard to do. Okay, I am able, like, yes, people will walk in circles when they're not paying attention to where the fuck they're going. But if you're paying attention to where you're going, and you're paying attention to your directions and you know what you're doing, you will be able to consistently walk on a straight path. And yes, you're going to have to go around the building or etc. But when you go around...
And they what?
When you go around the building, you're not going straight. How about that? And you don't want me to continue reading this article because it's going against what you're saying. Because you're saying, well, no, if you just like, you're not trying enough. Like, dude, the article's flat out saying these people are trying to get where they're going. They believe they're going straight, and they're not. So you don't have an argument here, man. Don't quintuple. What is it? Don't sextuple down.
Counter argument to tell me how it's impossible.
Shut up.
No valid counter. No, dude. Okay.
I just did.
And plus, you didn't even.
Well, I just did. Right? There's not a single method of travel, and then not only that, that's only the first half. The second half is, well, all right. Well, since you want to play this game, we need a location to start from. So where do we start? Give us that.
To explain to me why we haven't found, let's say, another continent.
Oh, well, we'll get into that. But where are we going to start?
No. We'll get it. No. This is my argument here. If I were to take it one or south, all right? And I don't care about your method of travels or whatever, because that has nothing to do with the argument. If I'm going south and consistently south, suppose a photon, a beam of light that goes through everything going south. Right? And suppose that beam of light has eyes to see where it's going.
Again, see, notice your example. If we have a beam of light with eyeballs, you're going to take that. You're basically writing a check that you can't cash. You're going to take that and try to cash it in. Well, see, because you can't do that. Well, no shit, you can't do that because you're not a beam of light with eyeballs. Goofy ass. So that's what I'm saying. What your example of that you're trying to use cannot be done in reality. That's why your method of travel does matter. Because... Well, and then again, I already asked you, from where are you going to begin your journey? Okay, let's put our backs to our front door. Everybody go to their front door, put your back to the door, and just start walking straight. I bet you're going to hit a tree, a house, another car. You're going to hit something probably. So that method is not going to work. So what? Should we just helicopter? Should we just helicopter up and then go forward? Because... I don't know, there's probably some wind and stuff that might blow us around a little bit, so we're probably not going in a straight line. So just take your straight line example and just throw it in the trash.
Instead of strawmanning, at least let me make my fucking argument again.
Oh, bro, you keep doing this thing like, oh, he's just not understanding my argument. Again, you're not the first person to say this. That's why it's very easily addressed. Straight line in the chat, in the search. What the hell? 11,000 results. Okay. So it's trash.
I want to ask because you know you can't answer it.
What? Answer what? We haven't even fucking got anywhere yet.
Answer what? Answer what? First of all, let's just establish, is it possible to reach Antarctica? The answer is yes. There's plenty of footage of reaching
No,
Antarctica.
all of your questions.
If I go on Antarctica...
The fuck is wrong with this, man?
You're arguing with yourself. No one in here said you can't go to Antarctica, bro. Notice how your goalpost is on wheels right now. You're just rolling it around. Yeah, but you can go to Antarctica. One's in the chat if no one said anything about the ability to go to Antarctica. Okay. 2's in the chat if we said anything about, oh, well, you can't, if we said you can't go to Antarctica. Like, what? You're just arguing with yourself right now, brother.
I'm still trying to figure out 40,000 kilometers, man.
Yeah, that's what I'm thinking too. It's like we got so many things on the table that have just been, holy.
I'm still trying to figure out the 8 minutes and the 93 million miles.
Doesn't do anything, of course.
Never quite got there, did we? What the fuck?
I am dying laughing, you guys. You guys are awesome. Thank you.
Yeah,
this has been a blast. Oh, yeah.
Indeed, it has been a blast. It has been funny because I'm not.
Because you keep denying everything. Blah 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 blah. No one cares. What happens when we get to Antarctica? Come on.
La la la.
Let's say you've got to Antarctica.
No matter what I'm going to formulate, after 3 words, you're going to cut me off.
I don't know. Let's see what happens after we get to Antarctica.
I wonder how these conversations would go if instead of muting me, you would actually let me finish.
I wonder if you're going to answer the fucking question and we're actually going to get to the fucking crescendo of any point that you bring up.
Your supposed universe-size flat Earth that you're talking to me about.
Why are you asking me a question? I'm asking you to carry on with your point of, oh yeah, we can go to Antarctica.
I'm asking you a question, yes. I'm asking you a question because you're avoiding it.
No, I'm trying to fucking
you consider your whole universe. Is it infinite? Like, if you cross Antarctica, will it be an infinite land space of ice?
Holy fuck, dude! You just respawned. How do we get through to you? Because you've already asked.
How would something was infinite or not? How would he even think to ask that question? Is it infinite? How would you know?
You need to get down to the root cause of why he's so emotional. Clearly, it's hitting a chord deep down, and it's upsetting him to realize maybe what he believes in is not true. And there's some sort of emotional thing here. That's why he's so angry. If you don't...
That's going to stick with me for days now. I want to figure out how we figure out if something is eternal. How do we know that then?
I think actually, Dev, you make a good point there too. And you're right. I wonder how he thinks you can determine whether something's infinite or not.
A long journey.
You know what? I'm getting in my feelings too. I'm starting to feel a little bit emotional in here, guys. All right, it's gonna be okay. And what is your name? Perfect Storm, I think, is your other name. So it's gonna be all right, man. Just take a deep breath.
That was a nice projection, by the way.
How do we know if something's eternal or not?
I'm going to assess the projection.
How do we figure out infinity?
I'm going to assess the projection first again. So.
Okay, no. You asked us if it was infinite. I'm trying to ask you how we would figure that out.
If what I believe wouldn't be true, and would be proven not true, I would simply adjust my beliefs to the facts like I always do.
Not really. You haven't done that once yet.
Guys, it doesn't seem like you have any will of accepting that you might be wrong.
Oh, hold on. We all believe,
We all thought the globe was real, bro, and we ended up having to change our minds because we couldn't figure out what the globe was.
Reality brainwashed me, apparently.
Isn't that hilarious? He's saying, "Oh, let me explain why you guys are projecting. So you're not open-minded enough to consider another position." Oh, is that why I was the globe earther and was open-minded enough to possibly consider that it may be wrong, and I'm here, and you're the one that's open-minded? Sure.